Marshall Peak, Chapter 5931, Pursue. In the midst of the jungle ambush that was aimed at Zhuo Wuyu himself, Yang Kai just so happened to be at the right place at the right time. No one could have predicted that at that critical moment, the arrival of the spirit religion Holy Sun, guided by fate, would cause all the undercurrents to erupt in an instant. Upon reflection, Yang Kai realized that Zhuo Wuyu had indeed shouted to the attackers, "Aren't you here for me?" "Regardless, I still have to thank you," Yang Kai said. Zhuo Wuyu shook his head. "Holy Sun, it's nothing. However, we shouldn't stay here for long. We need to leave as soon as possible." Although he had killed quite a number of enemies, he was ultimately alone and unable to completely wipe them out. Before the news of the appearance of the Holy Sun was spread, they had already taken Zhuo Wuyu seriously, but it was not to the point where they had to eliminate him at all costs. However, if news of the Holy Sun's appearance got out, it would surely lead to an all-out attack. "But Brother Zhuo, your injury," the thin young man looked at Zhuo Wuyu with concern. "It's nothing serious." "Escort the Holy Sun." Before Zhuo Wuyu could even finish his sentence, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his aura wilting to the extreme, and his face turning an ashen white. "Big Brother Zhuo!" The two young men exclaimed, rushing to support Zhuo Wuyu, who was now swaying on his feet. Yang Kai looked at him and said, "It looks like we'll have to hide here for a while." Zhuo Wuyu's face was filled with bitterness as he nodded. "Please wait half a day for me, Holy Sun." Yang Kai did not respond. Zhuo Wuyu needed urgent treatment. The battle just now had taken a huge toll on him, but he forcibly suppressed his injuries out of concern for the Holy Sun's safety and the future of the spirit religion. Now that the backlash had acted up though, he was unable to move for a while. Zhuo Wuyu quickly settled down and closed his eyes to meditate and heal. The two young men who had brought Yang Kai here stood guard by his side, while Yang Kai himself seemed to have nothing to do. Currently, he still had very little information at his disposal, but one thing was certain: this independent world was still inside Mu's space-time river. When the waves of the space-time river crashed down on him, Yang Kai did not dodge, resulting in him being dragged into this place and fulfilling an unknown prophecy of some spirit religion saintess who lived in this place. The current situation required Yang Kai to see the saintess if he wanted to know more. Although he had some guesses in mind, he couldn't confirm them until he met her. However, there were still some minor troubles to solve before that. The hideout fell silent after that. About 4 hours later, a commotion suddenly broke out. Zhuo Wuyu, who was meditating to heal, suddenly opened his eyes with a look of disbelief and exclaimed, "Impossible!" As soon as the words fell, a tremor shook the ground, as if someone outside was using powerful means to attack the mountain wall where the secret chamber was located. "Big Brother Zhuo!" cried the thin young man, "our location has been exposed, and those guys have come after us." Upon hearing that, Zhuo Wuyu's expression darkened. This secret chamber was one of the spirit religion's footholds outside, and when he returned earlier, he had carefully investigated the surroundings to ensure that he wasn't being followed. So how did the enemy find them? If he hadn't been certain that this foothold was safe enough, he wouldn't have stayed here to heal his injuries. But in fact, the enemy had already found them. "Hurry, activate the array!" Zhuo Wuyu shouted. Another young man immediately took out a control jade, infused it with power, and shielded the hideout. The attacks became more ferocious, and the commotion grew much louder. "Zhuo Wuyu, this king knows you're in there. Hand over your Holy Sun, and this king will spare your life." Zhuo Wuyu paled upon hearing the voice. "Yan Peng. That old dog really came here in person." He, who remained calm when he was being besieged in the jungle previously, panicked now, clearly facing a formidable foe at the moment. It was obvious that this Yan Peng was not someone to be trifled with. After waiting for half a moment without a response, Yan Peng outside coldly snorted, "Since you refuse a toast, you must drink a forfeit. Don't blame this king for being ruthless." As he finished speaking, the violent attacks resumed, causing the entire secret chamber to shake violently. The young man holding the control jade and stimulating the protective array stumbled as well, nervously saying, "Big Brother Zhuo, the array can't hold on for much longer." With that, Zhuo Wuyu immediately stood up and drew his sword before taking a deep breath and declaring, "Zhenghai, Lu Ji, I'll clear a path for you. Bring the holy sun and run." "Big brother Zhuo, we can't escape," said the thin youth, Zhenghai, full of sorrow and indignation. "We should fight together." Zhuo Wuyu's eyes flickered with a hint of sadness. He knew very well that they couldn't escape, but after so many years of persistence, how could he give up now that he had finally seen a glimmer of hope? He gritted his teeth and said, "Listen up, you two. No matter what happens, you must protect the holy sun and bring him back safely. Don't give up until the very end." As rocks crumbled and fell, it was clear that this secret chamber couldn't hold much longer. Zhuo Wuyu held his sword up. His expression was resolute and determined. Lu Ji continued to wield the power of the jade while Zhenghai stood ready with all his strength, preparing to unleash his strongest move. Suddenly, Zhenghai punched Lu Ji in the back and, at the same time, the hidden dagger in his other hand struck at Yang Kai's vital point. "What? What?" Two exclamations sounded almost simultaneously. The situation in the secret chamber became confusing and chaotic. Lu Ji, who was hit by the punch, spat out fresh blood and fell to the side. Zhuo Wuyu couldn't help but turn his head in disbelief. He never expected to have a traitor on his side, especially one who would turn on them at such a critical moment. Finally, he understood why their position had been exposed. The enemy had hidden Zhenghai, a traitor, deep within the spirit religion for years without ever using him. Now that it involved the existence of the Holy Sun, though, it was time to activate this agent. What surprised Zhuo Wuyu even more was what happened when Zhenghai attacked Yang Kai. He timed his attack perfectly, just as the spirit array was about to collapse and when everyone was highly focused due to the tension. Lu Ji was already injured by him, and Yang Kai, standing not far from him without any defenses, should have been directly killed by him. However, when his dagger was about to reach Yang Kai, it was caught between two fingers that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Throughout the entire process, the Holy Sun didn't even turn his head, yet he seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. With no one to maintain the array, it collapsed, and the secret chamber hidden in the mountain was completely exposed. Figures outside could be seen, and one of them, a white-haired old man with a ruddy complexion, stood with his hands behind his back while raising a gust of wind to clear away the dust to make the confusing situation clearer. After scanning the scene, the white-haired old man snorted coldly. Zhuo Wuyu's roar resounded, "Zhenghai!" With a flick of the sword in his hand, he turned and thrust toward Zhenghai, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins and anger and his face twisted in a grimace of disappointment for his former comrade. "Silence!" Yen Peng, the white-haired old man, waved his sleeves and sent Zhuo Wuyu flying through the air, smashing into the ground several paces away. Already heavily injured and weakened, the impact of the throw left him nearly unconscious, with no strength left even to move a finger. Desperately looking towards Yang Kai, he expected to see the Holy Sun's tragic state, but what he saw left him stunned instead. Zhenghai held a dagger close to the Holy Sun's waist, with a posture of attempting a sneak attack, but the Holy Sun quickly countered by catching the dagger with two fingers and holding it in place. Right now, Zhenghai was struggling to pull the dagger out, but those two fingers were as steady as a rock, making his efforts futile. "What is happening?" Zhuo Wuyu couldn't make sense of it. From the looks of it, the Holy Sun seemed to have anticipated this sneak attack. While he was wondering how the Holy Sun could have been prepared for this, the latter spoke up, "There really was an issue with you." Saying so, he turned to look at Zhenghai behind him. Perhaps feeling guilty, or perhaps intimidated by Yang Kai's strength, Zhenghai tried to put on a tough act and asked, "How did you figure it out?" "During our escape, you were clearly leaving some things behind in secret. I thought they were meant to guide Zhuo Wuyu, but then I thought, if Zhuo Wuyu already knew about these places, who else could you be guiding?" The Holy Sun replied, "How is that possible? You noticed what I did on the way here?" Zhenghai couldn't believe it. He had been very careful, and even Lu Ji hadn't noticed anything. Yang Kai chuckled lightly without answering. Instead, he looked down at Zhenghai's hand and said, "You're still a bit weak compared to me." This whole time, Zhenghai had been trying to retrieve his dagger, but he couldn't overpower Holy Sun's grip. Upon hearing this, he immediately released the dagger and stepped back. However, as soon as he regained his footing, his face became filled with horror as the Holy Sun appeared to use some mysterious movement skill, clinging to him like maggots on rotting bones. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, and all his strength rapidly drained from his body. Yang Kai turned his head towards Zhuo Wuyu, who lay helpless on the ground, and asked, "It doesn't matter if we kill this traitor, does it?" Zhuo Wuyu was dumbfounded by the series of events, but upon hearing this, he laughed heartily. "He's just a beast. His death isn't worth pitying." Amidst the hearty laughter, he was suddenly seized with a coughing fit that aggravated his injury. Yang Kai nodded slightly and reached out to lightly tap Zhenghai's forehead, who then stumbled backwards and fell to the ground, gazing down at his chest. A dagger was somehow thrust into his heart, the very same one he had used to ambush the Holy Sun from before. "Impossible!" Zhenghai's pupils contracted as he murmured to himself, "How is that possible that I'm dying here?" His head tilted and he lost his aura. Only then did Yang Kai turn to look at Yen Peng, who was observing him with a scrutinizing gaze, looking somewhat surprised. Yang Kai said, "Old man, aren't you angry?" "Angry about what?" he asked in confusion. "I just killed one of your subordinates." Yang Kai pointed to Zhenghai, who lay dead next to them. Yen Peng burst into laughter. "I have thousands of subordinates. If I were to get mad every time one dies, I'd have died from anger by now." Marshall Peak, Chapter 5932, Missed. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before nodding. "That makes sense." Yen Peng scrutinized Yang Kai and asked, "Are you the legendary Holy Sun?" "I'm not sure," Yang Kai replied as he agilely maneuvered through the rubble, quickly arriving before Zhuo Wuyu and looking down at him. Zhuo Wuyu's lips moved, and he appeared to be mouthing the word, "Run." Flashing a smile, Yang Kai reached out to grab the long sword in his hand. "Let me borrow this." Yen Peng didn't stop him, but curiously asked, "What are you going to do?" Yang Kai paid him no attention as he examined the sword in his hand. On their escape route, Zhenghai mentioned that this sword was a divine weapon bestowed upon the Saintess, but in Yang Kai's eyes, it was an ordinary weapon that didn't even qualify to be called a proper artifact. This wasn't surprising though, as this was a world with a relatively low martial Dao, so there were no truly powerful artifacts. "I just asked what you were doing." Yen Peng was starting to get annoyed by Yang Kai's dismissive attitude. Yang Kai flicked the sword with his finger to hear its clear and melodious cry. Only then did he turn his head to look at Yen Peng and smiled. "I'm getting ready to fight. With so many of you, I obviously need to find a suitable weapon." They were already surrounded by enemies in all directions. It was evident that Yen Peng took this matter seriously since he had brought over 30 people with him. Yen Peng narrowed his eyes. "We don't necessarily have to fight." "Oh." Yang Kai raised his eyebrow. "Are you willing to let us go?" "You can't go, but they can." "Because I'm the Holy Sun?" "Yes." The prophecy of the light spirit religion has been circulating for many years. Everyone thinks it's an unrealistic fantasy. Whether you are the real Holy Sun or not, you still have to come with me. Rest assured, our master may not necessarily take your life. Who knows, you might even benefit from this misfortune. Yang Kai looked at him curiously and asked, "If I'm not mistaken, you should be in the immortal ascension boundary, right? An elite like you actually has a master?" Upon hearing that, Yen Peng's eyes were suddenly filled with fanaticism. "Of course, the divine might of our master is not something that you ordinary mortals can imagine. I am not even 1/10 of his greatness." Watching the fervent expression on Yen Peng's face, Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Yang Kai still wanted to say more, but Yen Peng had already lost his patience. The fanaticism in his eyes subsided, replaced by coldness and cruelty. "Boy, you better come with me obediently to avoid suffering." "That's not going to happen." Yang Kai shook his head like a rattle drum. "I'm curious about that prophecy, so I intend to meet their saintess and ask about it." Yen Peng coldly snorted, "Foolish obstinance." With a wave of his hand, he shouted, "Take him down." Yang Kai lifted the sword up as he muttered, "It's a pity it's not a spear, but oh well, it's all the same." With those words, he flicked his wrist, and blood spurted forth as one of the masters who charged towards him was inexplicably pierced, clutching his throat while he stumbled backwards. Yang Kai thrust his sword again, and another person was killed with one swift blow. Masters came from all directions, but Yang Kai moved like a graceful butterfly amid their dense attacks. Within just a few breaths, the ground was covered with corpses, and more than half of Yen Peng's men were dead. The remaining people were filled with horror and no longer dared to approach. Zhuo Wuyu, who had collapsed on a pile of rubble, stared straight ahead, momentarily forgetting to breathe. On the other side, Lu Ji also widened his eyes and almost thought that he was dreaming. Yen Peng was equally astonished and asked, "What kind of sword secret technique is this?" Under his observation, this holy son of the light spirit religion did not even use any kind of great force. The sword in his hand seemed to have a mind of its own, piercing with precision every time and always hitting its target. After just a dozen or so strikes, half of his men were already dead. However, the sword remained unsullied by blood. Sword secret technique? Yang Kai shook his sword and said, No, this is not a secret technique." "Not a secret technique? Then what is it?" "It's just an application of the sword Tao." Although Yang Kai mainly cultivated the Tao of space, time, and spear, he had delved into the sword Tao before. In his earlier years, when he wasn't powerful enough, he roamed around with only a sword. However, since the war in the Star Boundary, after receiving the Azure Dragon Spear from Ada, he had switched to Spear Tao. Now, with the gains he had obtained from the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon and Infinite River, compared to ordinary masters, Yang Kai was still much stronger, despite his mastery over the sword Tao being lower than the 3 grand Taos he primarily cultivated. In Yang Kai's small universe, many people benefited from his unusual accumulation and embarked on the sword Tao, making it among the most popular grand Taos in the entire void world. Although his power was severely suppressed in this independent world, which made it difficult to use his Tao strengths, his mastery of the sword Tao remained. With just a flick of his wrist, he could perform an extremely exquisite move with any kind of sword. Yen Peng and Zhuo Wuyu found this all hard to comprehend. Now, who wants to die next? Yang Kai looked around at the masters who were now at a loss. No one dared to step forward. A mere true element boundary junior dares to act insolent in front of this old master? Even if your sword's secret techniques are exquisite, you are not my match. Yen Peng bellowed with rage as his divine sense surged, sending his spiritual energy charging towards Yang Kai. Zhuo Wuyu's expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Holy Sun, be careful!" While the Holy Sun's sword's secret techniques were truly transcendent, his cultivation realm was still a fatal weakness. There was an insurmountable gap between the true element boundary and the immortal ascension boundary, one's divine sense and knowledge sea. The latter had given birth to a divine sense and opened their knowledge sea, but the former had not. Therefore, an immortal ascension masters who wanted to make a move against a true element cultivator were basically unstoppable, unless they wore some artifact that protected their soul. After Yen Peng witnessed Yang Kai's skills and realized he could not understand his sword's secret techniques, he understood that if he wanted to take him down, he could only use soul secret techniques. In an instant, Yen Peng's spiritual energy rushed into Yang Kai's knowledge sea and manifested as a soul avatar. He stood proudly above the ocean, his arrogance and disdain quickly turning to shock and doubt. This is a knowledge sea. How could a true element boundary cultivator have a knowledge sea? Moreover, the vast power hidden within this knowledge sea was beyond his ability to comprehend. The soul of the immortal ascension master was like a firefly under the bright moonlight in front of such power. What was going on? The prophecy predicting the Holy Sun's existence did not seem to be unfounded. Putting aside his bizarre sword secret techniques, this vast and boundless knowledge sea was even more astonishing. Yen Peng quickly discovered a 7-color island, which stood out among the vast and misty multicolored lights of the knowledge sea. Yen Peng could feel his soul avatar trembling just from looking at it. He instinctively knew that the 7-colored island was an incredible treasure. Just being bathed by the 7-colored glow gave his soul avatar an extremely pleasant feeling. I must obtain this 7-colored island. With greed in his heart, Yen Peng flew towards the island and landed on it easily as there was no hindrance on the way. In an instant, Yen Peng felt an indescribable surge of power nourishing his soul, giving him a feeling of returning to the womb. He wished he could stay here forever. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "It's been a long time since I've seen someone so weak." Yen Peng was startled. "Someone's here?" He spun around to see a young man standing beside a leopard that had lightning dancing around it. Was it the leopard who spoke earlier? The young man commented, "We all start weak and work our way up through cultivation." The leopard just sneered, "This old man's aptitude is so poor that even if he were placed in the wider world, he would only be able to reach the first order at best." Fair enough. In any case, let's get this over with. What do you think, second brother? Instead of just killing him, we should probably try to gather some more information. Good, then you do it. I'm not good at delicate work, so I'm afraid I might kill him by accident. The young man nodded and turned to Yen Peng, smiling, "Old man, if you don't want to suffer, you'd better tell us everything you know. The heavens reward those who are kind, so I might spare you if you cooperate." Yen Peng's expression turned grave. Meanwhile, amidst the rubble, Zhuo Wuyu yelled out in worry, but in the next instant, the Holy Sun's sword flickered again as he began killing all the enemies who surrounded them. Blood splattered, and screams filled the air. No one expected that after Yen Peng attacked, Yang Kai could still fight. Normally, at this point, Yang Kai's soul should have been crushed by Yen Peng, leaving him either dead or severely limited. But in reality, Yang Kai remained unfazed. A moment of carelessness resulted in even greater casualties. It wasn't until only a few people were left alive that they realized what was happening. "Kill him! Kill him now!" The few people exclaimed in shock as a layer of faint mist suddenly filled their bodies. As the mist spread, their strength noticeably improved. Yang Kai, who was in the midst of wielding his sword and killing, suddenly raised his brow, revealing a look of astonishment. The sword in his hand continued to deliver death, and within moments, only the last master remained gasping for breath while the rest lay dead on the ground. By the time Yang Kai cut the tendons in the last master's shoulders with his sword and captured him with one hand, the several dozen people brought by Yen Peng were already all dead. "Be careful, Holy Sun, don't touch that mist." Zhuo Wuyu's worried voice rang out once again. Yang Kai, however, seemed not to have heard him. He continued to pressure the master he had captured, forcing him to activate the power of the mist. After a while, Yang Kai finally stopped, and the captive master's aura extinguished at the same time. Standing in place, Yang Kai showed a pensive expression. That mist was black ink strength. Though incredibly faint and weak, unlike those outside, it was still undoubtedly black ink strength. Recalling Yen Peng's previously fanatical expression, Yang Kai suddenly realized why it seemed familiar. Do all of these people possess this power? Yang Kai turned to Zhuo Wuyu and asked. Zhuo Wuyu replied, "Those in the black ink cult all possess it. It's called black ink strength." Yang Kai nodded, finally obtaining a few answers after experiencing this series of inexplicable events. Martial Peak, Chapter 5933, Information. In this world, black ink strength existed, as did the black ink cult, an opposing force to the light spirit religion. Holy Sun, black ink strength is highly corruptive and can warp a human's nature. Please check whether you have been affected. Zhuo Wuyu anxiously warned. Yang Kai merely shrugged. Even black ink strength wielded by a royal lord couldn't harm him, let alone the extremely diluted power possessed by someone from the black ink cult. Although his small universe was currently suppressed and sealed, making it impossible for him to use his world force, the World Tree clone was still there. Moreover, with the protection of the soul-warming lotus, he was essentially immune to the effects of black ink strength. Still, it was a thoughtful warning, so Yang Kai went through the motions of checking himself before saying, "It's fine. This black ink strength seems to have no effect on me." Upon hearing that, Zhuo Wuyu and Lu Ji breathed a sigh of relief. Their attention then turned to Yen Peng, who stood motionless to the side. Ever since this immortal Ascension Boundary Master had used his soul avatar earlier, He became frozen in place, and even the death of a large number of his subordinates aroused no reaction from him, as if he had lost his soul. It made Zhuo Wuyu and Lu Ji puzzled. Holy Sun, what's happening to Yan Peng? Zhuo Wuyu asked, uncertain but with a suspicion forming in his mind. His soul has been shattered. He's basically a living corpse now, Yang Kai explained. Zhuo Wuyu was shocked. Holy Sun, do you possess one of those special constitutions that are immune to all evil? The fact that Yan Peng's soul shattered as a result of his using his soul avatar against Yang Kai, coupled with his resistance to black ink strength, left Zhuo Wuyu at a loss for words with no explanation of what just happened. Something like that, as Yang Kai was thinking about how to explain it, Zhuo Wuyu was thoughtful enough to come up with an explanation for him. Seeing him admit to it, Zhuo Wuyu and Lu Ji exchanged a glance, both thrilled beyond measure. The Holy Sun was impervious to all evil, born to counteract the means of the black ink cult. He was truly the future hope of the spirit religion. The saintess prophecy was right on the mark. Furthermore, his strength was unfathomable. He didn't even need to use much power in his previous killing spree, only employing the most basic sword secret techniques. Yet, the black ink cult masters were unable to block even a single strike. At this moment, the gloom in their hearts was illuminated by the dawn's light. We shouldn't stay here for long, Zhuo Wuyu said, struggling to stand up before falling back down. His injuries were still severe. It was the same for Lu Ji. He was caught off guard by Zheng Hai and took a direct punch to the back. If Zheng Hai hadn't reserved some strength to attack Yang Kai, that punch would have ended Lu Ji's life. You should both rest and recover for a while, said Yang Kai. Zhuo Wuyu looked bitter. Although he wanted to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible, he was strong in will but weak in strength. After exchanging a glance with Lu Ji, he decided to heal his injuries on the spot and try to restore some strength for now. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, on the seven-colored island, Yan Peng's soul avatar became respectful and forthcoming before the young man and the thunder leopard. He would answer any questions they had without holding anything back. This couldn't be helped. Yan Peng initially thought this seven-colored island was his great opportunity, never expecting to find two masters here whose strengths were both beyond his imagination. Yan Peng did not doubt that either of these two could extinguish his soul with a single thought. How could people under the eaves not lower their heads? Fortunately, the young man was kind enough not to harm him, only asking for some basic information. So, Yan Peng cooperated obediently. After a brief exchange, Feng Tianci uncovered some secrets of this world, which he naturally shared with the others. In the primordial world, two great forces, the light spirit religion and the black ink cult, had vied for dominance since ancient times, each claiming half of this independent world. Even after years of unending conflict, neither side could gain the upper hand. Within the black ink cult, there was a black ink master who could bestow black ink strength upon all living beings, corrupting their hearts and minds, making them obedient servants of the cult. Meanwhile, the light spirit religion was the only force that could stand against the black ink cult. They had been battling them for countless years. Without them, the entire world would have fallen into the hands of the cult long ago. The first-generation saintess of the light spirit religion left behind a prophecy, which was the same one that Yang Kai heard from Lu Ji. Over the years, the followers of the light spirit religion had been searching for the whereabouts of the Holy Sun while fighting against the black ink cult, because according to the guidance of the first-generation saintess, the only way to completely defeat the black ink cult was for the Holy Sun to appear. Likewise, the black ink cult was also searching for the whereabouts of the Holy Sun of the light spirit religion. Unfortunately, neither side had made any progress. Until today, during the black ink cult's hunt for Zhuo Wuyu, Yang Kai suddenly descended from the sky. When the news reached Yan Peng, he personally led his men to capture Yang Kai, but things took an unexpected turn as they were all slaughtered and Yan Peng found himself trapped. On the small island, Feng Tianci continued to question Yan Peng for more information. Meanwhile, in front of the ruins, Yang Kai fell into deep thought. The information he had was not extensive, but he now had a general understanding of the situation. However, there were two things that were different from what he had initially thought. The first was the impact of black ink strength on living creatures. In the outside world, Black ink strength was extremely potent. Any master who was contaminated by it and failed to deal with it in time would inevitably become a black ink disciple. These beings had long since abandoned their humanity and identities and became loyal only to Mo. It could be said that any black ink disciple would willingly sacrifice everything they had for Mo. However, Yen Peng was different. Though his soul avatar was trapped on the Seven-Color Island, he had a strong will to survive, otherwise, he wouldn't have cooperated with Fong Tian Ci and provided so much information about the black ink cult. In other words, he wasn't a true black ink disciple. Is it because of how weak the black ink strength is here? When Yang Kai killed those black ink cult members before, the last few activated their black ink strength to enhance their abilities. However, their black ink strength was extremely thin and clearly abnormal. It seemed that black ink strength in the primordial world could distort someone's nature to a certain extent, but it wasn't potent enough to transform them into true black ink disciples. The second point of curiosity was the saintess of the light spirit religion. Yang Kai had a suspicion about the saintess before, but after learning some information about her from Yen Peng, he began thinking he might have been wrong. The prophecy was left behind by the first-generation saintess of the light spirit religion. Since then, the light spirit religion had gone through many generations of saintesses. Among the past saintesses, some were assassinated by the black ink cult, some experienced cultivation dissonance, and some naturally died when their predestined time arrived. If that was the case, then this light spirit religion's current saintess was not the person he wanted to meet. Another thing that caught Yang Kai's attention was the name of this world, Primordial World. The name of this world seemed to imply something. Yang Kai felt helpless. Although Mu had left a hidden hand in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, it was still elusive. He had to clear the fog in front of him before he could glimpse the truth. "It's time to go," he said after half a day. Since Yen Peng personally took action, the black ink cult would certainly send more masters to investigate the situation once there was no news from him for long enough. In fact, according to the information revealed by Yen Peng, he was able to arrive so quickly only because he happened to be nearby. The other black ink cult masters should also have set out and were on their way. The appearance of the Holy Son of the Light Spirit religion, even if it was only a possibility, was a matter that the black ink cult would not take lightly. Together, Zhuo Wuyu and Lu Ji opened their eyes. Half a day of rest was not enough to completely heal, but they had gained enough strength to move at the very least. Yang Kai raised his hand and threw the long sword back to Zhuo Wuyu. Zhuo Wuyu caught the sword and spoke, "Only in the hands of the Holy Sun can this sword unleash its true power." Yang Kai's swift and efficient movements were all observed by him, which left him in awe and realized that if he could enter retreat and comprehend these secret techniques, he would surely bring his sword techniques to the next level. Yang Kai shook his head casually, "No need, I'll use this." With a flick of his foot, a long spear lying on the ground flew into his hand. He wasn't sure which dead black ink cultist it belonged to, but after giving it a quick shake, he was satisfied with how it felt in his hand, despite it being not the best of quality. Without saying anything more, Zhuo Wuyu approached Yen Peng and swiftly beheaded him with his sword. Then, the three of them set off in a certain direction under Zhuo Wuyu's guidance. When they left, all that remained were dead bodies and destruction. An hour later, a group of beasts attracted by the scent of blood arrived, but soon became alert and fled after a brief hesitation. Suddenly, a blood-red line shot through the air and pierced one of the beasts, causing it to cry out in agony and turn into a lifeless husk. The blood-red line transformed into a blood-red light, from which a figure strolled out. The figure was a woman in tight red robes, her stunning physique accentuated by the vivid color of her clothes. Her nails were long and sharp as blades, and she licked her lips with satisfaction after the recent kill, her eyes curved with pleasure. Dozens of people had already gathered around, examining the remnants of the battle. After a while, the woman spoke up casually, still filing her nails as if sharpening a blade for herself. "Anything noteworthy?" Someone quickly knelt down and respectfully replied, "Chapter Master, all of them died from sword injuries, killed by a single strike. Even Yen Peng seemed to have put up no resistance before he died." "Oh." The woman showed a hint of surprise. "So Yen Peng didn't even try to fight back?" Looks like there were some extremely powerful swordsmen among them. Was it Zhuo Wuyu? It couldn't have been Zhuo Wuyu. He's only in the true element boundary, while Yen Peng is in the immortal ascension boundary. With a difference of a major realm, Zhuo Wuyu couldn't have been responsible, the Black Ink cult disciple explained. So it must have been their newfound holy son, the woman raised an eyebrow. I don't know, chapter master. Which way did they go? It should be that way, the man pointed in a direction. Immediately, the woman's body flickered, turning into a blood beam, which shot towards that direction. Her voice echoed in the distance, I'll go on ahead. You guys catch up as soon as possible. Marshall Peak, chapter 5934, Why did you try to kill me? As the three of them passed through a small town, Zhuo Wuyu and Yang Kai waited outside in concealment while Lu Ji entered and drove out in a carriage moments later. All three of them were in the true element boundary and were technically capable of flying. However, doing so would consume too much energy and be unsustainable for long periods. Besides, with Zhuo Wuyu and Lu Ji still recovering from their injuries, the natural choice was to use a carriage as transportation. Once they regrouped, Lu Ji nodded lightly to Zhuo Wuyu. It's arranged, big brother Zhuo. Zhuo Wuyu nodded in response before turning to Yang Kai. Please get on, holy son. Yang Kai went along with them and got on the carriage with Zhuo Wuyu while Lu Ji continued to drive, the carriage rattling away from the small town. Inside the carriage, Yang Kai asked, Where are we going now? Dawn City. Zhuo Wuyu replied. Yang Kai understood why they were going there. According to Yen Peng's information, Dawn City was the foundation of the Light Spirit religion, with countless masters and high-ranking officials of the Light Spirit religion gathered there. Now that the Holy Sun had appeared, it was imperative to send him to Dawn City as soon as possible. However, the name of the city brought a sense of familiarity to Yang Kai, reminding him of the days when he fought side by side with his squad members on the Black Ink battlefield. Today, many of those familiar names and figures had vanished into the river of history. They were still quite far away from Dawn City, and judging by their current pace, it would take them 5 or 6 days to arrive even if they traveled day and night without rest. What's more, this long journey was highly unlikely to be peaceful. Zhuo Wuyu clearly knew this, so he quickly focused on healing his injuries. Shortly after the three of them left the small town, a blood light arrived. Moments later, the blood light rushed out and turned into the figure of the red-robed woman. She stood in the void, gazing in the direction of the departing carriage as she coldly snorted, I wonder what the legendary Holy Sun tastes like? With those murmured words, she turned into a bloody beam of light again and chased after Yang Kai and the others. Behind them, the small town lay eerily silent. Half a day later, Yang Kai in the carriage suddenly heard a commotion. Zhuo Wuyu, who was meditating, was also alarmed and quickly opened his eyes, lifting the carriage curtain to ask, What's going on? When he looked out, he clearly saw that someone was being assaulted by a strong man on the side of the road ahead. A burly man was pressing a woman underneath him, emitting a lewd laugh as he tore the woman's clothes. A large expanse of snow-white skin was exposed, causing the woman to scream and shout in distress, which only further fueled the man's savagery. Big brother Zhuo, Lu Ji, who was driving the carriage, couldn't bear to watch. Due to his naturally kind personality, coupled with the Light Spirit religion's teachings to help the weak, he couldn't just ignore such a wicked act. However, Zhuo Wuyu's face flashed a look of vigilance as he said in a low tone, Carry on. Upon hearing the command, Lu Ji gritted his teeth and quickly drove the carriage past them. Under normal circumstances, the two of them would not sit idly by in the face of such an incident, but now there was only one priority, which was to escort the Holy Sun to Dawn City. Everything else was unimportant. When the carriage approached, the burly man had already stopped his actions and looked warily at Lu Ji. It was only after the carriage passed that he breathed a sigh of relief. The woman who was pinned down by him screamed, Help! Help me! Aggravated, the burly man slapped her and sneered, No one will come to save you. Give up. But just as he finished speaking, his body suddenly shook, and he looked down to see a spear piercing through his chest. The burly man's eyes widened as his strength quickly ebbed away. Yang Kai flicked his spear and tossed the burly man to the side. He then smiled and reached out to the beautiful but pale-faced woman. "Miss, you're safe now." The woman clearly hadn't fully realized what had happened until she saw the corpse of the burly man next to her, which caused her to completely break down and throw herself into Yang Kai's arms, crying bitterly. A little while later, Yang Kai sat in the carriage, holding a warm and soft woman in his arms. She seemed to be so frightened that she held onto his neck with all her might, like an octopus clinging to him. On the other hand, Zhuo Wuyu didn't know where to look, mainly because the woman's clothes were torn and her snow-white skin was a little too dazzling. "Sir, Zhuo Wuyu didn't know what to say. He never expected that the Holy Sun would suddenly jump off the carriage and play the hero to save the damsel in distress. But he had to admit that the woman was quite attractive. Even with her hair disheveled and her face covered in dirt, it couldn't conceal her charm. On the contrary, it accentuated her pitiful appearance, causing people to sympathize with her at a glance. Such looks easily attracted unwanted attention in these troubled times. With outsiders present, Zhuo Wuyu couldn't address Yang Kai as Holy Sun, so he simply referred to him as Sir. Yang Kai chuckled. "It's our duty to lend a helping hand when we see injustice. If we ignore something that we can easily help with just because it is inconvenient, then why bother cultivating at all? Besides, this carriage has plenty of space. Having one more person won't make a difference." Zhuo Wuyu could only nod and say, "As Sir says." Yang Kai ignored Zhuo Wuyu and instead lowered his head to look at the woman in his arms, speaking in a gentle and soothing voice. "Little beauty, what's your name? Where are you from? Are you married?" Zhuo Wuyu couldn't help but feel speechless at what he was witnessing. He never imagined that the Holy Sun had such an interest in beauties. Of course, it was natural for men to appreciate beautiful women, but there was a time and place for everything. Originally, Zhuo Wuyu admired the Holy Sun's ability to dispatch Yan Peng and his dozens of followers with a single sword, and he believed that the spirit religion had a bright future. But now, those expectations had taken a hit. Could such a Holy Sun really achieve great things? Zhuo Wuyu couldn't help but worry about the future of the spirit religion. As the woman in Yang Kai's arms slowly calmed down and seemed to realize that their position was not appropriate, she blushed, burying her head in Yang Kai's chest instead of answering his questions. Yang Kai laughed heartily at her response, feeling quite pleased with himself. However, the woman suddenly raised her head and looked at him with a bewildered expression. Yang Kai hugged her tightly and looked down at her. "What's wrong? Why did you try and kill me?" The woman's coquettishness and shyness disappeared out of nowhere, replaced by an expression of disbelief. You're not dead?" The woman cursed loudly. "Are you even human?" Their conversation made no sense, leaving not only the driver Lu Ji puzzled but also Zhuo Wuyu, who was in the same carriage. However, the odd atmosphere made him feel a great sense of danger, and he quickly tightened his grip on his long sword, only to find that it was gone. Zhuo Wuyu was shocked. He didn't even know when he had lost his sword. Next, the carriage became filled with a strong, metallic smell. The woman in Yang Kai's arms started bleeding fresh blood, whereas Zhuo Wuyu's lost sword was pierced through her, the hilt gripped in Yang Kai's hand. With a loud bang, violent waves of energy swept through the carriage, lifting the roof off. The woman, who had been in Yang Kai's embrace, suddenly turned into a blood mist, breaking free from his grasp. The sudden turn of events frightened the horses pulling the carriage, resulting in them neighing in panic. Lu Ji had to quickly calm them down, or they would have bolted. Zhuo Wuyu was also thrown off balance by the shockwave, almost being blown away, but luckily was grabbed by Yang Kai just in time. The carriage continued forward, and in the shabby compartment, Yang Kai and Zhuo Wuyu looked behind together. In the half-empty air, a twisting, writhing mass of blood gradually transformed into the alluring figure of a red-robed woman. She clutched her chest, her face twisted with hatred and resentment, her beautiful eyes fixated on Yang Kai, overflowing with intense malice, as if she wished to devour his flesh and drink his blood right then. Night Chapter Master, Shueji. Zhuo Wuyu was shocked and terrified. Though they knew that the Black Ink cult would soon have pursuers on their heels, he never expected it to be her. They were in trouble now. Yang Kai's brow raised slightly as he thought to himself, "As I suspected." Thanks to the information he had gleaned from Yen Peng, Yang Kai was no longer completely ignorant about the primordial world. The Black Ink cult, under the command of Emo, was divided into the 8 chapters, each with their own structure and hierarchy. The Night chapter, though the smallest in number, was made up entirely of elite assassins. Everyone in the Night chapter of the Black Ink cult was a master of their craft, especially Night chapter master, Xueji, who was said to possess the ability to transform into thousands of different forms, making her an almost invincible opponent. Throughout the history of the Light Spirit religion, countless high-ranking members had died under the Night chapter's assassinations, including several saintesses. Among the Black Ink cult's 8 chapters, the Light Spirit religion was most wary of the Night chapter, as nobody knew where they hid or when they would strike a deadly blow. Zhuo Wu Yu shivered at the thought of facing the Night chapter master himself, realizing that he and his companions were in grave danger. But this only made him admire the Holy Sun even more. Though he had been cautious before, Zhuo Wu Yu had failed to notice any flaws. Little did he know, the seemingly lustful and carefree Holy Sun was already aware and prepared to strike, displaying a level of cunning and decisiveness that left others in awe. "You shouldn't be alive." Yang Kai looked at Xueji in confusion. He could sense that Xueji was an immortal ascension boundary master, but even so, there was no way she should have survived being stabbed through the heart with his sword. However, she only seemed to have suffered some damage to her foundation, with no threat to her life. All his actions really accomplished was making her angry. Her mastery over blood was unlike any he had seen before. "How dare you wound me? I'll devour." Xueji's face twisted with rage, but before she could finish her sentence, another figure appeared before her. It was none other than Yang Kai, who should have been standing in the carriage. He wielded a long spear without hesitation and used his formidable supreme limitless secret art on Xueji. His spear strikes rained down on her without mercy, creating countless holes in her body. Zhuo Wu Yu wasted no time too and joined the attack, brandishing his sword with skill and unleashing a flurry of strikes upon Xueji. With their combined efforts, Xueji was quickly reduced to a mist of blood, vanishing from sight in an instant. Martial Peak, Chapter 5935, the Earth chapter appears. As the bloody mist condensed and converged, it surged towards the two of them. Yang Kai's face changed slightly as he grabbed Zhuo Wu Yu and jumped back onto the carriage. In the sky, the blood mist seemed to possess a sense of spirituality, quickly fleeing into the distance as Xueji's voice echoed, "I will rip your corpse into 10,000 sooner or later." The infamous Night Chapter Master escaped in such a pathetic state just like that. Watching her depart, Yang Kai wore a troubled expression as he muttered, "So difficult to deal with." Ordinary people would have died from such a surprise attack, or from the follow-up assault, but Xueji was able to keep her life intact. Her skills were truly remarkable, making Yang Kai feel a sense of admiration for her talent. Through their brief exchange just now, Yang Kai noticed something. Xueji's mastery over the blood Dao was indeed extremely high, leaving her with no fatal weakness. Even if her heart was pierced through, she would still be alive, only suffering some damage to her foundation. But since she was severely injured just now, it would surely cause serious damage to her foundation and she probably would not dare to come again in a short time. No wonder so many experts from the spirit religion can't deal with her. It turns out that her methods are so insidious. Zhuo Wu Yu's face was filled with fear as he recalled what happened earlier. If the Holy Sun hadn't noticed anything, they might have already died without even realizing how. Turning to look at Yang Kai, Zhuo Wu Yu became even more respectful of this Holy Sun. On the other hand, Lu Ji was still driving the carriage without its roof while desperately fleeing forward, leaving a trail of dust in their wake. "I'm afraid this journey won't be peaceful," Yang Kai muttered casually. Zhuo Wu Yu replied, "Rest assured, Holy Sun, I have already sent out a coded message. The spirit religion will soon send experts to assist us." "That's good," Yang Kai nodded. Zhuo Wu Yu was also a thorough person, and it seemed that he had made arrangements when they picked up the carriage at that small town earlier. Suddenly, a piercing scream sounded, and the horses pulling the carriage fell down. The carriage, hurtling forward at full speed, crashed into the horses and flew into the air. As soon as they sensed that something was wrong, Yang Kai, Zhuo Wuyu, and Lu Ji jumped off the carriage. The three of them stood in midair and looked closely. The horses were surrounded by a red light, and in a mournful fit, they turned into a pool of blood, leaving only white skeletons behind. Zhuo Wuyu paled slightly as he had no idea at all when Xueji attacked the horse. Even Yang Kai had not noticed it this time. Looking back now, it was likely that it happened when Xueji was stabbed by himself and turned into a blood mist while breaking free from him. Big brother Zhua. Lu Ji suddenly panicked. Yang Kai and Zhuo Wuyu turned their heads to look, and the both of them paled in shock upon the sight. Lu Ji was now emitting a bloody red light, and within that light, his power became chaotic to the extreme, his physique melting away like a candle in high heat. Lu Ji! Zhuo Wuyu cried out. Lu Ji clearly knew what was about to happen too, so after a brief moment of panic, his expression suddenly became resolute as he shouted, "Brother Zhuo, you must send Holy Sun back." As soon as he finished the sentence, he flew away, with pieces of his body dissolving into blood, leaving behind only scattered bones that fell from the sky in a matter of moments. Staring blankly at the scene, Zhuo Wuyu went silent for a long time, his anger and grief beyond words. Yang Kai's expression turned grave too. Xueji's methods were truly insidious and unpredictable. When he noticed something wrong with Lu Ji earlier, he had wanted to help, but it was already too late. In just a few breaths, Lu Ji had been killed. He turned his head to look at Zhuo Wuyu, confirming that he was unharmed and that he himself had not fallen prey to Xueji's attack without him realizing. If he had, it would have been impossible to remain oblivious. It seemed that Xueji did not intend to kill him, otherwise, she would have used such means from the start. Finally, Zhuo Wuyu regained his composure, despite his red eyes and throbbing veins on his forehead. He longed to fight Xueji, but his priority was to escort the Holy Sun back to Dawn City. "Holy Sun, let's go," Zhuo Wuyu called out, leading the way. Since the carriage was gone, the two of them could only fly. However, not having a means of transportation was inconvenient, especially since Zhuo Wuyu was still injured and had to push himself to keep going. When night fell, they found a place to rest in the wilderness. Zhuo Wuyu meditated and adjusted his breathing while Yang Kai stood guard beside him. The cold moonlight poured down, and Yang Kai looked up at the full moon with many thoughts flooding his mind. From the information he had gathered, he determined that the primitive world was a real world, where all living beings, including the three members of the Light Spirit religion and the Black Ink cult members they encountered, were truly alive. This was quite different from what Yang Kai had originally thought. He initially believed that everything here was an illusion in Mu's space-time river, but it seemed that he had greatly underestimated her. The Black Ink cult and Light Spirit religion were opposed to each other. The Black Ink cult members could use Black Ink strength, while the first saintess of Light Spirit religion left a prophecy. Everything was still vague and unclear, so Yang Kai could not fathom what the hidden hand Mu left in this world was. It would only be after he greeted the saintess that he would be able to know everything. The journey ahead was slow, difficult, and obstructed. Under the moonlight, Yang Kai saw a shadow twist and writhe slightly. Flicking his wrist, Yang Kai sent out a crescent-shaped black strike, hitting the shadow. Then, blood started flowing from the shadow, filling the air with a metallic tinge. Despite being suppressed by this independent world, his foundation was still intact, and he could still invoke some of his space secret techniques. Moreover, Yang Kai could sense that the suppression of his strength in this world was not absolute. His strength could still be improved, and given time, he could at least restore his cultivation to the immortal ascension boundary. However, this was probably the limit that this world could accommodate. Although Yang Kai could only increase his cultivation by a major realm, the power he could exert by then would increase by a lot. As dawn broke over the horizon, Zhuo Wuyu finally awoke from his meditative state, having spent the night adjusting his breathing and restoring his energy. But what he saw upon opening his eyes left him startled. A field of corpses strewn haphazardly across the ground, their blood painting the earth a deep shade of red. These bodies showed no signs of resistance, having been cleanly sliced in two by some incredibly sharp weapon. Zhuo Wuyu couldn't even begin to guess when these people had come or how they died, but one thing was clear: They were all assassins from the Black Ink Cult's night chapter. Feeling ashamed, he rose to his feet and addressed his companion, Holy Sun. Yang Kai merely glanced at him and nodded in response. Prepare for a breakout. Oh. Zhuo Wuyu was taken aback by this sudden directive, but he soon understood what Yang Kai meant. Though he was only in the true element boundary and lacked a divine sense, his regular senses were sharp enough to detect the danger around them. This realization left him pale, but Yang Kai remained unperturbed, dusting himself off and pointing in the direction they had been traveling. Yesterday, we were heading towards Dawn City in that direction, right? Yes. Zhuo Wuyu nodded. Then let's go, Yang Kai declared, lifting his long spear. We're just going off like this? Zhuo Wuyu was taken aback once again. The Black Ink Cult surely knew that they were heading towards Dawn City, and the interception in this direction would definitely be the strongest. The safest course of action would be to test the enemy's strength and choose a weaker defensive position to break through. But, Yang Kai replied confidently, we're going to Dawn City, and it's closest in this direction. We'll go this way. Saying so, he strode forward. Zhuo Wuyu had no choice but to follow. Suddenly, a loud clanging sound echoed in all directions as a barrage of arrows flew towards them. Zhuo Wuyu quickly raised his sword to deflect them, all the while shouting a warning to Yang Kai. Holy Sun, be careful. But when he turned his head, he only saw Yang Kai strolling leisurely through the rain of arrows, with no effort to dodge or resist them, yet the dense barrage of arrows couldn't even touch his clothes. How is that possible? Zhuo Wuyu couldn't wrap his head around it. Before he could fully comprehend what was happening, he witnessed Yang Kai flicking his fingers and launching a barrage of black moon blades in all directions. These blades seemed to cut through space itself, effortlessly breaking through the blockade. In the next instant, screams echoed throughout the area. Zhuo Wuyu couldn't help but remember the gruesome scene of the corpses from before, realizing how Yang Kai had managed to defeat the enemies last night. The two figures continued to fly forward, killing their opponents without mercy. It was only a moment later when the rain of arrows from the shadows became sparse, eventually stopping completely. Perhaps the enemy had realized that this tactic was futile against Yang Kai, though the temporary pause didn't mean they had given up their siege, but rather prepared for an even stronger attack. After flying forward for a while longer, several figures suddenly flew towards them from the front. Each of these people was a peak true element boundary master, radiating a strong aura. They also seemed to maintain a unique battle formation as they moved forward. They all carried long swords, exuding a chilling sword intent. Zhuo Wuyu's expression turned grave. They're from the Earth chapter of the Black Ink Cult. They usually handle small-scale battles. I didn't expect them to show up this time. What worried Zhuo Wuyu more was the possibility that the Earth chapter master might also be among them. If that were the case, it would be a bigger problem. That person wasn't as sneaky as Xueji, and although he had an impulsive character, his strength was second to none among the 8 chapter masters of the Black Ink Cult. Be careful, Holy Sun. They have the North Star Sword formation, which can combine the strength of 7 people to unleash a power far beyond their individual cultivation realm, Zhuo Wuyu warned. As soon as he finished speaking, the enemy had already made their move. Their battle formation was impressive, converging the strength of 7 people into one. The leader of the group waved their longsword and a massive sword wave came crashing down on Yang Kai, instantly splitting him in half. Zhuo Wuyu's previous boiling blood ran cold all of a sudden. Martial Peak, Chapter 5936, What kind of monster are you? The 7 swordsmen in the formation had no idea their target would be so weak, easily slain with just one sword strike. However, the severed body that lay before them didn't spill fresh blood and instead quickly faded into nothingness. It was merely an afterimage. The 7 of them were shocked and were about to launch another sword attack when they heard a voice in their ears. A good sword, but it still lacks a certain substance. In the next instant, a single spear shadow filled their vision before blood burst forth. The sword formation was instantly broken, and the 7 swordsmen who comprised it either died or became seriously wounded. Zhuo Wuyu flew over, using his secret techniques to kill any survivors. He then turned to Yang Kai. Holy Sun! He was filled with disbelief. For a moment, He thought the Holy Sun had been killed, but it turned out to be just an afterimage. He hadn't even seen how the Holy Sun moved, which meant his movement skill was beyond his comprehension. "Quick, let's go," Zhuo Wuyu said in a low voice. He had a sense of unease in his heart as if a great danger was approaching. Before he could do anything though, a strange voice sounded, "Do you think you can kill so many of us and just walk away?" "He's here." Zhuo Wuyu's face changed drastically, apparently realizing what was happening. Yang Kai's expression also became serious as he sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching them. He looked in that direction and saw a figure quickly running towards them like lightning. He immediately pushed Zhuo Wuyu aside and lifted his spear and thrust it out. The figure quickly approached, revealing a towering man with a fierce and evil expression, giving off a genuine immortal ascension boundary aura. Not only was this man a master from the Black Ink cult's Earth chapter, but he was also one of the strongest among the 8 chapter masters. Facing Yang Kai's spear strike, he didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he smirked and met the strike with a punch. The long spear shattered as the punch's force swept forward, causing Yang Kai to grunt and retreat a dozen steps before stabilizing his footing. Suddenly, his clothes burst apart at the back, pierced by the force of the punch. The long spear was now turned to dust because it was only a common item that couldn't withstand a full-force attack from an immortal Ascension Realm Master. "Oh!" The Earth Chapter Master threw only one punch and didn't pursue further, looking surprised when he saw Yang Kai's state. "You're not dead yet?" He could sense that the young man before him was only in the true element boundary, yet he could withstand his punch without dying, which was quite strange. "Forget it. It's your misfortune that I didn't kill you with one punch. The next one will do the job." Saying so, the Earth Chapter Master strode towards Yang Kai till he was close enough, and then he struck again. With a loud boom, a violent shockwave swept out as the ground cracked open. The Earth Chapter Master's eyes narrowed with amazement, for his surefire punch had been blocked by the other party's fist. To the side, Zhuo Wuyu had just regained his footing and witnessed a scene he would never forget. He saw the Holy Sun slightly hunched over, raising his fist to meet the Earth Chapter Master's punch. Under the intense collision, the scene froze. Looking up at the Earth Chapter Master, Yang Kai snickered, "With such a soft punch, who are you trying to kill?" Both Zhuo Wuyu and Earth Chapter Master were taken aback. Of the 8 chapter masters of the Black Ink cult, each of them had their own unique skills, except for the Earth Chapter Master who wasn't specialized in secret techniques or used any kind of weapon. Despite having no defining trait, the Earth Chapter Master was still ranked among the top 3 strongest chapter masters for his physical strength alone, having refined his body to the point of being as strong as an artifact, with fists that could destroy anything in the world. In terms of physical strength and power alone, the Earth Chapter Master was undoubtedly the best in the entire primordial world. Even masters in the same realm as him couldn't withstand his punches. Once, a master of the spirit religion who was also in the immortal ascension boundary fought him in close combat relying on a protective artifact, but he was killed with a single punch, and even the protective artifact was shattered by that punch. Zhuo Wuyu could not conceive of anyone who could directly withstand such a terrifying master and his fists alone, not until he witnessed this scene with his own eyes. Despite the Holy Sun's physique not being as robust as the Earth Chapter Masters, with his build being at best half as bulky, the difference between them only highlighted the incredible nature of this frozen moment. The Earth Chapter Master was clearly angered by Yang Kai's words and let out a low growl. "I haven't seen such a bold person in a long time. I hope your fists will be as strong as your mouth." He swung his fist and attacked again. Yang Kai faced the incoming fist with casual indifference and replied, "I was just about to say the same thing." The violent impact of their fists created deafening noise, and the visible shockwaves rippled outwards from where their fists met. The disdain on Earth Chapter Master's face gradually dissipated, replaced by a look of seriousness and confusion. He couldn't fathom how such a frail body could contain such immense power. He even had a vague suspicion that Yang Kai wasn't even using his full strength yet. This thought frightened him, which he dared not dwell on any further. As for Yang Kai, he was also equally frustrated. The suppression from this independent world was too great, Not only had his strength fallen from the ninth order open heaven realm to the true element boundary, but even his dragon vein couldn't be fully accessed. To paint a clearer picture, if the power from his dragon vein were to be described as a lake, the amount of power he could currently access would only be equivalent to a mere drop of water. If not for this, he could easily crush an immortal Ascension Master with just one finger. At present, his strength was slightly greater than Earth Chapter Masters, but not by much. Their fists collided again and again, gradually covering them in bloody wounds with fresh blood splattering every time they clashed. Suddenly, Yang Kai taunted the Earth Chapter Master by tilting his chin up. "You and your black ink cult's endless pursuit. I wonder, if I kill you, will the rest of our path become peaceful?" The Earth Chapter Master felt insulted and roared, "If you can kill me, then you'll get what you want." His expression then turned ferocious. "But are you capable?" As he spoke, a pitch-black mist enveloped him, and his body swelled up, his muscles bulging as an even greater power erupted from within. Following this, he unleashed a punch that was far more powerful than his previous ones. This punch was almost equal to Yang Kai's current limit. However, facing this attack, Yang Kai remained calm as he used his fist to meet the punch head-on. A loud explosion resounded. Yang Kai's body shook slightly while the Earth Chapter Master stumbled. His previously determined expression became uncertain. Without giving him a chance to catch his breath, Yang Kai's attacks suddenly became even more intense. The Earth Chapter Master also roared continuously, shifting from offense to defense as he tried to fend off Yang Kai's relentless assault. After a moment, his eyes trembled violently as he shouted, "What kind of monster are you?" He had always been the one to overwhelm others with his physique and strength, dominating the entire primordial world without anyone in this domain surpassing him. Yet today, even with the help of his black ink strength, he found himself falling behind. It was simply unbearable. What made it worse was the strange power of his opponent's punches, each strike penetrating through his physical defense and hammering his body from the inside out, causing damage to his 5 viscera and 6 organs. Amidst his roar of anger, a sharp divine sense suddenly erupted towards Yang Kai's mind, followed by the voice of a woman saying, "I told you this guy was not easy to deal with, but you had to be careless. Now you're in trouble." Xueji. She had also arrived, and she had been concealing herself nearby. A crimson blood mist suddenly manifested and rushed straight at Yang Kai, wrapping him up completely. Xueji's insidious voice rang out from within the blood mist, "Bastard, it's your honor to die under the combined efforts of us 2 mighty chapter masters. Now offer up your physical essence. With a vigorous man like you, the taste would certainly be heavenly." As she spoke, fresh blood gushed out of the wounds on Yang Kai's fists, seemingly drawn out by some unknown force, and merged into the blood mist. When Yang Kai saw this, he just smirked mockingly and said, "You want to eat me? Be careful not to burst your stomach." A faint dragon roar was then heard. The blood mist surrounding Yang Kai writhed and twisted as if struck by lightning. "What is this?" Xueji's voice became frantic as she seemed to encounter something she couldn't understand. During her speech, Xueji screamed again and hurriedly withdrew from Yang Kai's body, transforming back into her own body in midair. However, it was difficult for her to maintain her body's stability, like a storm was rampaging inside her, causing her flesh to suddenly expand like a ball and then twist like a rope. Xueji let out a mournful cry, her entire body bursting into a ball of blood mist. Even though Yang Kai's dragon vein had been suppressed, it was still fundamentally powered by a divine dragon. Xueji, unaware of the truth, had swallowed and tried to refine the blood of the divine dragon. Even if it was just a tiny drop, it was not something that a cultivator of her caliber could endure. The burst blood mist once again gathered into Xueji's figure, only to burst again in her agonizing screams. This endless cycle of torment seemed as if it would carry on forever. On the other hand, the Earth Chapter Master, who was fighting Yang Kai, couldn't help but shudder with fear. Yang Kai was already beyond him in terms of physicality and strength, a fact that he struggled to accept. But now, Xueji's mere act of devouring a bit of his blood had left her in such agony that he couldn't fathom what trick Yang Kai had played on her. At that moment, he finally understood the fear and unease that his enemies must have felt before they died at his hand. And to make matters worse, the holy son of the light spirit religion before him seemed to be immune to spiritual energy attacks. Moments ago, Xueji had used her divine sense to strike him, yet her opponent seemed completely unfazed, as if nothing had happened. He wasn't even wearing any soul-type artifacts, so how could he withstand soul attacks? With a loud cracking sound, the Earth Chapter Master was horrified to discover that his arm had been broken. After exchanging so many punches, it seemed his physical body had exceeded its limits. Yang Kai landed another blow and mocked, "So much for your strength." The Earth Chapter Master desperately blocked the incoming punch and retreated backwards, but quickly changed direction and fled as fast as he could. Along the way, he took several more punches from Yang Kai, spewing fresh blood from his mouth and looking pathetic. Martial Peak, Chapter 5937, Spirit Religion's Reinforcements. Yang Kai dashed forward relentlessly, determined to capture the Earth Chapter Master. However, he was intercepted by a group of Black Ink cult members midway, forcing him to deal with them first. And by the time he was done, the Earth Chapter Master had already vanished into thin air, leaving him with no choice but to backtrack. Zhuo Wuyu was still there, having fought against some Earth Chapter members during Yang Kai's battle with the Earth Chapter Master. He now appeared worn out, his body slumped against a pile of rubble, his breath ragged, and his body covered in blood. "Where's Xueji?" Yang Kai glanced around but saw no trace of the seductive woman. "She escaped when you went after the Earth Chapter Master," Zhuo Wuyu replied. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, "Never mind, she won't live much longer anyway." To think that the Night Chapter Master dared to covet a divine dragon's blood, she was bound to die by her own hand, so Yang Kai had no interest in tracking her down either. "Can you still move?" Yang Kai asked Zhuo Wuyu. Zhuo Wuyu replied, "Please, Holy Son, go ahead first." Then he pointed in a certain direction and continued, "When you see a large city with tall walls, that would be Dawn City." Although Yang Kai had demonstrated formidable sword secret techniques and great physical strength, he was still true element boundary. Zhuo Wuyu had not expected him to turn the tables against the joint attack of two of the Black Ink cult's top combatants. It was a victory across realms, a miracle that had never been achieved before. With a holy son of such strength, it was best for him to travel to Dawn City alone, as Zhuo Wuyu didn't want to be a burden to him. Yang Kai understood his intention with just a moment's thought. He walked over to help Zhuo Wuyu up and said, "My sense of direction has always been poor. I will need your guidance along the way." Zhuo Wuyu was about to say something more when Yang Kai interrupted. "The Night Chapter and Earth Chapter have failed consecutively. The Black Ink cult won't be able to spare any more forces to pursue us in the short term. Therefore, the road ahead should not be too dangerous." Zhuo Wuyu thought for a moment before feeling it was reasonable. Although the Black Ink cult was a mighty army with the finest weapons and the 8 chapters' heritage was magnificent, the sudden emergence of a holy son who was not previously known made it difficult for Black Ink cult to prepare appropriately. The fact that they could mobilize so many Night Chapter and Earth Chapter cultists, even having the personal presence of the 2 chapter masters, was already the limit of what Black Ink cult could do in the short term. Now that the 2 chapter masters had been defeated, and many of their troops were either killed or injured, they were unlikely to have the strength to cause any more trouble. Finally gaining a sense of relief, Zhuo Wuyu said, "Then I will travel with you, Holy Son." "Good." Yang Kai nodded and enveloped him with his power before flying off. In the depths of a damp and dark underground cavern, within a natural cave, the sound of agonizing screams echoed through a cluster of crimson mist, as if someone was enduring unbearable torture. The mist contorted and expanded randomly, desperately trying to take on a humanoid shape, but each time it did, it would explode uncontrollably, the screams growing louder with each cycle. This scene repeated itself again and again, the mist becoming thinner and the screams gradually becoming less audible. Finally, at a certain moment, the thinning mist condensed once more into a graceful figure who curled up on the damp ground like a wounded rabbit. Her fair body was covered in dried-up blood, motionless, like she was devoid of vitality. However, after a while, The owner of that body suddenly took in a deep breath as if her soul had returned. When she opened her eyes, they were filled with a look of horror. "Such power," she whispered softly, almost inaudible. Madness then overtook her as she murmured it several times, her voice gradually becoming more resounding, "Brings me such joy." Trembling with excitement, her eyes became filled with anticipation and glee. She forced herself to stand up despite her weakened body and retrieved a blood-red robe from her space ring. After putting it on and restoring herself for a moment, she turned into a bloody mist and vanished into the dark underground. Moments later, she reappeared on the previous battlefield, searching earnestly among the pieces of broken limbs and flesh. Finally, she made a discovery which caused her to turn ecstatic. Then, she activated her blood secret technique, sending a burst of scarlet mist deep into the ground. Later, when she retrieved it again, the mist glimmered with a golden light. She merged it into her body and immediately felt the terrifying power expanding within her body, causing her expression to contort and a mournful cry to erupt, frightening countless beasts and birds in the nearby wilderness. "Zuowu, is this the holy sun you spoke of?" Outside a small town, a group of people blocked the way of Yang Kai and Zuowu. The leader, an immortal ascension boundary master, looked at Yang Kai from top to bottom and asked. Zuowu cupped his fists, replying, "Senior Chu, when the holy sun descended, he fulfilled the prophecy passed down by the spirit religion. There is no mistake." The cultivator surnamed Chu nodded. "The spirit religion's prophecy has been circulating for countless years. In the past, there have been several instances of suspected holy suns, but they were all proven to be misunderstandings or the schemes of people with ulterior motives." Zuowu was suddenly confused by his words as he asked, "Sir, there have been several holy suns in the past." Though he possessed quite a high status in the spirit religion, he was only in the true element boundary, so he wasn't qualified enough to know about some top secrets. The master surnamed Chu nodded. "As I said, the prophecy of the spirit religion has been passed down for countless years, and the Black Ink cult is also aware of it. They had previously attempted to use this method to infiltrate us." Upon hearing that, Zuowu became anxious. "Sir, this holy sun is definitely not a member of the Black Ink cult." He had seen how the holy sun had fought with the Black Ink cult's 2 chapter masters and how he had killed those Black Ink cultists along the way. How could such a person be a spy sent by the Black Ink cult? The master surnamed Chu raised his hand to stop him. "Your loyalty to the spirit religion is clear to me, but the matter of the holy sun still needs to be decided by the many order lords. We only need to do our part, understand?" Zuowu pursed his lips. "I understand." The immortal ascension boundary cultivator finally looked at Yang Kai and introduced himself. "Old Master Chu and he, how should we address this young friend?" Yang Kai smiled and bowed respectfully. "Yang Kai." He couldn't help but find the old man interesting. By saying all of those to Zuowu in front of him, Chu and he was clearly warning Yang Kai, but he understood that it was a necessary action, so he held no grudges. Besides, Yang Kai was never really concerned about his status as the Holy Sun. It was only Zuowu and his comrades who persistently addressed him as so throughout their journey. All he wanted was to go to Dawn City and meet the saintess of the light spirit religion to verify his suspicions. Only one thing puzzled him. After his identity as the Holy Sun was exposed, the Black Ink cult swiftly organized 3 high-level attacks, but there had been no response from the light spirit religion. Zuowu had sent a message ahead when they were getting the carriage at a small town a while back, so logically, whether or not his identity as the Holy Sun was real, the light spirit religion should have given him enough attention and quickly arranged for people to assist them. But in fact, it had already been 4 days since Yang Kai and Zuowu began their trek. After another 1 or 2 days, the two would have arrived at Dawn City on their own. It wasn't until now that the light spirit religion finally dispatched a group of people to meet them. In terms of efficiency, the light spirit religion was far worse than the Black Ink cult. Their attitude towards Yang Kai, as the Holy Sun, were also completely different. "I shall address you as such, then." Chu and he showed a warm smile. After Zuowu's message was received, the spirit religion made the corresponding arrangements and deployment. "There are enough people ahead to receive you. Follow me." The Saintess and the Order Lords are already waiting in the Holy City. The Black Ink cult had 8 chapters: the Heaven, Earth, Profound, Dawn, Night, Space, Flood, and Barren chapters. Likewise, the Light Spirit religion also had 8 orders: Heaven, Earth, Thunder, Wind, Fire, Water, Mountain, and Lake Valley orders. The 8 chapter masters and 8 order lords were the most powerful masters in the world. Good, Yang Kai nodded. Follow me this way, Chu, and he beckoned, walking with Yang Kai towards the small town ahead. You must have encountered many hardships on your way here, little friend, Chu, and he said with a smile. Seeing how dusty and tired you look, you must have been attacked by the Black Ink cult? Yang Kai replied with a smile, but it was just a bunch of small fry that Brother Zhua and I easily took care of. Behind them, Zhou Wuyu couldn't help but glance at Yang Kai with a hint of surprise in his eyes. So that's how it is. Chu, and he also smiled. The Black Ink cult has always been vile and treacherous. If you encounter them again in the future, don't underestimate them. Of course, Yang Kai replied casually. As they walked and chatted, the group soon entered the small town, and Yang Kai looked around and asked in curiosity, "Why is this place so desolate? I don't see anyone around." It's a matter about the Holy Sun. Well, though it hasn't been confirmed, it's better to be cautious. So, before your arrival, this old master cleared out all the people in the town, lest they give Black Ink cultists an opportunity. Yang Kai praised, "Sir Chu's actions are quite thorough." Saying so, he suddenly stopped and turned around, reaching out to grab Zhou Wuyu's shoulder while smiling. "Brother Zhua, you must learn from Sir Chu." Zhou Wuyu was in a daze at the sudden instruction. Though he felt something was off during their journey, he couldn't quite put his finger on it. When Yang Kai pulled him over, he instinctively nodded and said, "As the Holy Sun instructs." Chu, and he, on the other hand, stroked his beard and smiled without saying a word. The group passed a corner of the small town. Suddenly, Zhou Wuyu froze in place and looked around. "Senior Chu?" Yang Kai stood beside him with a smile. "Be careful, Holy Sun." Zhou Wuyu was suddenly as nervous as a startled rabbit, pulling out his sword to guard Yang Kai in front of him. Because at the moment they turned the corner, Chu and he and the others who had been traveling with them disappeared without a trace, leaving only the 2 of them. There were obvious traces of a spirit array being activated all around them. In other words, they had fallen into a trap. No one knew when it was set up or what kind of mystery it held. But entering such an array recklessly would surely bring about great danger. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5938, A Trap. Yang Kai suddenly spoke up. "Brother Zhua, does your spirit religion often root out lurking members of the Black Ink cult?" "What?" Zhou Wuyu instinctively responded, but quickly realized, "Holy Sun, you mean?" Before he could finish his sentence, Chu and his voice sounded in their ears, hidden by the spirit array. No one knew where he was, but his previous gentle and warm demeanor was now replaced by brutality and ferocity. "Zhou Wuyu, after all these years of nurture and trust from spirit religion, you dare to collude with the Black Ink cult and bring disaster to the foundation of our spirit religion? Do you know your crime?" Zhou Wuyu shouted in response, "Senior Chu, I was born and raised in the spirit religion. The spirit religion has given me everything I have, and without its protection over the years, how could I have achieved my current glory? I am loyal to the spirit religion with all my heart and soul. Sir, how can you accuse me of colluding with the Black Ink cult?" Chu, and he coldly snorted, "You still dare to argue? That person by your side, isn't he a member of the Black Ink cult?" Zhou Wuyu frowned and quickly retorted, "Senior Chu, are you referring to the Holy Sun?" "Tisk." Chu, and he burst out, "He is a spy of the Black Ink cult. How dare you call him Holy Sun?" Zhou Wuyu immediately changed the way he addressed Yang Kai. "Brother Yang and I have been traveling together, killing many members of the Black Ink cult. We even defeated the Night Chapter Master and injured the Earth Chapter Master. Without Brother Yang's protection, I would have been a dead man long ago. Brother Yang cannot possibly be a member of the Black Ink cult." Chu, and he became silent for a moment before he slowly spoke. "You said he defeated the Night Chapter Master and injured the Earth Chapter Master?" "Yes, I saw it with my own eyes," replied Zhou Wuyu. "Haha." Chu and he burst into laughter. Why are you laughing, Senior Chu? Zuowuyu asked in a deep voice. Chu and he roared, You fools! This person by your side is only a trivial true element cultivator, while the Night Chapter Master and Earth Chapter Master are both masters renowned throughout the world. Even this king at the immortal ascension boundary can only admit defeat before them, so how could he possibly defeat them? Zuowuyu, how can you not see through such a simple trick? Zuowuyu suddenly became suspicious and couldn't help but turn his head to glance at Yang Kai. Zuowuyu was in a daze, reminiscing on the events that had transpired. He was once amazed by Yang Kai's impressive strength, being able to fight beyond his realm and even take down 2 chapter masters of the Black Ink cult, but what if all of this was just a part of the enemy's plan to gain his trust? As he thought back on it now, the timing and location of the appearance of the supposed Holy Sun seemed questionable. He was now momentarily lost in thought. Yang Kai simply smiled faintly in response to his gaze and said, Old sir, to be honest, I'm not very interested in being your holy son. Brothers seems to have misunderstood something all this time, hence calling me by that title. Whether or not you call me, that doesn't really matter. The reason why I have come this far is simply to meet your saintess. Could you facilitate that for me, old sir? Chu and he coldly snorted, Even at death's door, you dare to speak such honeyed words? The saintess is a noble figure, not someone a Black Ink cult spy can simply meet. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai became displeased. You keep calling me a Black Ink cult spy, but how can you be so sure that I am one? After a moment of silence, Chu and he finally spoke. It doesn't matter now that things have come to this. I'll tell you the truth. Spirit religion's true holy sun was found 10 years ago. If you're not part of the Black Ink cult, why pretend to be the holy sun? What? Zuowuyu was shocked at the news. This was originally top secret, only known by the Saintess, the 8 Order Lords, and a few select others. But the spirit religion has already decided to have the Holy Sun appear to stabilize the people's hearts, so it's no longer a secret. Zuowuyu stood rooted to the spot, the impact of this news weighing heavily on him. So, the Holy Sun of the spirit religion was already found 10 years ago. If that were the case, who was this person standing beside him? When he appeared, he did fit the prophecy left behind by the first-generation Saintess. It was no wonder why the spirit religion had not sent anyone to assist him on his journey. While the Black Ink cult had already dispatched 2 chapter masters, the spirit religion had been slow to react, sending only a single elder in the end. At that moment, Zuowuyu understood many things. It wasn't that the spirit religion didn't value their holy sun, but it was because the true holy sun had been found 10 years ago already. Zuowuyu. Chu and his voice softened. No one doubts your loyalty to the spirit religion, but you're the one who has caused all this trouble, so it's up to you to solve it. Zuowuyu cupped his fist and said, Please give me your orders, sir. It's simple. Kill this impostor who dares to impersonate the holy sun. Cut off his head and show it to everyone. Zuowuyu was taken aback and turned to look at Yang Kai again, struggling with conflicting emotions in his eyes. Yang Kai paid no attention to Chu and He's words, not even glancing over at Zuowuyu. Instead, a golden vertical cross appeared in his left eye, displaying a strange expression as he kept gazing into the air. Beside him, Zuowuyu struggled for a while before pointing his long sword at Yang Kai, slowly gathering murderous intent. Only then did Yang Kai give him a glance and asked, Brother Zua, are you going to make a move? Zuowuyu nodded and then slowly shook his head as he asked, Brother Yang, I only have one question for you. Are you a spy for the Black Ink cult? I've said I'm not. Do you believe me? Yang Kai smiled at him. Although I may not be the strongest, I have a keen eye for judging people, Zuowuyu replied. If Brother Yang says he's not a spy, then I believe it. However, what? There's another thing I would like Brother Yang to explain. Say it. During the siege of the cave, you were contaminated with Black Ink strength, so why were you unscathed? Do you know anything about the World Tree clone? Or the 4 universe pillars? Yang Kai thought to himself. He couldn't explain it to Zuowuyu, so he could only say, If I tell you I have a natural resistance to Black Ink strength due to my innate talent, would you believe me? That thing can't affect me at all. Zhuo Wuyu slowly lowered his sword and gave a bitter smile. I've encountered too many unbelievable things on this journey. Brother Yang, what you said will be verified by me in the future. Oh. Yang Kai raised an eyebrow. At this point, shouldn't you trust the people of the spirit religion, rather than someone you only met a few days ago? Zhuo Wuyu shook his head bitterly. Are you not going to make a move? Have you been contaminated with black ink strength that twisted your nature and become a member of the black ink cult? Chu and he couldn't help but shout when he saw Zhuo Wuyu still hadn't attacked. Zhuo Wuyu suddenly raised his head. Sir, whether or not I have been contaminated with black ink strength, I only need to meet with the saintess and have her use the purifying heart secret technique on me to know for sure. However, there is one thing that I don't understand at the moment. Please enlighten me. What is it? Chu and he asked impatiently. Sir thinks that Brother Yang is a spy of the black ink cult, and this operation is aimed at him. I can understand that. However, why was I also included in this array then? Sir, this array is very dangerous. Although I only have some faint knowledge of spirit arrays, I can still see some of this one's mysteries. Are you trying to kill both me and Brother Yang with this array? Yang Kai raised his brow and couldn't help but pat Zhuo Wuyu's shoulder. You have a sharp eye indeed. He had used the demon eye of annihilation to penetrate the illusion and could see all the mysteries of this array. It was a killing array, and once fully activated, anyone inside would undoubtedly die without burial unless they had the ability to break out on their own. Zhuo Wuyu had keenly perceived this, which was why he couldn't fully trust Chu and he. Of course, since the matter involved the holy son of the spirit religion, it was impossible for him to easily believe in Yang Kai either. Ignorant fool. Chu and he didn't explain anything. It seems you have been twisted by black ink strength. It's a pity that my spirit religion will now lose another good man. Kill them. As soon as the words fell, both Yang Kai and Zhuo Wuyu sensed a change in the atmosphere. A fierce murderous intent emerged out of nowhere, surging in all directions. Zhuo Wuyu shouted, Chu and he, I want to see the saintess. You will never see her. Zhuo Wuyu suddenly realized, so you guys are the spies of the black ink cult. The black ink cult is nothing. Are they worthy enough for this old master to serve them? Zhuo Wuyu, nothing in this world is as simple as black and white. Unfortunately, you won't have a chance to see it anymore. Chu and he coldly snorted. You old fart. Zhuo Wuyu muttered under his breath and then reminded Yang Kai, Brother Yang, be careful. This array is powerful and not easy to deal with. We may both die here. The Tao of spirit arrays was not something any ordinary person could study. Although Zhuo Wuyu had seen Yang Kai's strength, he feared that it would be difficult to display that strength once he fell into this trap. However, Yang Kai simply smiled lightly and sat down on a nearby stone pillar, as calm as ever. Rest assured, we will not die here today. Zhuo Wuyu was stunned and could not understand how this man could be so calm at a time like this. While he was still puzzled, a sharp and miserable scream came from outside, one that was abruptly cut off. Zhuo Wuyu was no stranger to such screams. That was the cry of a person just before their death. The screams continued one after another until finally Chu and his voice rang out in utter panic. It's you. No, please spare me. I am willing to serve the black ink cult. Please spare my life. Zhuo Wuyu was horrified when he heard those words. After all, Chu and he was also an elite in the immortal ascension boundary. He did not know what he had encountered at this moment to be begging for mercy so desperately. But obviously it was in vain. The next moment, his screams echoed once again. After a while, everything fell silent. The people from the spirit religion outside were probably all dead. With the absence of their control over the spirit array, the illusion that had enveloped Yang Kai and Zhuo Wuyu disappeared along with the breaking of the array. A graceful figure, carrying a shriveled-up body, then lightly floated down in front of Yang Kai. Her beautiful eyes were filled with an unusual light as she stared at him without moving, her crimson tongue licking her lips, as if the man before her was some kind of delicious delicacy. Zhuo Wuyu was horrified as he lifted his sword. Shueji. Martial Peak, Chapter 5939, Greetings, Chapter Master. The intruder was none other than the Knight Chapter Master of the Black Ink Cult, Xueji, who had crossed paths with them twice before. Zhuo Wuyu's eyes scanned back and forth between Xueji and Yang Kai. His mind was in disarray, feeling as though the situation had taken a sudden turn and the truth was shrouded in a fog that made it impossible to see clearly. He couldn't decide whether Yang Kai, the person sitting beside him, was a member of the Black Ink cult or not. If he wasn't, then why did Xueji suddenly appear in the middle of a life-or-death crisis and break the array to save them? But if he was, then many things couldn't be explained. At this point, Zhuo Wuyu had completely lost his ability to think and felt that there was no one trustworthy in this world. While he was on high alert, Yang Kai and Xueji ignored him completely. The two of them locked eyes, one full of interest and the other filled with longing. "You dare to show up in front of me?" Yang Kai sat casually on the stone pillar, arms folded, not at all flustered by the peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master standing in front of him. He didn't even show any signs of guarding himself as he spoke, leaning forward with an oppressive aura. "Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you?" Xueji giggled. "Are you willing to?" Yang Kai snorted coldly. "I've already done it before, I just didn't finish the job." Xueji's expression froze for a moment before she huffed, "What a boring man." She then tossed the shriveled body in her hand to the ground and continued, "This person wanted to kill you, but I left him with a thread of vitality. It's up to you how to deal with him." Laying on the ground was Chu and he who was gasping for air, his blood essence having already disappeared. He looked like a dried-up corpse, not dead but not much different from being dead. When he heard Xueji's words, his dry eyes turned to Yang Kai, filled with pleading. However, Yang Kai ignored him and chuckled lightly. "You suddenly show up to save me and flatter me so much. What do you want?" "I want you." Xueji's seductive eyes gleamed as a burst of blood mist suddenly enveloped Zhuo Wuyu. Despite Zhuo Wuyu's constant vigilance since Xueji's appearance, he was unable to dodge the mist. The huge gap in their strength made his vigilance seem like a joke. At the same time, Xueji's eyes turned icy, and a powerful surge of spiritual energy burst forth, transforming into a sharp attack that surged into Yang Kai's knowledge sea. Yang Kai's expression turned extremely strange in an instant. He suddenly realized how wonderful a trap appearing to be in the true element boundary was. These Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters would come to suppress him with their divine sense at the slightest provocation, even using their soul avatars to determine victory or defeat. He then turned to Zhuo Wuyu, only to see him stiff as a board and covered in a thin layer of blood mist that flowed around him like water. "Don't move," Yang Kai told him. Xueji's secret technique clearly did not intend to take Zhuo Wuyu's life, but if he made any unusual movements, he would surely be devoured by that blood mist. Zhuo Wuyu's forehead began dripping with sweat as he spoke hoarsely, "Brother Yang, what's going on?" When Xueji appeared to rescue them, he almost believed that Yang Kai was a spy for the Black Ink cult, but then Xueji clearly used her soul secret technique on Yang Kai, sending her soul avatar to enter his knowledge sea. This meant that Yang Kai could not possibly be on the same side as Xueji. Zhuo Wuyu was now completely confused. "It's probably because she has taken a liking to me and wants to capture me. As you know, her blood secret technique requires her to devour blood essence from others, so my body is a great supplement for her. But what about her now? What happened to Yen Peng will happen to her." Zhuo Wuyu suddenly felt relieved. Before this, Yen Peng had also used his soul avatar on Yang Kai, but he died without a word. He never thought that Xueji would be so foolish to do the same. No, to be exact, it was not foolish, rather. It was because there had never been such a being like Yang Kai in this world. In the battle with the Earth Chapter Master, Xueji had hidden nearby and used soul attacks on Yang Kai, but they had no effect. Xueji probably thought that Yang Kai had some special method of resisting those soul attacks, so this time she decided to use her soul avatar to go all out. She achieved her goal of rushing into Yang Kai's knowledge sea and swiftly landed on the seven-colored island. Immediately afterwards, she witnessed a scene that she would never forget. "Greetings, Chapter Master Xueji." A figure stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Xueji looked at the figure in surprise, confirming that it was also a soul avatar and one that she knew. She couldn't help but ask, "Yen Peng? What are you doing here?" Aren't you dead? Am I already dead? Yen Peng asked with a heavy heart. You were beheaded by a sword, Xueji responded with a dazed look. So, I am already dead. Yen Peng's face was now filled with sorrow and grief. Although he had anticipated that he wouldn't end up well, it was still hard to accept the truth. He had been a brilliant leader, cultivating hard to reach the immortal ascension boundary, and subsequently held a high status in the Black Ink cult. Yet he died in such an unclear and meaningless way. What is this place? Who are these divine beings? Xueji looked at the young man and the panther next to him. Yen Peng sighed. It's a long story. Enough nonsense. The panther suddenly spoke. Big Brother said you aren't being obedient and asked me to educate you on how to show proper respect. Saying so, the leopard's body flickered with lightning as it pounced towards Xueji. Wait! Xueji hurriedly stepped back, but the lightning came so fast that it immediately wrapped her up. On the small, seven-colored island, her screams echoed. Meanwhile, Yang Kai still sat on the stone pillar, while Zhuo Wuyu remained motionless in a stiff posture, with beads of sweat dripping down his face. Opposite Yang Kai, Xueji also stood like a statue. After about a cup of tea's worth of time, Yang Kai's brow rose slightly. At the same time, Zhuo Wuyu also sensed a burst of spiritual energy emerge. The next moment, Xueji gasped for breath and fell to the ground, her body drenched in sweat. Yang Kai propped up his cheeks and looked down at her. As if sensing Yang Kai's gaze, Xueji struggled and crawled on the ground, her tender body trembling while she begged. This servant was overconfident and offended Master's dignity. I beg Master to spare my life. She, who was once one of the greatest masters in this world, now looked like a whipped dog, begging for mercy. Zhuo Wuyu glanced at this scene from the corner of his eye, feeling like the world had gone crazy. Yang Kai replied calmly, First, retract your secret technique to avoid accidentally injuring Brother Zhuo. Yes. Xueji quickly responded and gestured at the direction of Zhuo Wuyu. Then, the blood mist surrounding him immediately flew back into her body like it had a life of its own. Once she was done, she prostrated herself on the ground again. Zhuo Wuyu was finally free, but the bizarre events of the day had left him dazed, so he didn't know what to do next. Yang Kai spoke in a calm tone, It seems that you understand your situation now. Xueji hurriedly responded, Master, your words are the heaven's command which this servant will never disobey. Good. Yang Kai jumped off the stone stool and walked leisurely toward Xueji as he commanded, Stand up. Xueji slowly rose to her feet, with her head down and hands clasped at her side. She looked like a noble lady, not at all like the arrogant and wanton woman he had met twice before. You're quite lucky to be alive. I thought you were doomed to die. Yang Kai suddenly said something that Zhuo Wuyu couldn't understand. Xueji responded with her head still down, This servant indeed had a close brush with death. It was pure coincidence that I survived. And afterwards, you came to me to try and control me? Yang Kai joked. Xueji's expression froze, and she almost fell to her knees again. This servant wouldn't dare to dream of such a thing. This servant understands your greatness and will not dare to overstep her bounds. Yang Kai snorted lightly in response. Having been dealt with by Thunder Shadow naturally caused a huge change in Xueji's mentality. After all, the power possessed by him and Fang Tianci was far beyond that of this world. Well, relax for now. Yang Kai patted Xueji's shoulder lightly. I am not a vicious person, nor do I like to kill the innocent, but when you came looking for trouble, I couldn't just sit and wait for death. Just think of it as having bad luck today. Yes, Master, Xueji replied. I now understand that the world is so much bigger than I thought. Yang Kai felt a connection to Chu in his last words and said, This world isn't as simple as you think. Xueji didn't understand. You are the chapter master of the Black Ink cult's night chapter, aren't you? Yang Kai suddenly asked. Yes, Master. Do you need me to do something? Xueji looked up at Yang Kai. Yang Kai waved his hand. No need to do anything special. Just do what you need to do. He had never intended to subdue this woman, but when she suddenly used her soul secret technique on him, he casually accepted it as a move in his game. As they traveled along the way here, He had a sense that their journey to the spirit religion would not be smooth sailing. No matter what the future held, the Black Ink cult's chapter masters could still play a role. Xueji was taken aback but quickly responded, "Understood, this servant will comply." "Then go ahead." Yang Kai waved his hand to dismiss her. However, Xueji remained motionless, looking hesitant. "Is there anything else?" Yang Kai asked. Xueji suddenly knelt down again, pleading, "This servant asks for a little bit of blood from master." Worried that Yang Kai might refuse, she added, "Just a little bit, please." "Are you not afraid of being overwhelmed?" Yang Kai asked. Xueji lifted her head, a charming smile on her face. "As a woman who has made it this far in life, I don't know how many times I have passed through the gates of hell." Yang Kai looked at her momentarily, until her expression became anxious before he snorted lightly, "As you wish, but don't blame me if you die." With a flick of his finger, he drew a small wound on his own hand. "You can't handle too much of my blood, so this should be enough for you." "Hey, what are you doing?" Yang Kai was shocked as the woman in front of him suddenly pounced on him and sucked hard on his finger. Zhuo Wuyu, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but frown at the sight, not sure where to look. Martial Peak, Chapter 5940, Doubts? Xueji left in the form of a twisting blood mist that quickly vanished into the distance, accompanied by heart-wrenching screams. Zhuo Wuyu watched the scene unfold and, while he didn't know the exact details, he had a hunch about it. Yang Kai's blood seemed to harbor a terrifying power that even an elite like Xueji, incredibly proficient in the blood Dao, couldn't withstand. That was why Xueji had such a peculiar reaction after devouring Yang Kai's fresh blood. "Is it all right to let her go like that?" Zhuo Wuyu looked at Yang Kai. "All the members of the Black Ink cult are cunning and deceitful. Brother Yang, don't let her fool you." "It doesn't matter. She can't deceive me even if she wanted to." Even if Xueji could break the soul imprint planted on her by Fang Tianci, which was frankly impossible, she was now obsessed and addicted to Yang Kai's blood, so she would never betray him no matter what. Seeing Yang Kai's confident expression, Zhuo Wuyu stopped talking and looked down at the withered corpse on the ground. After being attacked by Xueji, Chu and he had only been barely breathing. With so much time passing without anyone attending to him, it was only natural that he died. Zhuo Wuyu's expression was somewhat desolate, and his tone conveyed a sense of confusion. What exactly is going on? Chu and he had set up an array in this small town ahead of time, and after drawing him and Yang Kai into it, his murderous intent was revealed. Despite constantly accusing Yang Kai of being a spy for the Black Ink cult, Zhuo Wuyu was not stupid and could naturally sense something wrong with the situation. Whether or not Yang Kai was a spy for the Black Ink cult, Chu and he clearly intended to kill him and Yang Kai together. But why? If Chu and he was a member of the Black Ink cult, that didn't make sense, especially since he was killed by Xueji. "Brother Yang, I suspect that the message I sent earlier was intercepted by someone with ulterior motives." Zhuo Wuyu suddenly spoke up. "Why do you say that?" Yang Kai asked with interest. "In the message I sent back, I explicitly stated that the Holy Sun had emerged, and I was heading to Dawn City with him while being pursued by Black Ink cult elites. I requested that the reinforcements from our side come to meet us. If this message had truly been delivered, the spirit religion would have taken it seriously and sent people to help us. In addition to that, they wouldn't have just sent someone at Chu and he's level, there would undoubtedly be Order Lords as well." Yang Kai spoke. "But according to Chu and he, your Holy Sun emerged 10 years ago and was kept secret for some reason. Perhaps, due to this, the message you brought back was not taken seriously? Even so, we should not have been targeted here. We should have been brought back to spirit religion for investigation." Zhuo Wuyu said with his head lowered, his thoughts gradually becoming clear. But in reality, Chu and he had already set up a killing array here, waiting for us to enter. If it weren't for Xueji's sudden appearance and the subsequent destruction of the array, we would have been doomed here today. Yang Kai smiled and nodded, and the array was indeed enough to deal with ordinary masters, but not him. When Yang Kai opened the demon eye of annihilation, he had already seen through the flaws in the array. The reason he didn't just break it then and there was because he saw Xueji's figure and wanted to see how things played out. He never expected that Xueji would kill Chu and he and others so decisively, saving him the trouble. Zhuo Wuyu spoke again. Although Chu and he is a high-ranking member of the religion, with his identity, he is not qualified to act so boldly. There must be someone else instructing him. Chu and he was an immortal ascension master and already highly regarded within your spirit religion. There are probably not many people who can command him, Yang Kai said. Zhuo Wuyu's forehead was sweating at this point as he said, he belongs to the Earth Order and is under the direct command of the Order Lord of the Earth Order. Yang Kai nodded lightly, indicating that he understood. Chu and he said that the Holy Son of the Spirit Religion was already found 10 years ago and kept hidden ever since. If that's true, then Brother Yang, you can't be the Holy Son, Zhuo Wuyu said. I never said I was your Holy Son. Yang Kai was not interested in the identity of the Holy Son. All he wanted was to meet the Light Spirit Religion Saintess. If Brother Yang is not the Holy Son, then why do they have to kill so ruthlessly? What are you trying to say? Zhuo Wuyu clenched his fists. Although Chu and he had ulterior motives, he wouldn't lie about the Holy Son. So, the Holy Son of the Spirit Religion should have really been found 10 years ago and kept secret. I only believe what I've seen with my own eyes. I witnessed Brother Yang descend from the sky out of nowhere, fulfilling the prophecy that has been circulating in the spirit religion for many years. I also witnessed Brother Yang defeating many members of the Black Ink cult. Even immortal ascension boundary masters were no match for you. I don't know what the true Holy Son of the spirit religion looks like, but I think that the Holy Son who can lead spirit religion to defeat the Black Ink cult must be someone like Brother Yang. With that, he solemnly bowed to Yang Kai. So Brother Yang, please forgive my boldness. I want to invite you to come with me to Dawn City. Yang Kai smiled. I intended to go there in the first place. Zhuo Wuyu suddenly realized, of course, you want to see the Saintess. But Brother Yang, let me remind you that the road ahead will not be peaceful. Yang Kai replied, since when has our journey been peaceful? Zhuo Wuyu took a deep breath. I also have to ask Brother Yang to confront the Holy Son who has secretly emerged. That is not a simple matter. If someone is truly obstructing us in secret, we cannot simply stand by and watch. Do you have a plan? Yang Kai asked. Zhuo Wuyu froze for a moment before slowly shaking his head. In the end, he was just filled with hot blood and wanted to get to the bottom of things, but he had no actual strategy to accomplish that. Yang Kai turned his head and looked in the direction of Dawn City. It's more than a day's journey from here to Dawn City. News of what happened here won't reach there for a while. If we hurry, we might be able to enter the city before the person behind the scenes reacts. Zhuo Wuyu replied, after we enter the city, we'll act in secret. Brother Yang, I am under the Thunder Order. When the time comes, I will seek an opportunity to meet the Order Lords. Yang Kai looked at him and shook his head. No, I have a better idea. Zhuo Wuyu immediately became interested. Brother Yang, please say it. Yang Kai immediately explained his idea in detail, and Zhuo Wuyu nodded repeatedly after listening to it. Brother Yang, you really have thought it through. Let's do it that way. Then let's go. The two set off right after. There were no more twists and turns along the way, probably because the person behind Chu and he didn't expect their thorough arrangements to fail to have any effect at all. One day later, the two arrived at a mansion 30 kilometers outside of Dawn City. The mansion should be the residence of a wealthy family, with a vast expanse of land and a small bridge over running water, nestled amidst lush greenery. In a hidden chamber, people began to secretly arrive in small groups, until nearly 100 had gathered there. Although not particularly strong, every single one was a member of the Light Spirit Religion and were also all subordinates of Zhuo Wuyu. Despite Zhuo Wuyu reaching only the peak true element boundary, he held some degree of status within the spirit religion and thus had access to a pool of useful subordinates. He and Yang Kai appeared together, briefly explaining the situation and assigning various tasks to the gathered members. As Zhuo Wuyu spoke, the others couldn't help but stare in surprise at Yang Kai, their eyes filled with wonder. The prophecy of the Holy Son had circulated throughout the spirit religion for many years, and they had been searching for the legendary Holy Son without any results all that time. Now, Zhuo Wuyu suddenly told them that the holy sun was before their very eyes, and would be entering the city the next day, leaving everyone curious and eager for more information. Fortunately, these people were well trained, so they refrained from asking too many questions even though Zhuo Wuyu didn't provide any specific details. In the end, the others dispersed, leaving only Yang Kai and Zhuo Wuyu alone. In the secret chamber, Yang Kai appeared calm and composed, while Zhuo Wuyu struggled with his emotions. "Let's go," Yang Kai said, beckoning him. Zhuo Wuyu asked, "Brother Yang, are you sure that one of the people I brought here is that person's hidden pawn? I know every one of them, and they are all loyal to the spirit religion. There shouldn't be any problems. I don't know if there are any hidden pawns among them, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Even if there aren't any, we will be waiting for death if we stay here. Besides, loyalty to the spirit religion doesn't mean they don't have their own motives. You knew Chu and he well, correct? Was he loyal to the spirit religion?" Zhuo Wuyu thought for a moment before reluctantly nodding. "Then that settles it," Yang Kai said, patting his shoulder. "You can never be too cautious. Let's go." With that, he activated Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability, and in an instant, the two of them vanished without a trace. Although the suppression in this independent world was significant for both his physical body and soul, Thunder Shadow's concealment technique was innate, and it could still be activated despite being affected to a certain extent. Even the senses of the strongest immortal Ascension Boundary Master in this independent world had no way to uncover his whereabouts. Under the dim night sky, Yang Kai and Zhuo Wuyu hid on a small hill near the mansion, concealing their auras as they quietly observed from above. They stopped using Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability for the moment, primarily because activating it consumed a lot of energy. At present, Yang Kai was only in the true element boundary, making it difficult to maintain his power for an extended period. This was something he hadn't foreseen. Under the moonlight, Yang Kai sat cross-legged and cultivated. Since this world had immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, it didn't make sense for his cultivation to be suppressed to the true element boundary. So, he wanted to test whether he could elevate his strength to the next realm. Although he wasn't afraid of any immortal Ascension Masters with his current power, more strength was always beneficial. Yang Kai initially thought that breaking through wouldn't be a difficult task, but once he started cultivating, he discovered an invisible shackle in his body that restricted his cultivation and made it difficult to progress. There's no way to break through this. Yang Kai felt disheartened upon reaching this conclusion. "Brother Yang." Suddenly, Zhuo Wuyu's anxious cry echoed in his ear. "Someone's coming." Yang Kai immediately opened his eyes and looked towards the estate at the foot of the mountain, where he saw a dark figure silently hovering in midair. Martial Peak, Chapter 5941, Night Assault. Almost at the moment when Zhuo Wuyu shouted out those words, the dark figure hovering above the mansion seemed to sense something as he abruptly turned his head towards their direction. In an instant, the figure darted towards them, his figure flickering soundlessly like a ghost until he landed directly in front of Yang Kai and Zhuo Wuyu, a mere 30 meters away. The newcomer stared fixedly at the spot where Yang Kai and Zhuo Wuyu stood, his dark eyes scrutinizing them with a hint of suspicion in the shadows. Under the blessing of Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability, Yang Kai and Zhuo Wuyu too stared at the newcomer. Unfortunately, his face was obscured by a black robe and hood, shrouding him in mystery. After a moment of gazing, the man found nothing and vanished again, returning to the skies above the mansion. Without hesitation, he threw a punch towards the ground, unleashing a barrage of fist shadows that, along with his immortal Ascension boundary power, turned the entire mansion into dust instantly. However, he soon noticed something was amiss because, according to his perception, the entire manor was completely lifeless, devoid of any vitality. He withdrew his fist and landed to investigate, but found nothing. Moments later, he disappeared once again with a cold snort. An hour later, Yang Kai and Zhuo Wuyu appeared in a forest 50 kilometers away from the mansion, feeling that this location was safe enough. Maintaining Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability for a long time had taken a toll on Yang Kai, whose face had turned slightly pale. Zhuo Wuyu, on the other hand, seemed to have lost his soul, his eyes going blank. The situation was unfolding exactly as Yang Kai had feared, heading towards the worst possible outcome. After restoring himself for a moment, Yang Kai asked, "Did you recognize who it was?" Zhuo Wuyu turned to look at him, shaking his head slowly. "I couldn't see his face clearly, but with that kind of power, he must be an Order Lord." He was cautious, though, never activating his divine sense. Divine sense was an extremely unique power, and each person's divine sense fluctuations were unique. If that person had activated his divine sense just now, Zhuo Wuyu would have been able to recognize him. Unfortunately, their attacker had not done so throughout the entire process. One's facial features can be concealed by divine sense, but not their physique. Among the 8 orders, which Order Lord do you think resembles our target the most? Yang Kai asked again. Zhuo Wuyu thought for a moment and said, "The Order Lords of the Fire and Lake Valley Orders are the only women among the 8. The Mountain Order Lord is obese, and Wind Order Lord is old and hunched. It shouldn't be any of them. As for the remaining 4 Order Lords, they are similar in build. If the person we are looking for intends to conceal their tracks, their physique will also be disguised." Yang Kai nodded. "Very good. Our target is now reduced by half." Zhuo Wuyu said hesitantly, "But it is still difficult to determine which one of them it is. Everything happens for a reason. When you sent the message that the Holy Sun had been found, we were then plotted against. From a different perspective, what was the purpose of their actions? What benefits do they gain?" Yang Kai questioned. "Purpose? Benefits?" Zhuo Wuyu followed Yang Kai's train of thought and fell into deep contemplation. Yang Kai asked, "Chu and he did not appear to have already joined the Black Ink cult. Before Xue Ji killed him, he shouted that he was willing to join. If he was already a member of the Black Ink cult, he would not have reacted that way. Could it be that one of the Order Lords has already been tainted by Black Ink's strength and secretly joined the Black Ink cult? That's impossible." Zhuo Wuyu firmly rejected the idea. "Brother Yang, you are not aware that the first-generation saintess of the spirit religion not only passed down the prophecy of the Holy Sun, but also left behind a secret technique. This secret technique has no other purpose but to identify whether someone has been contaminated by Black Ink strength and to dispel it from them. Every time an upper echelon member of the religion at the immortal ascension boundary returns from outside, the current saintess will use that secret technique to check them. Over the years, there have indeed been some spies from the Black Ink cult trying to infiltrate Dawn City, but no problems have ever arisen among the upper echelons, who are in the immortal ascension boundary." Yang Kai suddenly realized, "You mean the purifying heart secret technique you mentioned before?" When Chu and he was slandering them as spies from the Black Ink cult, Zhuo Wuyu claimed that he could face their saintess directly and prove his innocence by having her perform the purifying heart secret technique on him. At that time, Yang Kai didn't take it seriously, but now it seemed that the purifying heart secret technique passed down by the first-generation saintess of spirit religion was indeed profound and mysterious. If this secret technique could only identify whether someone had been contaminated by Black Ink strength, it wouldn't be that surprising. However, the fact that it could also dispel Black Ink's strength was truly astonishing. After all, the human race of this era only had one way to dispel Black Ink's strength, which was with purifying light. Purifying Black Ink pills could only prevent corruption when still effective, but they could not dispel Black Ink's strength once it had taken hold. Indeed, Zhuo Wuyu nodded, "It is the highest secret of our religion, and only the saintesses of past generations have the ability to perform it. If they did not join the Black Ink cult, then there must be some other reason," Yang Kai pondered. "Although I don't know the specific reason, my appearance must have affected the interests of some people. But how could I, an unknown nobody, affect the interests of those people? Only being the Holy Sun could explain it." Zhuo Wuyu understood and asked, "But Brother Yang, the Holy Sun of our spirit religion emerged in secret 10 years ago, which is apparently a known fact among the high-ranking members. Even if I informed them about you, they would only think that someone is impersonating the Holy Sun and at most send someone to bring you back to investigate. Why would they intercept the message and try to kill you in secret?" Yang Kai looked at him with deep meaning. "What do you think?" Zhuo Wuyu met his gaze, and suddenly a horrifying thought surged in his heart. causing sweat to break out on his forehead. "Brother Yang, are you saying that the Holy Sun is fake?" "I didn't say that," Yang Kai replied sarcastically. Zuowu Yu seemed to not have heard him, his face suddenly showing a look of enlightenment. "So that's how it is. If that's really the case, then everything makes sense. Someone arranged a fake Holy Sun 10 years ago, keeping it secret and hidden from all the higher-ups of the spirit religion, obtaining their approval and making everyone believe that he was the real Holy Sun. But only the mastermind knew he was a fake. So, when I reported your news back to spirit religion, it aroused their murderous intent, and they even went so far as to personally take action to kill you." At this point, Zuowu Yu was quite excited. "Brother Yang, does that mean you are the real Holy Sun?" Yang Kai sighed. "I just want to meet your saintess. As for anything else, I have no other thoughts." "No, you are the Holy Sun, the one prophesied by the first-generation saintess. There's no doubt about it." Zuowu Yu insisted and then added eagerly, "But someone has planted a fake Holy Sun in the spirit religion, even deceiving all the higher-ups. This matter concerns the foundation of spirit religion and must be exposed. Do you have any evidence?" Yang Kai asked him. Zuowu Yu shook his head. "If there's no evidence, no one would believe you even if you had the opportunity to meet the saintess and those order lords to inform them about this," he said. "But someone has to make them aware of this, whether they believe it or not. The order lords are all shrewd strategists. Once they become suspicious, the truth will eventually come to light. I'm just worried about our current situation. We've already caught the attention of the person behind the scenes. It's probably wishful thinking to try to enter the city." "Entering the city won't be a problem," Yang Kai said calmly. "Have you forgotten what you arranged before?" Zuowu Yu was stunned, only then remembering the orders he had given to his subordinates earlier. He suddenly realized, so Brother Yang planned this all along. At this moment, he understood why Yang Kai instructed him to give those orders. It seemed that he had anticipated the current situation from the start. "We'll enter the city at dawn. Let's rest for a while first," Yang Kai said. Dawn City was still bustling under the cover of the night. It was the headquarters of the light spirit religion and the most prosperous city in this independent world. Even at midnight, pedestrians were still streaming through the streets. Beneath the glamour and bustle, though, a message spread like a wildfire throughout the city. The Holy Sun had appeared and would enter the city tomorrow. The prophecy left by the first-generation saintess had been circulating for countless years. All the members of the light spirit religion were looking forward to the arrival of the Holy Sun who could save the world and end the war. But, for countless years, the Holy Sun had not appeared, and no one knew when or if he would ever reveal himself. Until tonight, when the news began to spread from tea houses and taverns, quickly spreading in all directions at an uncontrollable speed. Within half a night, everyone in Dawn City had heard the news. Countless followers were filled with joy and excitement. At the center of the city, the bright holy temple, the foundation of the spirit religion, was the largest and tallest building. After midnight, countless immortal ascension boundary masters were summoned, and many high-ranking members of the light spirit religion gathered together. In the center of the main hall, a veiled woman with a stunning figure sat upon a throne, holding a white jade scepter. This woman was none other than the saintess of the light spirit religion. Below the saintess, the 8 order lords were arranged on both sides, while beneath them were the various protectors and elders. More than 100 people had been gathered, all of them immortal ascension masters. Despite the large number of people, the hall was silent. After a long while, the saintess finally spoke. "You have all heard about the news, haven't you?" Everyone responded in agreement. "We have heard. We have gathered here tonight to discuss how to handle this situation." The saintess continued. A protector stepped forward immediately and exclaimed in excitement, "The Holy Sun has appeared, fulfilling the prophecy passed down by the first-generation saintess. This is a blessing for our spirit religion. I believe that we should immediately arrange for people to receive him and prevent the Black Ink cult from taking advantage of the situation." A large group of people immediately echoed their agreement, saying that this was the correct course of action. The saintess raised her hand, and the noisy hall immediately became quiet. she then gently spoke. Unfortunately, some things have been kept secret for many years that must now come to light. Only the 8 Order Lords present here know about this secret, which is related to the Holy Sun. Listen first before making any plans. She then turned to the oldest of the 8 Order Lords, saying, Lord Sikong, please inform everyone. Martial Peak, Chapter 5942, Resolution. The Saintess called upon someone, and from among the 8 Order Lords, an old man with a hunched back stepped forward. He turned and looked down, coughed into his fist, and spoke, Let it be known to all that Spirit Religion's Holy Sun has secretly emerged 10 years ago. He has been cultivating and honing himself in the Holy Temple ever since. The entire hall fell into silence, followed by a huge uproar. Everyone gazed at the Wind Order Lord in disbelief. Many were trying to digest this sudden revelation, while others raised their voices in inquiry. Order Lord Sikong, how could we not have known that the Holy Sun had already been born? Holy Saintess, is it true that the Holy Sun appeared 10 years ago? Who is the Holy Sun? What is his cultivation now? Among those present in the Grand Hall at this moment were the high-ranking members of the Spirit Religion, all of whom were elites in the immortal ascension boundary with qualifications to know many of the religion's secrets. Yet, it was only now that they were learning there were things within the Spirit Religion that they were completely unaware of. Sikong Nan raised his hand slightly to quiet down the clamor, and then continued. 10 years ago, this old master went out on a mission and was besieged by the masters of the Black Ink cult. I had no choice but to hide under a cliff to heal my injuries. During that time, a young man fell from the sky and landed in front of me. The young man's cultivation was still shallow at that time, but he survived the fall from the cliff. So, after I healed, I brought him back to the Spirit Religion. Then, Sikong Nan paused briefly, allowing the crowd to digest what he had just said. Someone murmured softly, There will come a day when the sky cracks open, and a person descends from above, igniting the brilliance of light and tearing through the darkness to defeat the ultimate enemy. He looked around and raised his voice, filled with excitement. Isn't this fulfilling the prophecy left by the first saintess? Indeed, indeed. Surviving a fall from a towering cliff must mean this child has great blessings. He must be the Holy Sun. No, wait. The falling of the young man from the sky does align with the prophecy, but the prophecy also mentions the sky cracking open. How do we interpret that? Sikong Nan seemed to have anticipated this question and explained slowly, You all may not know this, but I was hiding in a location known as Heaven's Border at that time. The person who asked the question suddenly realized, so that's how it is. If one were to look up while standing in the depths of Heaven's Border, the gap formed by the cliffs on both sides did indeed resemble a crack in the sky. All had fallen into place. The scene of the young man descending from the sky matched the prophecy left behind by the first-generation saintess. It was truly the sign of the Holy Sun's birth. Sikong Nan continued, As you all suspected, when I saved that young man and brought him back to Spirit Religion, Saintess gathered a few Order Lords and opened the sealed land. What happened next? Someone asked, though they already knew the outcome would surely be good, they couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Sikong Nan replied, He passed the test left by the first-generation saintess. He is undoubtedly the Holy Sun. Haha, so the Holy Sun has already emerged 10 years ago. After waiting for so many years, we finally have him. Now those bastards from the Black Ink cult shall suffer. Allowing the crowd to express their excitement for a moment, Sikong Nan continued, After 10 years of cultivation, the Holy Sun has shown unparalleled talent and potential. When I saved him, he had just begun his cultivation not long ago. However, now his strength surpasses any of the Order Lords. Upon hearing this, the people in the Grand Hall were all shocked. The 8 Order Lords of Spirit Religion, as well as the 8 Chapter Masters of the Black Ink cult, were all the most outstanding elites in this world. However, they had been cultivating for many years, ranging from dozens to over 100 years to reach their current height. Yet, the Holy Sun achieved this in just 10 years. He truly was the legendary savior. Such a person might be able to break the limits of the martial Tao in this independent world and sweep away the demons of the Black Ink cult with his great strength. The Holy Sun's cultivation has reached a bottleneck, though. Originally, we planned to announce the matter of the Holy Sun and officially introduce him to the world after some time, but we didn't expect such an incident to happen at this critical moment. Si Kong Nen furrowed his brow. Immediately, someone indignantly shouted, "Since the Holy Sun has already emerged and passed the test left by the first-generation Saintus, his identity is undoubtedly confirmed. Therefore, the one who claims to be the Holy Sun and has not yet entered the city must be a fake." The Black Ink cult's methods are as despicable as ever. Over the years, they have repeatedly tried to infiltrate our spirit religion using signs of the prophecy, but they have never succeeded. It seems like they haven't learned their lesson. Someone stepped forward and cupped his fist. "Holy Saintus, Order Lords, please allow me to lead my men out of the city to slay the impostor who dares to insult our spirit religion. Let his death serve as a warning." Not only did multiple people speak in that manner, but several others also stepped forward, demanding to lead troops out of the city and intercept the impostor pretending to be the Holy Sun. The Fire Order Lord, however, snorted disdainfully, "If the news hadn't leaked, we could have just killed him, but now that it has spread throughout the entire city, all the followers are eagerly anticipating his arrival. How do we explain it to the followers if you murder him now?" A protector immediately objected, "But that Holy Sun is a fake." The Fire Order Lord replied, "Those present may know that he is a fake, but what about the ordinary followers? They know nothing. All they know is the legendary savior is supposed to arrive in the city tomorrow." The Mountain Order Lord patted his plump belly and chuckled, "Indeed, we can't kill him just like that, or it will have a huge negative impact." He paused for a moment and squinted his eyes slightly. "Have any of you ever thought about how this news was leaked?" He turned his head to look at a woman among the 8 Order Lords. "Lake Order's Sister Guan, you are in charge of intelligence inside and outside the spirit religion. Have you investigated this matter?" The Lake Order Lord, Guan Miao Zhu, nodded. "As soon as the news spread, I sent people to investigate. The source of this news came from Zhuo Wuyu, a deacon from the Thunder Order. It seems that he discovered the Holy Sun while performing a mission outside and brought him back. He then gathered a group of people outside the city and had them spread the news, which caused the whole city to know about it." Thunder Order's Zhuo Wuyu. The Mountain Order Lord pondered for a moment. "I vaguely recall hearing that name before." He turned to the Thunder Order Lord and continued, "If I'm not mistaken, Zhuo Wuyu has a good aptitude and was likely to ascend to the immortal ascension boundary sooner or later." The Thunder Order Lord replied indifferently, "Why do you care so much about the people under my command, Fatty?" The Mountain Order Lord chuckled. "We are all adherents of the spirit religion. As the Order Lord of one of the orders, shouldn't I show some concern about budding talents? Enough, haven't you poached enough elite disciples from my order in recent years? I warn you, don't even think about laying a hand on my disciples." The Mountain Order Lord wore a distressed expression. "I have no choice. Mountain Order is responsible for charging into the fray, and we always suffer losses whenever we clash with the Black Ink cult. We need to find a way to constantly replenish our manpower." Thunder Order Lord snorted. "Zhuo Wuyu is indeed under my Thunder Order. He is an orphan who grew up in the spirit religion and has always been loyal to it. Plus, he is a straightforward and bold person. I was planning to promote him to the rank of Protector after he broke through to the immortal ascension boundary. He shouldn't have any problems unless he's been tainted by Black Ink's strength and had his nature twisted." The Fire Order Lord added, "I also have some impression of Zhuo Wuyu. He doesn't seem like the kind of person who would engage in schemes and tricks. So, it must be the fake Holy Sun who had Zhuo Wuyu gather those people and spread the news. Why would he do that?" Everyone looked puzzled. If he was a fake, why would he have the audacity to make this matter widely known? Wasn't he afraid of being confronted? Suddenly, a man rushed in from outside, greeting the Saintess and the various Order Lords before approaching the Fire Order Lord's side and whispering a few words in her ear. The Fire Order Lord's face turned cold as she asked, "Are you sure?" The man cupped his fists and replied, "I saw it with my own eyes." The Fire Order Lord then nodded lightly in response and waved her hand, dismissing the man. "What's going on?" asked the Mountain Order Lord. The Fire Order Lord turned around to bow to the Saintess who was seated above and said, "Saintess, upon receiving the news, I sent someone to the mansion outside the city where Zhuo Wuyu was rumored to be staying to capture him and the fake Holy Sun before they could escape. However, it seems that someone has beaten us to it, and the mansion has already been destroyed." The Mountain Order Lord raised his brow, greatly surprised. Someone attacked them in secret? Above, the Saintess asked, "What about Zhuo Wuyu and the fake Holy Sun?" "That estate is now a ruin, but there was no blood or signs of a struggle. It seems that Zhuo Wuyu and the fake Holy Sun moved to a different location in advance," the Fire Order Lord replied. "Oh." The Earth Order Lord, who had been silent all this time, slowly opened his eyes and a playful smile appeared on his face. "This is interesting. A fake Holy Sun not only spread the news of his arrival in the city tomorrow but also anticipated danger and moved to a new hiding place. This fellow is not simple." "But who tried to kill him?" someone asked. Regardless of who it was, it seems that the fake Holy Sons understood his current circumstances are not safe. That's why he spread the news and made his situation known to everyone, so that those who wanted to act against him had to do so cautiously to avoid harming the innocent. Since that's the case, he will definitely enter the city tomorrow. No matter who he is or why he is impersonating the Holy Sun, as long as he enters the city, we can capture him and interrogate him. The Order Lords discussed back and forth and quickly came to a conclusion. However, it was puzzling why Zhuo Wuyu and the fake Holy Sun had aroused the inexplicable murderous intent of an unknown master outside the city. It was unclear who they had offended. "How much time is left until dawn?" the Saintess asked from her throne. "Less than an hour, Lady Saintess," someone replied. The Saintess nodded and said, "In that case, Order Lord Li, Order Lord Ma." Fire Order Lord Li Feiyu and Mountain Order Lord Ma Chengzhe immediately stepped forward and said in unison, "Reporting." The Saintess then commanded, "You two go to the city gate and wait for Zhuo Wuyu and the fake Holy Sun to show up. Then bring them to me." "Yes." The two of them responded simultaneously and quickly left the Grand Hall. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5943, The situation is getting out of control. In the vast Dawn City, there were 16 city gates. Although there were rumors that the Holy Sun would enter the city tomorrow, nobody knew which gate he would come through. Before dawn, countless disciples gathered outside the 16 city gates, eagerly waiting for the arrival of the Holy Sun. The Fire and Mountain Orders dispatched their top masters and laid out an inescapable net within a radius of 50 kilometers centered on Dawn City, so any slight disturbance would be detected immediately. Inside a tea house, Ma Chengzhe and Li Feiyu sat across from each other, sipping fragrant tea. Ma Chengzhe was a plump man with a rotund belly, always smiling and appearing amiable. Even strangers found it difficult to harbor any ill feelings towards him, but those who knew him well were aware that his friendly exterior was just a front. Among the 8 orders of the Light Spirit religion, the Mountain Order was responsible for leading the charge in battle, always at the forefront when attacking the Black Ink cult strongholds. It could be said that the Mountain Order was made up of a group of fearless warriors, willing to give their lives for the cause. So how would it be possible that their Order Lord was a simple and amiable person? Ma Chengzhe held a teacup in his hand, squinting his eyes as he watched the pretty women strolling down the street. Sometimes, he even whistled at them, drawing angry glares from the women. Li Feiyu sat calmly across from him, her icy expression resembling a statue and her eyes closed in meditation. "Junior sister Yu," Ma Chengzhe suddenly said, "where do you think this fake Holy Sun will enter the city from?" Li Feiyu kept her eyes closed as she replied calmly, "It doesn't matter which direction he enters from. As long as he shows himself, he won't be able to leave." Ma Chengzhe questioned, "With such thorough arrangements, he certainly won't be able to do so. But why would a fake Holy Sun dare to act so boldly? Who has he offended to attract an assassination attempt from an Order Lord?" Suddenly, Li Feiyu snapped her eyes open, sharply staring at him. Ma Chengzhe shrugged, "Did I say something wrong? Where did you get this information?" Li Feiyu asked coldly. She had never mentioned anything about an Order Lord making a move in the Grand Hall. Ma Chengze replied with a chuckle, I can't tell you that. I have my own ways. Upon hearing that, Li Feiyu coldly snorted, Damn fatty, all you need to do is charge ahead. How dare you plant your people in my fire order? The information about the mansion outside the city was obtained by the fire order, all of which had been blocked off. Everyone now only knew what Li Feiyu said in the Grand Hall, but Ma Chengze knew some of the hidden details. Obviously, these were leaked to him by someone else. Ma Chengze immediately clarified, I didn't do that. Don't make unfounded claims. I, old Ma, always recruit people openly from various orders, I never act in the shadows. Li Feiyu only stared at him for a while before saying, I hope so. Ma Chengze continued to ask, There are only 8 order lords. Who do you think it could be? Li Feiyu turned her head and looked out the window, casually changing the subject. I think he will enter the city from one of the 3 gates in the east. Oh. Ma Chengze raised an eyebrow. Just because the mansion is in the east? If that fake holy son chose to spread the news throughout the city to avoid potential risks, it means that he is wary of the high-ranking members of the religion. How is it possible for such a cautious person like him to enter the city from the gates in the east? He must have already moved in another direction. Li Feiyu couldn't be bothered to explain her thinking. Ma Chengze talked to himself for a while, then continued to whistle at the pretty girls passing by outside the window. Li Feiyu's expression abruptly changed and she took out a communication bead. At the same time, Ma Chengze also took out his own communication bead. The two of them checked the message that was transmitted, followed by Ma Chengze's expression darkening. He really came from the east. How bold is this person? Li Feiyu stood up and said calmly, if he wasn't bold, he wouldn't have chosen to enter the city at all. Ma Chengze was slightly startled, but nodded after he gave it some thought. You're right. Let's go. The two of them flew out of the tea house, heading towards the east of the city. The Holy Sun had already appeared in the direction of the second gate in the east, escorted by immortal Ascension Realm Masters from the Mountain and Fire Orders. He was about to enter the city. This news quickly spread. The disciples gathered at the east gate were extremely excited, and after receiving the news, those gathered at the other gates began rushing over as fast as they could, wanting to catch a glimpse of the Holy Sun's glory. For a while, all of Dawn City was like a giant beast awakening from its slumber, causing great commotion. The number of disciples gathering at the eastern gates continued to grow, and even with the help of the two orders, it was difficult to control the situation. It wasn't until the arrival of the two order lords, Ma Chengze and Li Feiyu, that the commotion barely calmed down. Fatima wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to Li Feiyu, Junior sister Yu, this situation is getting out of control. He had led his people into battle countless times without so much as a frown, even when faced with mountains of swords and seas of fire. Killing or being killed was all there was to it. However, they were not facing an enemy now, but the disciples of their own spirit religion, which made things much trickier. The prophecy left by the first-generation saintess had been passed down for countless years and was deeply ingrained in the hearts of every disciple. Everyone knew that the day the Holy Sun was born would signal the end of all suffering. The lower disciples and common folk all wanted to catch a glimpse of this savior, and now with the current situation, everyone was rushing over. The eastern gate was already overcrowded and was only becoming more congested. The spirit religion could certainly take some tough measures to disperse the crowds, but with so many onlookers, doing so might just cause more chaos. This would not be good for the foundation of the spirit religion. Ma Chengze had a headache and felt that he had been given a difficult task. He said through clenched teeth, if only we could spread the news that the real Holy Sun had already emerged and let the people know this one is a fake. Li Feiyu also looked serious as she murmured, no one thought the situation would develop like this. There were two reasons why the news of the true Holy Sun's appearance was not revealed. Firstly, by entering the city, the fake Holy Sun had effectively handed over the initiative to the spirit religion. Once he was in the city, they could decide whether to kill him or keep him with a single thought, so there was no need to leak such important information in advance. Secondly, keeping the true Holy Sun a secret for so many years made it difficult to persuade the disciples at this critical moment. In addition, The authorities were also deeply concerned about the events that had befallen the impostor, who would show murderous intent towards a fake and secretly take action against him. They had originally intended to let nature take its course, but they never expected the disciples to be this enthusiastic about it. Do you think he planned this all along? Ma Ching-zhe suddenly asked. Li Feiyu seemed to not hear him as she remained silent for a long time before finally saying, "We can only find a way to resolve the situation now. Otherwise, if all of the disciples gathered here and someone took advantage of them, there will surely be chaos. Just look at these people. Each and every one of them is devout to the extreme. If you drive them away now, not allowing them to see the Holy Sun's appearance, they will probably fight you to the death." "Who said we won't let them see him?" Li Feiyu scoffed. "Since they want to see him so badly, let them. He's just a fake anyway. Letting the disciples gather to observe him won't damage the reputation of our spirit religion. Do you have a plan?" Ma Ching-zhe's eyes lit up. Li Feiyu didn't respond but instead waved to a cultivator from the lake order who came over immediately. She gave him some instructions, and he nodded repeatedly before leaving quickly. Ma Ching-zhe listened to the instructions and gave Li Feiyu a big thumbs up. "What a great plan. I admire you, junior sister Li. The ones in charge of gathering information sure are quick-witted." 30 kilometers outside the eastern second gate, Yang Kai and Zhuo Wuyu flew straight towards Dawn City's direction. Surrounding them were numerous elites from the light spirit religion that were protecting them from all sides, not leaving their side at all. These people were part of the search team sent out to look for these two, so after finding them, they stuck with them all the way. More and more people joined the group as they went. When he saw this, Zhuo Wuyu became completely relieved and had nothing but admiration for Yang Kai. With the protection of so many spirit religion elites, the person behind the scenes could no longer act recklessly, and all it took was the release of some information, which could almost be said to have been effortless. They quickly arrived at the city. From afar, Zhuo Wuyu and Yang Kai could see the crowded people outside the city. "Why are there so many people?" Yang Kai couldn't help but be surprised. Zhuo Wuyu pondered for a moment before sighing. "The people of the world have suffered for a long time under the threat of black ink strength. With the emergence of the Holy Sun, hope has arrived. They probably all came to witness the glory of the Holy Sun." Yang Kai nodded lightly. After a moment, under the gaze of many eyes, Yang Kai and Zhuo Wuyu landed outside the city gate. A cold-looking woman and a friendly-faced fatty walked towards them. Zhuo Wuyu's expression changed slightly when he saw them and quickly transmitted their identities to Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded imperceptibly in response. As they approached, the fatty smiled and said, "Little friend, you've been through a lot on the way." Yang Kai smiled and responded, "Thanks to brothers was care, it has been a smooth journey." Ma Ching-zhe raised an eyebrow slightly and praised, "Zhuo Wuyu is indeed remarkable." Meanwhile, Zhuo Wuyu stepped forward to pay his respects. "Greetings, Order Lord Ma, Order Lord Li." Ma Ching-zhe patted him on the shoulder. "You've done a great job this time. The appearance of the Holy Sun is a great joy for my spirit religion. After the matter is settled, it will ultimately be your credit." Zhuo Wuyu bowed his head low. "It is my duty, and I dare not take credit." "Good," Ma Ching-zhe nodded. "Go with Order Lord Li, she has something to ask you." Zhuo Wuyu looked up at Yang Kai and replied after seeing him nod, "Yes." Then, Li Feiyu led Zhuo Wuyu to one side. Ma Ching-zhe waved his hand and immediately someone brought 2 spirited horses forward. He gestured, "Little friend, please. There is still a journey to the Holy Temple." Although Yang Kai was a little puzzled, he went along with it and mounted the horse. Ma Ching-zhe rode on the other horse, leading him towards the city. On the way, the bustling crowd automatically parted to make way for them. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5944, Popular Support. Dawn City was the holy city of the light spirit religion, and every street was wide and spacious. However, these thoroughfares, which could normally allow 4 to 5 carriages to pass by simultaneously, were filled with people today. 2 horses entered the city through one of the eastern gates, followed by many masters from the spirit religion, but all eyes were on a particular young man on horseback. Their gazes were filled with sincerity and admiration. Meanwhile, Ma Chengzhe and Yang Kai chatted while riding side by side. Whose idea was it? Asked Yang Kai all of a sudden. What do you mean? Ma Chengzhe didn't understand the other man. Yang Kai pointed at the people on both sides. Only then did Ma Chengzhe realize what Yang Kai meant. He looked around and leaned close to him before whispering, "They're the Order Lord's disciples from the Fire Order. Please be patient, little friend. They just want to know what you look like. Everything will be fine after this." All right, Yang Kai nodded. He could feel that these people were looking expectantly at him. Although it had been several days since he arrived in this world, he had only been wandering around the wilderness with Zuo Wuyu. He had heard about the current affairs, but he hadn't had a chance to see much for himself. It wasn't until he looked at these gazes that he realized what Zuo Wuyu meant by the people in this world having suffered a long time because of the Black Ink cult. After the news of the Holy Sun entering the city spread, all the disciples in Dawn City came over to take a look at him. To prevent any turmoil, Li Feiyu had planned a route so that Ma Chengzhe could lead Yang Kai to head straight to the Holy Temple. The disciples who wanted to have a look at the Holy Sun could wait patiently on both sides of the road. That way, not only could they prevent any potential danger, but they could also fulfill the disciples' wishes. It was like killing two birds with one stone. Ma Chengzhe stayed by Yang Kai's side so that he could escort the man to the Holy Temple and find out more about his background. However, he didn't want to ask any questions at that moment. Regardless of whether the Holy Sun beside him was fake, the fervent gazes around him were real. "Please save us, Holy Sun," someone all of a sudden said. It was nothing more than a murmur at first, but the words spread like wildfire among the crowd. In just several breaths of time, all of them started shouting, "Please save us, Holy Sun." Wherever Yang Kai went, all the disciples fell to their knees and pressed their heads against the ground. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling sorrowful, for the sight before his eyes reminded him of the situation the human race was facing. The first-generation saintess had left behind a prophecy that a Holy Sun would save all of them one day, but who knows how long they would have to wait. After all, none of the humans from the 3,000 worlds was able to save them. Ma Chengzhe turned to look at Yang Kai. For some reason, he seemed to detect a form of invisible power descending upon this young man. As he recalled some ancient rumors, his expression changed. Li Feiyu let the Holy Sun enter the city on horseback so that the disciples could take a look at him, but it seemed to have caused some unexpected consequences. At the thought of this, Ma Chengzhe quickly fished out a communication bead and sent a message to the Holy Temple. Meanwhile, the Order Lords of the Spirit Religion were waiting in the Holy Temple. The Order Lord of the Heaven Order fished out his communication bead and had a look, his expression soon turning solemn. "What happened?" asked the saintess upon noticing his anomaly. The Heaven Order Lord stepped forward and narrated to her about Li Feiyu's arrangements and the disciples gathering around the Eastern Ward. Upon hearing this, the saintess nodded. "Order Lord Li has done a good job. Is there anything wrong?" The Heaven Order Lord then explained, "We seem to have underestimated the influence of the first saintess prophecy on the disciples. Now, the fake Holy Sun has gathered popular support among the people, and he seems to have acquired the blessing of the world's will." Upon hearing that, everyone in the room was shocked. "Are you sure about that? Where did you get the news from? Does it even need explaining? Since Fatima is by his side, he's certainly the one who sent me the message. What should we do then?" All of them descended into chaos, not knowing how to proceed. The Order Lords were naturally not sincere about welcoming the fake Holy Sun to the city. They planned to find out the purpose of his visit and look into his background after they secured him in the Grand Hall. They didn't need to make a fuss just because someone pretended to be the Holy Sun. However, none of them had expected that they were lifting a rock only to drop it on their foot. If the fake Holy Sun gained popular support and the blessing of the world's will, that would be problematic, for that honor belonged to the real Holy Sun. Some of them didn't believe the Heaven Order Lord, so they released their divine senses and looked into the matter. Upon closer inspection, though, they realized it was indeed the case. For some reason, the fake Holy Sun was shrouded in a layer of invisible and mysterious power, which seemed to be a manifestation of the world itself. Many of them started sweating, thinking that the incident was preposterous. "Our plan isn't working. announced the Heaven Order Lord with a solemn expression. Since this person had obtained the blessing of the world's will, regardless of whether he was a fake holy son, those from the spirit religion could no longer handle him as they pleased. We can only play it by ear and find out his background first, suggested an Order Lord. The real Holy Son has already appeared. Other than the authority figures, the rest are not aware of it. In that case, we'd better not expose him first. That's the only thing we can do. After a quick discussion, the Order Lords soon came up with a solution and turned to look at the Saintess, who nodded. It's agreed on, then. Meanwhile, Yang Kai and Ma Chengzhe were moving forward on horseback through the holy city. All of a sudden, a petite figure dashed out from the crowd. An agile Ma Chengzhe tightened the reins and stopped the person with his other hand. Upon closer look, he realized the person was a young kid, perhaps 5 or 6 years old. Although the person was a young kid, he was quite bold. He ignored Ma Chengzhe and stared fixedly at Yang Kai as he asked in a clear voice, "Are you the Holy Son?" Seeing that the young kid was adorable, Yang Kai replied with a smile, "I don't know if I'm the Holy Son. We will only find out after the Order Lords and the Saintess examine me." Ma Chengzhe was initially worried that Yang Kai would claim to be the Holy Son, so upon hearing these words, he was relieved. "You must not be the Holy Son then," said the young kid. "Oh, but..." Yang Kai was puzzled. The young kid pulled a face and said, "Because I hated you the moment I saw you." Upon finishing his words, he dashed back into the crowd. In that direction, a woman snapped, "Smelly brat, stop causing trouble. What nonsense did you just say?" The young kid snorted and replied, "I just hate him." Yang Kai traced the voice and saw a woman running after the naughty child. Beside him, Ma Chengzhe guffawed. "Young kids like him can be mischievous. Please don't mind it." Yang Kai nodded and looked in that direction again, but the woman and the young kid were nowhere to be seen. As they moved along the 30-kilometer street, the disciples on both sides knelt and offered their prayers. All of them in the holy city were hoping for the Holy Son to save them from their suffering. The loud voices were the will of many thousands of people. Although the holy temple was protected by a spirit array, the Order Lords of the spirit religion could still hear the people clearly. The procession soon arrived at the holy temple, and after they were given permission to enter, Ma Chengzhe led Yang Kai to head to the grand hall that represented the light spirit religion's foundation. Many people had gathered on both sides of the hall as they studied Yang Kai. Without sparing them a glance, Yang Kai stepped forward and stared fixedly at the woman in front of him. He had come to this place to meet this woman, after all. Since the woman was veiled, he was unable to see her face, so he secretly activated the demon eye of annihilation to see through all the pretense, but his attempt was actually futile. The veil was just an ordinary accessory without any mysterious power, so the demon eye of annihilation proved useless in this situation. "I've brought him here, Holy Saintess." Ma Chengzhe saluted the woman before proceeding to his spot. The Saintess nodded, then frowned at Yang Kai. She could feel that since the young man entered the hall, he had been staring fixedly at her, as though he was examining her, which made her displeased. Since she became the Saintess, no one had ever dared to look at her like this. Just as she parted her lips to say something, the young man spoke all of a sudden, "I have a request to ask of you, Holy Saintess. Please agree to it." Yang Kai stood there confidently and said those words nonchalantly, as though he had come all the way to this place for that request. Many people in the hall furrowed their brows, thinking that even though the fake Holy Son was weak, he was quite arrogant. Not only did he not salute the Saintess, but he even had the guts to come up with a demand. Fortunately, the Saintess was a mild-tempered person. Although she was displeased with Yang Kai's attitude and actions, she still nodded and asked gently, "What's the matter?" Yang Kai replied, "Please take off your veil." Upon hearing that, the hall broke into a commotion. Someone roared, "How dare you be so rude to the Saintess?" Not just anyone could see the Saintess' face. Only a small number of the spirit religion's Order Lords had seen the Saintess' face before, so it was inconceivable that a nobody like Yang Kai even had the audacity to make such a request. "Are you here to humiliate us, you brat?" All of them started criticizing Yang Kai as they activated their divine senses and mounted pressure on him. No true element boundary master could ever bear such pressure. However, they were soon shocked by what was going on. The young man, who was supposed to be taught a lesson by them, just stood there in silence. The pressure of the divine senses didn't seem to affect him one bit, as though it was merely a breeze that had been whisked by him. He only stared fixedly at the saintess. On the other hand, the saintess felt slightly at ease, for she didn't see any malicious intent or promiscuity behind the young man's gaze. She raised her hand to appease the angry crowd and asked puzzledly, "Why do you want me to take off my veil?" Yang Kai replied seriously, "I'd like to verify a speculation I have." "Is the speculation very important?" "It will affect the happiness of the people and the safety of the world." While the saintess was speechless, everyone in the hall broke into laughter. "Although you're young, you're pretty arrogant. We've been trying to save the world, but there hasn't been much progress over the years. How dare a true element boundary brat like you boast shamelessly?" "Let him speak. I haven't heard a joke that is funnier than this for a long time." Marshall Peak, Chapter 5945, Guidance? Yang Kai ignored the commotion in the grand hall and looked at the saintess, awaiting her reply in silence. After a long time, the veiled woman said, "I don't mind taking off my veil, but—" The commotion stopped abruptly as all of their necks seemed to have been grabbed by invisible hands as they looked dazedly at the woman. None of them expected the saintess to agree to this kind of ridiculous request. Yang Kai said with a smile, "It seems that there's a condition." "Indeed," the saintess nodded matter-of-factly, "since you've brought forward a demand, I naturally have to come up with one as well." Yang Kai replied solemnly, "Please tell me." The saintess went on to say softly, "Zhuo Wuyu has reported that you are the Holy Son, and the timing and circumstances of your appearance matches the prophecy. However, it is hard to tell whether you are indeed the Holy Son." When the first saintess made her prophecy, she also left behind a test for the Holy Son. Yang Kai's expression changed as he realized the woman's intentions. "Do you want me to go through the test?" "Yes." His expression turned awkward at that instant. According to Chu and he, the true Holy Son had actually appeared 10 years ago. All the spirit religion's higher-ups had acknowledged the incident. In other words, the Holy Son must have passed the test, and his identity had been verified. Therefore, from the spirit religion's perspective, Yang Kai must be a fake for claiming to be the Holy Son. Despite that, the saintess still wanted him to go through the test, which was a perplexing idea. Yang Kai swept a glance over the Order Lords in the front row and realized that they appeared shocked. Apparently, they didn't expect the saintess to come up with such a demand. How interesting. They obviously didn't discuss it before. The saintess must have improvised. In that case, Yang Kai could only think of one possibility. The saintess must be certain that he couldn't pass the test, and when that happened, she naturally wouldn't have to fulfill his request as well. After giving it some thought, Yang Kai said, "No problem. Do we start now?" The saintess shook her head. "The test is in a sealed land, and it takes some time to open it. You can go and get some rest. When we are ready, we will inform you about it." Following that, she said to Ma Chengzhe, "Order Lord Ma, please help settle him down." Ma Chengzhe stepped forward and replied, "Yes." Then he beckoned to Yang Kai, "Please come with me, little friend." Yang Kai took another look at the saintess and cupped his fist before leaving the place. After he was gone, an Order Lord asked, "Holy Saintess, why did you ask him to head to the sealed land and go through the test?" The saintess explained, "Since he has the people's support and the blessing of the world's will, we can't handle him as we please, nor can we expose him. In that case, I've decided to let him go to the sealed land where the first saintess had left behind the test. Only the real Holy Son can pass the test." Someone finally realized the saintess' intentions as he said, "Since he's a sham, there's no way he can pass the test. By then, we'll have a reason for dealing with him." The saintess nodded, "That's indeed my plan. Holy Saintess is wise." While moving forward alongside Ma Chengzhe in the Holy Temple, Yang Kai suddenly asked, "Old Ma, since I'm a person who appeared out of nowhere, shouldn't you all be looking into my background first? Why did the saintess ask me to head to the sealed land?" What did you just call me? Ma Chengze stopped in his tracks and looked at him in shock. Oh ma, what's wrong with that? Ma Chengze was so exasperated that he laughed. What's wrong with that? This king is an order lord as well as a peak immortal ascension boundary master. Even if you don't want to call me senior, you're supposed to call me Order Lord Ma at the very least. I'll call you Order Lord Ma then. Yang Kai decided to oblige. Since he was significantly more powerful, he couldn't bring himself to call the other man senior, but calling him by his title wasn't an issue. Ma Chengze shot him a glare and continued walking forward. I'm not supposed to tell you anything, but for some reason, this king is fond of you, so I'll let you know a few things. We don't have to look into your background. If you can pass the test, you'll be the Holy Son. However, if you fail the test, you'll die. In that case, your background no longer matters. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, You have a point. Then, he changed the topic all of a sudden. Have you seen the Saintess face before? Ma Chengze shook his head. Brat, you don't look like a licentious man, so why are you curious about the Saintess' appearance? Yang Kai replied seriously, I already explained back in the Grand Hall earlier. Your speculation that has something to do with the people's happiness and the world's safety? Asked Ma Chengze while turning to look at him. In response, Yang Kai nodded slightly. Ma Chengze decided to ignore him as he stopped in his tracks and pointed at the building in front of him. You'll stay here. When we're ready, we'll summon you to the sealed land. Call out to the servants if you need anything. Otherwise, just stay in your room. Upon finishing his words, he turned around and left. After the man was gone, Yang Kai stepped into the courtyard and saw that some servants were already waiting. After making a few arrangements, he entered his room and got some rest. Although those from the spirit religion believed that he was a fake, they didn't mistreat him. The place he stayed had a terrific environment, and there were more than 10 servants to serve him. However, Yang Kai wasn't in the mood to enjoy anything. In his room, he sat down with his legs crossed and started cultivating. After he acquired the people's support and the blessing of the world's will while moving along the 30-kilometer street, he felt that he had a vague connection with this independent world. His suppressed power began to stir as well. There were immortal ascension masters in this world, but for some reason after his arrival, he was reduced to the true element boundary. He wanted to try whether he could break through the suppression. Even if he couldn't fully restore his power, it would be wonderful if he could make it to the immortal ascension boundary. After some hard work though, his attempt still failed. He felt that there was a layer of invisible shackles that stopped him from fully activating his power. Where is this place? Asked a voice all of a sudden. You finally connected? An elated Yang Kai grabbed the jade pendant around his neck. This thing was given to him by Wu Kuang when he entered the space-time river. The jade pendant contained a wisp of Wu Kuang's soul. However, it fell silent after entering this place. Over the past few days, Yang Kai had been nurturing the jade pendant with his spiritual energy and finally, he was able to connect with Wu Kuang. This place is strange, Wu Kuang said. Yeah, Yang Kai replied. I still haven't figured out the mystery behind this world. Why is there such a place in Mu's space-time river? Do you know anything? Nope. Mu left behind something in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, but I never managed to figure out what that is. I doubt even Song and the others have any idea. Just like what Wu Kuang said, if not for the fact that black ink strength in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction surged all of a sudden, he wouldn't have noticed the trump card that Mu had left behind. Despite that, he had no idea what it was. Therefore, he left a thread of his consciousness by Yang Kai's side to explore the mystery. That will be troublesome then. Yang Kai knitted his brows together. Wait a bit. Wu Kuang sounded surprised, as though he had discovered something. Something's happening. What do you mean? Yang Kai appeared excited. I have no idea, but whatever it is, it's like a faint guidance, Wu Kuang replied. Yang Kai realized something at that moment. Wu Kuang was in charge of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Supposedly, he was able to detect everything inside the restriction. It was thanks to this advantage that he was able to protect the suppressing Black Ink army. Presently, he had detected something. However, with the space-time river getting in the way, it was difficult to interpret it clearly. Where's the direction pointing at? Yang Kai asked. Somewhere in the city, but not this place. Let's go and have a look. Saying so, Yang Kai activated Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability to conceal his figure and aura. In the deepest part of the holy temple, a beautiful woman was waiting in a grand hall. Just then, someone was heard saying from outside, "Order Lordly would like to see you, holy saintess." The woman lifted her head and said, "Let her in." Yes. A while later, the Order Lord of the Fire Order entered the place and saluted the woman, "Greetings, holy saintess." The saintess raised her hand with a smile, "Please drop the formalities, Order Lordly. Have you found anything?" "Yes, holy saintess." Just as Li Feiyu was ready to report, the saintess stopped her by saying, "Wait a moment." She fished out a piece of jade and infused her energy into it. In an instant, the grand hall was covered in a spirit array, ensuring that no one could eavesdrop on their conversation. After the grand array was activated, the saintess stopped pretending to be serious as she took Li Feiyu's hands and sat down. Then, she said with a smile, "You've worked hard, big sister Li. What have you found?" Li Feiyu put on a helpless smile. Although the saintess was a mild-tempered person, she had to appear authoritative in front of others. Only she knew what the saintess was like in private. "I've discovered many things." As Li Feiyu recalled the information she had gathered, she fell into a dazed state. After they entered the city, Ma Chengzhe stayed by Yang Kai's side while she left with Zuowuyu. As the Fire Order Lord, she was responsible for gathering information. Therefore, she had many things to ask Zuowuyu. That was the reason she didn't show up in the grand hall earlier. "I'm all ears." The saintess seemed interested. Li Feiyu replied. According to Zuowuyu, he came across Yang Kai by chance. At that time, their whereabouts had been exposed as they were hunted down by the Black Ink cult. She related to the saintess the information she had learned from Zuowuyu. When the saintess heard that despite being a true element boundary master, Yang Kai was able to kill Yen Peng, injure Xue Ji, and even repel the Earth Chapter Master, a myriad of expressions came over her. "Are you sure about that, big sister Li? How is he so powerful when he's only a true element boundary cultivator?" asked the saintess. "There's no problem with Zuowuyu, so everything he has said must be true." All of those things happened. Li Feiyu let out a sigh. When she heard about those incidents at that time, she couldn't believe her ears either. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5946, Lady Sixth. "There's another thing that's worth our attention," Li Feiyu said. "What is it?" Several days ago, Zuowuyu sent a message back to the spirit religion to ask for some masters to assist him, but someone managed to intercept it. As such, we were not aware of the incident until recently. When they reached a town where it would take a person one day to reach the holy city, they were besieged by Chu and He and some others. Chu and He? The saintess squinted her eyes. "If my memory serves me right, he's under the Earth Order." "Yes." No ordinary person could intercept Zuowuyu's message that was meant to ask for emergency assistance. "I can do that, as can the other Order Lords." "Has that person finally revealed their true colors?" The saintess snorted. That would explain why Yang Kai and Zuowuyu were forced to announce that the Holy Sun would be entering the city the next day. They wanted to protect themselves by making everything public. Indeed. If we look at the outcome, they succeeded. Zuowuyu isn't that clever, so it must be Yang Kai's idea, the saintess speculated. "I heard that he acquired the people's support and the blessing of the worlds while heading to the Holy Temple," said Li Feiyu suddenly. As the Fire Order Lord, she had a natural advantage when it came to gathering information. Although she wasn't there to witness Yang Kai entering the city, her subordinates constantly updated her about what was going on. The saintess nodded. "That's what I find most inconceivable." "Holy saintess, is he?" Without answering her question, the saintess rose from her chair and said, "Big sister Li, I have to leave the temple." Hearing that, Li Feiyu put on a helpless expression. The saintess took her hands. "I'm not going out to have fun. There's a serious matter I have to attend to." "That's the excuse you use every time." Li Feiyu shot her a glare, but she still agreed to it. "You have to come back before the break of dawn." "Don't worry," the saintess nodded. Saying so, she fished out something from her space ring. It was a mask that was as thin as a cicada's wings. Li Feiyu took the mask and carefully placed it over the saintess' face. Her movements were skillful, so it was obviously not her first time doing this. A moment later, two identical faces exchanged glances. Even the moles on the corners of their mouths were in the exact same spot. It was as though one of them was the other's reflection in the mirror. Following that, they traded their clothes. Li Feiyu took the saintess' white jade scepter and let out a sigh before having a seat. Across from her, the saintess sported the same face as hers and smiled cheekily. Li Feiyu then activated the scepter and dispelled the grand array. After that, the saintess said, "Holy saintess, I'll take my leave." Her voice sounded just like Li Feiyu's too. Then, she went on to say in her own voice, "Good work, Order Lord Li. Since it's late now, you'd best get some rest." Following that, she turned around and stepped out of the grand hall before leaving the holy temple. Dawn City was even lovelier tonight than it was during the daytime. All the people in the restaurants were talking about the holy sun entering the city that day and the prophecy that the first saintess had left behind. They all looked joyful, as though they were in the midst of a huge festival. Yang Kai moved around the city following Wu Kuang's directions. As he walked along the crowded streets, he soon arrived somewhere quieter. Even in a holy city like Dawn City, there was inequality. The rich lived in luxurious houses in the city center with servants at their beck and call and bottles of wine to drink all day, while the poor were forced to live in the periphery of the city. With that said, it was still the spirit religion's holy city. Even though there was inequality, the poor wouldn't be starving or have no clothes to wear. With the spirit religion's help, they were able to put food on the table despite their hardship. Presently, Yang Kai sported a different face. He had many artifacts in his space ring that he could use to disguise himself. He had collected such items when he was weak in the past. Many people had seen his face in the morning, so if he showed up with his real face, everyone in the city would be aware of his presence. At that moment, he looked like an innocent young man. It was the kind of face commonly seen in the city. As he looked around, he realized many low-rise houses were neatly built in the holy city's periphery where many people lived. Some kids were seen having fun. Someone was praying to a statue in front of his house. The statue was made from wood, and it was roughly 25 centimeters tall. However, the face wasn't carved. Yang Kai listened to the person and heard him praying for the Holy Sun to save them. The Holy Sun statues were in front of many houses, with incense sticks traces showing that they were frequently prayed to. "Are you sure it's here?" Yang Kai frowned as he whispered to Wu Kuang. "I think so," Wu Kuang replied. "You think so?" Yang Kai arched his brow. Wu Kuang explained, "My connection with my main body is fuzzy thanks to the space-time river, so the guidance I'm feeling isn't clear. Let's look around." A helpless Yang Kai could only walk around the place. He had no idea what Wu Kuang had detected, but since it was from his main body, it must be very important. However, his actions soon alerted others. This wasn't a prosperous place, so there were rarely new faces. The neighbors were familiar with each other, so a stranger's arrival would naturally catch many people's attention, especially when this person kept looking around. As such, Yang Kai had to stay away from the crowd. Under a banyan tree in a certain corner, many people gathered together to unwind. When Yang Kai walked past them, he suddenly detected something and looked at them. A figure emerged from the crowd and beckoned to him, "You're finally here." When Yang Kai made out the person's face, he was rooted to the spot. Wu Kuang also called out in surprise as he said, "I didn't expect to see her here." "Do you know this guy, Lady Sixth?" asked an old man curiously. The woman called Lady Sixth nodded with a smile. "He's an old acquaintance." Saying so, she moved away from the crowd and walked up to Yang Kai before dipping her head. "Please come with me. It must have been tiring for you." Although she looked like an ordinary person, her clear gaze seemed able to see through all illusions and make out Yang Kai's real face. Yang Kai bowed his head. "Good." Lady Sixth then led him to head in a particular direction. After they were gone, the people under the banyan tree started talking among themselves. A person sighed, "It must have been difficult for Lady Sixth. Although she's pretty mature, she still isn't married." Another person said, It can't be helped. There's someone she has to take care of, so it's hard for her to get married. She just can't leave little 11th behind, said someone who knew a thing or two. 2 years ago, a matchmaker introduced her to a man. That guy was rich and handsome, moreover he was from the spirit religion. He said that as long as she was willing to give little 11th to another family, he would marry her. However, Lady Sixth refused. Little 11th is truly pitiful. His parents perished after he was born. After Lady Sixth discovered him, she brought him back and raised him. Although they call each other sister and brother, they're more like mother and son. No mother in the world would have the heart to dump her child. They sighed at the same time, feeling sorry for what Lady Sixth had gone through. It's all the Black Ink cult's fault. They're the reason that many families are destroyed. If not for them, little 11th wouldn't have been an orphan, and Lady Sixth would have gotten married. Since we found the Holy Sun, he'll bring an end to our suffering sooner or later. All of them then started praying with sincere expressions. Yang Kai followed Lady Sixth to somewhere remote while feeling astonished deep within. He didn't expect that the guidance Wu Kuang felt from his body would lead to this. Lady Sixth, Wu Kuang's voice sounded in Yang Kai's mind. Oh, she's the sixth oldest among the 10. No wonder she calls herself Lady Sixth. What about you? Yang Kai asked curiously. Wu Kuang explained, Shi and I are different. In Shi's case, he's ranked 8th. Then, what's going on with this little 11th? I have no idea, Wu Kuang replied. The soul Shi left behind wasn't complete when it reached the 3,000 worlds, so I didn't inherit everything. Yang Kai nodded and fell silent. Soon, they arrived at a simple-looking house. Despite that, there was still a yard surrounded by fences. In the yard, clothes that belonged to a woman and a child were hung there to dry. Lady Sixth pushed the door open and entered the house, followed by Yang Kai as he looked around. The decorations inside the house were simple. The place looked just like any house that a poor family would live in. Lady Sixth lit up the oil lamp and told Yang Kai to have a seat. As the lamplight swayed, she poured a cup of tea for him. I only have some tea in the house. Please don't mind it. Yang Kai rose from the chair and took the cup before saluting the woman. Junior Yang Kai greets Senior Mu. The Lady Sixth before his eyes was none other than Mu. Yang Kai had seen Mu before. It was when the human army first crusade to the primordial heavens source grand restriction. They were in a perilous situation, and Mo was about to break free, but at the last moment, the hidden hand that Mu had left behind was activated. At that time, a burst of energy was released and transformed into a sacred figure that embraced the Black Ink Ocean and eventually made Mo fall asleep. At that time, all the humans on the battlefield bore witness to the legendary woman. She was so stunning that no one would forget about her after setting their eyes on her once. Therefore, when the woman called out to Yang Kai after he arrived at this place, he instantly recognized her. She was Mu, one of the 10 martial ancestors, the strongest among them. It was thanks to her that the humans were still safe for now. The hidden hand she had activated back then hadn't been used up yet. It was a gargantuan space-time river hovering in the void that was hidden in the deepest part of the primordial heavens source grand restriction. Anyone would be awestruck when they saw that space-time river. The guidance that Wu Kuang's body was indicating must have come from Mu. Due to the space-time river, the message wasn't clear. Therefore, the thread of consciousness by Yang Kai's side had no idea what was going on as well. Wu Kuang could only lead Yang Kai to this place, and he finally realized everything upon seeing Mu. Sylvan, just so that you guys aren't confused, Mu is using her ranking in terms of seniority. So, she is the 6th ancestor. In other contexts, she would be Old 6th or Little 6th. Here, they just use 6th woman, which I think Lady 6th is better. Martial Peak, Chapter 5947, Shadow? No need for formalities. Mu raised her hand as she looked at Yang Kai's chest and smiled. We haven't met for ages, Little 8th. It seemed that not only could she see through Yang Kai's disguise, but she could also detect Wu Kuang's thread of consciousness in the jade pendant. Wu Kuang's voice sounded in Yang Kai's mind just then. Tell her I'm not sure. Before Yang Kai could even say anything, Mu nodded. I know. I already expected this kind of outcome the moment you made that decision back then. If I was present, I would have dissuaded you from doing that, but now, it seems that the outcome isn't too terrible. In the past, to break through the open heaven realm and explore a higher martial Tao, Shi was willing to sacrifice himself to strengthen the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. He only left behind a trace of his soul so that he could escape from the restriction and be reborn. After so many years, Yang Kai brought him back to the primordial heaven's source grand restriction to protect the place. Fortunately, his reincarnation was successful. He was now Wu Kuang, but sadly he still hadn't achieved the goal that he had set in his previous life. Can you hear my voice? Wu Kuang was astounded. Now, he was just a thread of consciousness that stayed in the jade pendant. Apart from talking to Yang Kai, he couldn't do much of anything else. Therefore, it surprised him that Mu could hear his voice. Yes, Mu replied with a smile. By the way, I'm Mu, but I'm also not Mu. A puzzled Yang Kai said, I don't understand, Senior. Mu took a seat and motioned for Yang Kai to sit down as well. After giving it some thought, she said, I know you have many questions. Let me think where I should begin. Yang Kai suggested, Senior, why don't you start with this world and yourself? Mu glanced at him and said with a smile, It seems like you've noticed something. Hey, what have you found? Wu Kuang asked. Yang Kai shook his head, It's just some unfounded speculation. Hearing that, Wu Kuang fell silent. After a moment of silence, Mu said, Since you're able to enter this place, it shows that you've condensed your space-time river. I call it the space-time river, but I'm not sure about you. Yang Kai replied, Just like you, I call it the space-time river too. It seems that you've also been inspired by the infinite river in the universe furnace, Senior. Mu nodded. The infinite river in the universe furnace has many secrets. I had the chance to explore it back then. Fortunately, I managed to condense all the necessary Tao strengths and nurture my own space-time river. Before arriving at this place, I was stopped by an invisible barrier, but I was allowed to pass very soon. Was it a test you had left behind? Yes. Only when a person who has condensed their space-time river appears will they have the right to enter this place. Otherwise, it'll be pointless. Only now did Yang Kai realize what happened. Previously, he was stopped by the invisible barrier, but he was soon allowed to pass. He initially thought that the barrier had acknowledged his identity as a human, but now, it seemed that it had nothing to do with his race. Instead, it was because of his space-time river. After all, even though he was born to be a human, he was now a pure-blood dragon. When heaven and earth split apart, chaos was divided into yin and yang, which transformed into 5 elements, which then gave rise to 10,000 grand Daos. Eventually, everything returns to chaos. That is the grand Daos' greatest truth, but also its biggest secret. It is where everything belongs. Chaos is eternal, Mu explained gently. Several kids ran past the house just then, and someone was heard bawling his eyes out. It seemed that he had been bullied. I used all my cultivation and left behind my space-time river in the deepest part of the grand restriction to protect the universe worlds here, so that they could live their lives peacefully. Many years have passed since then. Yang Kai's expression changed. Senior, do you mean that the primordial world and all the living creatures in here are real? Of course, Mu nodded. This world was born when heaven and earth split apart. It took many years for this world to become what it is today. However, due to the weak world principles, the cultivators here are not very powerful. Why is this world inside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction? Moreover, there seems to be a deeper meaning behind this world's name, Yang Kai asked, perplexedly. Mu looked at him and smiled. It's called the primordial world because it was the first universe world to appear when heaven and earth split apart. This is also where Mo was born. Hearing that, Yang Kai was astonished. Just then Wu Kuang said, Oh, I finally recall it now. The reason they set up the primordial heaven's source grand restriction in this place back then was because the primordial world was here. The core of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction is the primordial world. Because a powerful existence like Mo was born here, all the resources were used up. As a result, the martial Tao in this world became very weak, Mu explained. In fact, when heaven and earth split apart, Mo wasn't the only one who was born here. Yang Kai said, both the primordial darkness and light appeared together. Did little Eighth tell you this? Mu glanced at him. Yang Kai replied, I met Senior Tsang before. When your trump card was activated back then, you must have seen him as well. Mu shook her head. Like I said, Mu and I are different. She repeated what she had said before, but Yang Kai still didn't understand her. The primordial world gave birth to the primordial light as well as the primordial darkness. The primordial light was the very first light as well as the congregation of all things wonderful, but it left this universe world as soon as it was born, and no one knows where it went. Nevertheless, the darkness remained in this place and bore the loneliness and coldness over the years. Eventually, Mo was born. Therefore, we had thought about looking for the primordial light to destroy its dark power. Unfortunately, by all accounts, it is simply a light, so how are we supposed to find it? Left with no choice, we decided to build the primordial heaven's source grand restriction here to suppress Mo. In truth, the original primordial light no longer existed. After it left the primordial world, it split off the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer. Then, it crashed into a primitive universe world and turned into countless divine spirits. That was how the divine spirit ancestral land was born. As for the essence of the primordial light's true body, it transformed into a human woman, and her bloodline was then passed down over the generations. Regardless of how powerful these descendants became though, they could never truly restore the primordial light. Mu went on to say, however, the primordial heaven's source grand restriction can't resolve the problem. Mo's black ink strength is growing stronger by the breath. There will come a day when the restriction will no longer be able to suppress it. Therefore, Mu left behind some trump cards in the restriction, and I am one of them. After a pause, she continued, the fact that I've awakened shows that Mu's hidden hand has been activated, and things have reached the most critical point. As such, I founded light spirit religion in this universe world and left behind a prophecy. Yang Kai realized something. I see, you're the first-generation saintess of the light spirit religion. Previously, he speculated that light spirit religion must have something to do with Mu's trump card. Therefore, he followed Zwuyu to Dawn City, and when he saw the saintess, he requested to see her face. Although he knew that it was unlikely to be the case, he had to verify it. Much to his surprise, instead of agreeing to his request, the saintess asked him to go through a test. As such, the whole thing had been put off. In the end, Yang Kai came across Mu in the outskirts of the city. Since the martial Tao in this world was weak, the cultivators didn't enjoy a long life. Therefore, it was impossible for Mu to remain the saintess forever. She had to step down from her position and disappear. Countless years had passed, and there were many saintesses before the current one. Yang Kai said, Senior, you keep saying that you're not Mu. Who are you then? There's nothing wrong with your aura, vitality, or sentience, nor do you look like a soul avatar or a soul clone. You appear to be a real human. Mu replied with a smile, I'm certainly a human, but I'm just a shadow of a part of Mu's life. A shadow? Yang Kai asked puzzledly. Mu looked seriously at him and nodded. It seems that even though you've condensed your space-time river, you haven't discovered the river's true secrets. With a solemn expression, Yang Kai said, Please enlighten me, Senior. The person before his eyes had condensed her space-time river much earlier than Yang Kai did, and her mastery over the Grand Daos was also significantly better. Moreover, her space-time river was colossal. If their space-time rivers were put together, it was like the difference between a strand of grass and a tree. Mu continued, although the space-time river is condensed from Tao strengths, it's mainly composed of the time and space Tao strengths. Time and space are the biggest secrets of the universe and govern over everything. Everyone has their own space-time river, but rarely can anyone condense it. Following a pause, she continued, the moment a person is born, their space-time river begins to flow and continues to do so until the end of their life. In the end, the river returns to chaos. Their strength and duration of their life is determined by their space-time river, and therefore, everyone's space-time river is different. This is Mu's space-time river. Saying so, she gently waved her hand. Even though she didn't have any cultivation, a mini version of Mu's space-time river appeared following her movements, swirling around in the air like a water snake. Then, she lifted her hand and grabbed something from the river, after which she spread her palm and said, "This is a particular part of her life." There was a vague figure that resembled Mu standing on her palm. A flabbergasted Yang Kai looked at Mu in disbelief. "Is this what you meant when you said you are a shadow of Mu?" Mu nodded. "It seems that you understand now." She waved her hand as the figure and the space-time river disappeared at the same time. "Therefore I am not Mu. I am just the shadow of a part of her life." At that moment, Yang Kai was too stunned to speak. What he had just witnessed was beyond his imagination, and he wasn't able to come to his senses for a long time. If Mu had not demonstrated it before his eyes, Yang Kai would never have expected this to be the space-time river's real secret. Although he was astounded, his gaze was filled with excitement as he asked, "Senior, are space and time the river's biggest secrets?" Mu nodded with a smile. "Given your aptitude, you'd have figured it out sooner or later. However, since Mu's hidden hand has been activated, there's no time for you to sit and contemplate it." Marshall Peak, Chapter 5948. Its existence is a sin. The person before Yang Kai's eyes was just the shadow of a part of Mu's long life, hence why she repeatedly said that she was Mu, but also not her. Yang Kai had never expected that someone in the universe could pull off such an amazing feat. He was still trying to make sense of everything. He felt that Mu indeed lived up to her name as the strongest martial ancestor. Her cultivation and mastery over the Grand Daos were probably significantly better than the rest. At this point, Mu's identity was clear, and the primordial world's secret was right before Yang Kai's eyes. This was where Mo was born, as well as the core of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Therefore, it was critically important. Yang Kai suppressed the undulating emotions in his heart and asked, "Given your power, were you not able to destroy Mo in the past?" Although Mu was powerful, she could only suppress and seal Mo in this place using the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. That was why Yang Kai was astounded. In other words, Mo was tremendously powerful. Without answering his question, Mu said, "In truth, Mo isn't fundamentally evil." Yang Kai responded, "Yes, I know." Mu seemed to be walking down memory lane as she continued, "Since you've met Song before, you must have heard him talking about him. Senior Song did tell me some things back then. I know that the 10 of you and Mo were friends, but you fell out at a later time." Mu replied with a smile, "That's not entirely true. It's just that we're on opposing sides. When the primordial light was born, darkness was as well, which gradually nurtured some sentience and gave birth to Mo. Although it had gone through years of loneliness, it wasn't bitter after it was born. Its understanding was blank, just like a newborn baby. At that time, the other 9 and I had long comprehended the open heaven realm method under the World Tree's enlightenment. Following the rise of the human race, we defeated the monster race and earned our glory in that era. However, Mo's appearance made that glory short-lived. She then explained, "Living beings are inherently curious. After Mo gained sentience, it had the desire to explore the unknown. When it arrived at any universe world, the originally peaceful world would fall under its rule. After all, black ink strength was irresistibly corruptive for weaker living beings, and Mo was unable to restrain its power. It didn't even realize that it was supposed to restrain itself. When all the living creatures in any universe world submitted to it, it no longer felt lonely and helpless. That was already a horrendous start for a child. It started spreading its power to more universe worlds, just like a naughty kid trying to show off its talent to gain attention and acknowledgement." Following a long pause, seemingly a little hesitant, she continued, "Then, it came across us one day. With the 10 of us being so powerful, we were naturally immune to black ink strength. That made Mo even more curious about us, and we started coming into contact with each other. Although we knew it wasn't fundamentally malicious, its power was a disaster to the universe. Eventually, we decided to make a move. However, at that time, Mo was already significantly more powerful than when it had just been born. Even if the 10 of us had joined forces, we would still be unable to destroy it. As such, we could only build the primordial heaven source grand restriction to suppress and seal it. Mo realized our intentions, so it summoned all of its followers to counterattack at the end. That is the origin of the war that has lasted for millions of years, continuing to this day. Upon hearing Mu's narration, Yang Kai was left sighing. After all, the feud between the human race and the Black Ink clan that had been ongoing since the late ancient era was nothing more than a farce caused by a naughty child. Unfortunately, that farce had lasted for millions of years when everything was accounted for, and countless humans had lost their lives fighting it. A long time later, Yang Kai sighed again. Its very existence is a sin. Although it's cruel to say that it's true, Mu agreed with him. You said that Mo's Black Ink strength increases as time passes. Does it know how to cultivate? Yang Kai asked. Mu shook her head. It was born when heaven and earth split apart, so it doesn't need to cultivate. The darkness of all living beings is its source of energy. Therefore, after it acquired sentience and left the primordial world, it was able to occupy many universe worlds and increase its power. Yang Kai was shocked. The darkness of living beings? Craftiness, betrayal, bloodthirstiness, cruelty, malevolence, resentment, slaughter. All forms of negativity strengthen its power. How does that work? Yang Kai asked perplexedly. No one can explain it, Mu replied grimly. The primordial light left immediately after it was born, leaving the darkness to bear the loneliness and coldness on its own. People love the light and loathe the dark. However, darkness is born because there is light. Therefore, the darkness can derive energy from the people's dark side and grow. All this was giving Yang Kai a headache. Just as he was ready to say something, he suddenly realized a problem. Since the primordial world is the core of the primordial heaven source grand restriction, the people's dark side in this independent world. Mu nodded. Just like what you think, even though MO has been suppressed and sealed, it is still growing by the breath. As such, there will come a day when the primordial heaven's source grand restriction will shatter. In truth, if not for the fact that Mu's trump card has been activated, the restriction would have been destroyed by now. Yang Kai took a deep breath. So, we mustn't delay any further. If we want to settle MO, we have to deal with it quickly. Wu Kuang's voice sounded just then, but it's an extremely difficult thing to do. Even when the 10 martial ancestors were still alive, they were unable to destroy MO. Could the humans in present times achieve that goal? The humans had been fighting against the Black Ink clan for countless years and had finally regained control of the 3,000 worlds before mounting a second crusade to the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. If they failed again this time though, they would be doomed. Yang Kai glanced at Mu and asked seriously, "What's the hidden hand you've left behind? Please make it clear to me, senior." The trump card wasn't just about making MO fall asleep, otherwise, Mu wouldn't have left behind her space-time river and the shadow of herself to lead Wu Kuang and him to this place. Perhaps Mu still had other arrangements, which were the hope for the human race. She had just said that by the time she awakened in this world, Mu's trump card must have been activated, and things had reached the most critical moment. As expected, Mu went on to explain, back then, the 10 built the primordial heaven source grand restriction and suppressed and sealed MO in this place. Only Mu then entered the deepest part of the restriction to look at what was going on before leaving behind some arrangements. This is one of them. There's no doubt it's hard to destroy MO, but the existence of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction shows that it can be sealed. Therefore, when the hidden hand was activated, putting MO to sleep, Mu cut apart its source into 3,000 pieces and sealed them up inside her space-time river. After a moment of silence, she continued, "This world is where the suppression started. You must head to the profound source gate, which is where Mo's source piece is sealed. It is also the place where MO was born. You just have to refine the gate and suppress the source piece sealed there. That way, the crisis in this world will be solved, and MO will be weakened." This world. Yang Kai sensitively detected something. Just like what I said, when MO was put to sleep, Mu cut up its source into 3,000 pieces and sealed them up in her space-time river. She did so by separating them among 3,000 universe worlds in her space-time river. As long as you can suppress and seal all the pieces, MO will fall into a state of deep sleep for all eternity. Such an amazing method. Yang Kai exclaimed, "But there are too many universe worlds." Mu let out a sigh. "It can't be helped. for no single universe world is powerful enough to suppress Mo. Additionally, Mo has hidden the profound source gates in secret locations. When the 10 of us were still alive, we were not aware of it. It wasn't until Mu looked into the grand restriction at the most critical moment that she realized it. With that as the foundation, she left behind some arrangements in a hurry. She then instructed, "Once you begin, you must act quickly. That's because every time you suppress and seal a piece of its source, you'll be alerting Mo. The more times you do it, the greater the chances are of Mo waking up. Once it awakens, it will immediately retrieve all the available pieces, and Mu's arrangements won't be able to stop it. When that happens, you'll have to directly deal with Mo." Upon hearing her explanation, Yang Kai said, "In other words, as long as I'm swift enough to seal as many pieces as possible, it will have less power to retrieve." "That's right. But it will awaken eventually, so it's impossible for me to make use of the profound source gates to suppress and seal Mo completely. You can do that by defeating it." Mu gave him some encouragement. Yang Kai responded with a helpless smile. Even if he was able to seal many source pieces and significantly weaken Mo, the latter was still a powerful being, not to mention that Mo had countless Black Ink clan soldiers. As such, how was he supposed to defeat Mo? All the same, he now had a clear direction at the very least. It was a good start. After all, even when the humans went on their second crusade, they had no idea how to defeat Mo. If I'm not mistaken, the profound source gate in this world must be in the Black Ink cult's control, Yang Kai said. Mu nodded. There are countless people in this world, and their darkness has led Black Ink's strength to stream out from the profound source gate. That's how the Black Ink cult was born. The Black Ink cult is indeed in control of the profound source gate, and it is their most important restricted area. Yang Kai said meditatively, "In other words, if I want to refine the gate, I have to deal with the Black Ink cult first." He looked at Mu with a frustrated expression. "Senior, since you made such impeccable arrangements, why didn't you take control of the profound source gate instead of letting other people have it?" Mu shook her head. "Due to some reasons, I'm unable to go near the gate." "You could have asked those from Light Spirit Religion to protect the gate." Mu explained, "Whoever is sent to protect the gate will be corrupted by Black Ink's strength. Therefore, the birth of the Black Ink cult was inevitable. Apart from the primordial world, all the universe worlds you're going to visit will have Mo's lackeys. If you want to suppress and seal the source pieces, you have to deal with those lackeys first." Marshall Peak, Chapter 5949, Dark Side of Human Nature. Every universe world has different principles, so the obstacles you face will be different too. With acquiring the world's will as the prerequisite, you have to defeat the enemies present and suppress Mo's source pieces. Mu has left behind her shadows in all the universe worlds where Mo's source pieces have been sealed, so you won't be completely on your own. "That's indeed some good news," Yang Kai said joyfully. "All the same, I have to settle the source piece in the primordial world first. However, since I'm only a true element boundary master now, I don't have sufficient power to deal with this." Mu nodded. "Yes, you need an increase in your power. Also, you need a helper." "Oh, she's here." Saying so, Mu turned to look at the door. Yang Kai noticed someone approaching them under the moonlight. A moment later, a slender figure stepped into the house. As they exchanged glances, the person was shocked, clearly not expecting a stranger to be there. What was more, the stranger was a man. She was rooted to the spot. Yang Kai was surprised as well, for the person was the Fire Order Lord from Light Spirit Religion, Li Feiyu. Although he had some speculations, he turned to look inquisitively at Mu. "Come on in," Mu beckoned to the woman. Li Feiyu stepped forward and saluted Mu. "Greetings, madam." Then she glanced at Yang Kai. "Who is this?" Mu said with a smile, "No disguises are needed here. Let's show each other your real faces." Yang Kai and Li Feiyu were astounded, clearly not expecting that both of them had put on some disguise. Since Mu had said so though, they had to oblige. Yang Kai ran his hand across his face and revealed himself. Across from him, Li Feiyu also took off the mask that was as thin as a cicada's wings. As they exchanged glances, Yang Kai appeared doubtful, for he had never met this woman before. Although he had no idea who she was, he found her image somewhat familiar. "It's you!" On the other hand, the woman appeared excited. I didn't expect this. Realizing something, she turned to look at Mu with a pleasantly surprised expression. Madam, is he the real Holy Son? She spoke in her real voice this time. Mu nodded. Yes, he's the real Holy Son. At that instant, Yang Kai put on a helpless smile. Although he had never seen the woman's face before, he had heard her voice some time ago, therefore he could immediately recognize her. He cupped his fist and said, Greetings, Holy Saintess. It surprised him that the person pretending to be Li Fei Yu was the Light Spirit Religion's Saintess whom he had met in the morning. He didn't expect the woman to disguise herself as Li Fei Yu and come to this place in secret, which was interesting in and of itself. The Saintess explained, I formed some speculations when I heard that he had the people's support and the blessing of the world's will. Therefore, I wanted to verify it with you, madam. Now, there's no need for that. If anyone else had said Yang Kai was the Holy Son, she would have looked into the matter. However, since the woman before her eyes had said so, she wouldn't doubt her. That was because this woman had founded the Light Spirit Religion and left behind the prophecy. She was the first-generation Saintess. Does the Saintess work for you, Senior? Yang Kai asked while looking at Mu. Hearing that, Mu nodded. I've been secretly nurturing and supporting every Saintess over the generations. After all, this position is very important, so I can't let outsiders take over it. Since the martial Tao in this world was weak, the cultivators generally didn't enjoy a long life. Therefore, Mu had to feign her death and step down from her position as the first Saintess. Otherwise, she could have been the Saintess until now. What about the 8 Order Lords? Yang Kai asked. The Saintess explained, Big Sister Li is one of us. Both of us were candidates to be the next Saintess back then. In the end, Madam let me become the Saintess while Big Sister Li took over the Fire Order. No one interferes in the process of selecting the other Order Lords. Upon hearing her explanation, Yang Kai said, In that case, are you aware that the Holy Son you are currently nurturing is a sham? With Mu behind the Saintess, the existence of the Holy Son shouldn't be a mystery. However, before Yang Kai's arrival, there was already a Holy Son that the Spirit Religion had been hiding from the public. Although the so-called Holy Son had passed the test, his identity was still up in the air. As expected, the Saintess nodded, Yes, but the matter is slightly complicated. Moreover, that person might not be aware that he's a fake Holy Son. He's most likely being used. What do you mean? The Saintess explained, Madam left behind a prophecy and a test back then. When the Chosen One was discovered, the circumstances really did match the prophecy, and he also passed the test. Therefore, the others believed that he was the true Holy Son. Although I knew he wasn't, I couldn't expose it at that time. Is someone behind all of this? Yang Kai realized the crux of the matter. In response, the Saintess nodded. Do you know who the person is? Yang Kai asked. The Saintess shook her head. Big Sister Li and I have been looking into the matter for years. Although we have some clues, we're not certain who the mastermind is. Yang Kai said, This person is quite good at concealing himself. It's no wonder that when Zhuo Wu Yu and I were on our way to the Holy City, we were besieged by those from the Spirit Religion. An Order Lord even tried killing us back at the manor. The person who plotted against the two of you is undoubtedly the hidden mastermind, remarked the Saintess. Has that person sided with Black Ink Cult? I don't think so, replied the Saintess. Every time an Order Lord comes back from the outside, I inspect them with the Purifying Heart secret technique to ensure that they haven't been corrupted by Black Ink strength. Therefore, the person is probably not part of the Black Ink Cult. Why has this person done such a thing then? Yang Kai was perplexed. It's because the person craves greater power. The Saintess smiled helplessly. He must be an important figure, but ultimately, I am the leader. As such, he probably wants more influence. After all, in the Spirit Religion's doctrine, the Holy Son is the true savior. As long as he can control the Holy Son, he'll effectively be in charge of the Spirit Religion. After hearing her explanation, Yang Kai recalled what Mu had said earlier and muttered under his breath, Craftedness, malevolence, greed. The dark side of human nature. The darkness in living beings could help increase Black Ink's strength and strengthen Mo's power. As long as humans were humans, things wouldn't always be positive. Where light existed, so did darkness. The saintess continued, in the past, I didn't expose the lie to prevent the spirit religion from splintering. However, since the real Holy Sun is here, the phony no longer has to exist. What do you plan on doing? The saintess replied, that person is still cultivating, and such a matter cannot be rushed. It's common for an impatient person to suffer from cultivation dissonance and pass away. Despite her soft voice, her words were merciless. Yang Kai couldn't help but take a second look at her. Certainly, a person who could be the saintess wouldn't be a naive pushover. After giving it some thought though, Yang Kai shook his head. You just said that the person might not be aware that he's a fake Holy Sun and has probably been fooled. Since he's innocent, there's no reason for us to kill him. The mastermind is at fault. The saintess nodded. In that case, we should get to the mastermind. Big Sister Lee and I have some suspects on our list. The fake Holy Sun was brought back by Si Kong Nan from the Wind Order in the past, but the person who tried to kill you, Chu and he, worked for Luo Yungong of the Earth Order. On the other hand, the Lake Order Lord, Guan Miaozhu, is also a suspect. These are just our suspicions, and we don't have any evidence. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, to me, the mastermind behind all this isn't important either. It is inevitable for humans to harbor a dark side. As long as the mastermind hasn't been corrupted by Black Ink strength or sided with the Black Ink cult, everything he's been doing is simply to gain more power and influence, not to assist the enemy. Even if he is in control of the Holy Sun and the Spirit religion, he'll still oppose the Black Ink cult. You have a point, the saintess nodded in agreement. No Order Lord would ever be willing to side with Black Ink cult and become their slave. That's right. Therefore, we don't have to find out who the mastermind is. Just let them be. We also don't have to expose the fake Holy Sun. The saintess appeared surprised. You mean, Yang Kai explained with a smile, a while back, the reason I claimed to be the Holy Sun and tried to enter the city was to verify some suspicions I had. Now that I've seen the person I need to see and found out everything I need to know, the Holy Sun's identity no longer matters to me. It can even be said that it will be easier for me to take action by hiding in the dark. The saintess realized his intentions. Do you want to remain in the shadows to monitor both the Spirit religion and the Black Ink cult? Yang Kai nodded, indeed. Suddenly, his expression turned solemn. Time is running out, Holy Saintess. The fight against Black Ink isn't just about the survival of this world, it will affect the wider universe as well. As such, we have to destroy the Black Ink cult as soon as we can. Hearing that, the saintess put on a helpless smile. The Spirit religion and Black Ink cult have been fighting each other for countless years. However, we're equally matched. Although I'm the current saintess, I can't initiate a full-scale war against the Black Ink cult on my own. I have to discuss it with the 8 Order Lords, and I need a reason to persuade them. A reason, Yang Kai muttered. As an idea sprang to mind, he clapped his hands. Maybe we can make use of this incident. The saintess' interest was piqued. What is it? Yang Kai said, didn't you tell me to go through the test when we were in the Grand Hall? Yes, the saintess nodded. At that time, she was doubtful, so she asked Yang Kai to take part in the test. After all, he had gained the people's support and the blessing of the world's will, so they couldn't deal with him as they pleased. However, if he couldn't pass the test, he naturally wasn't the real Holy Sun. By then, they could do whatever they wanted. To those who were not aware of the truth, since the real Holy Sun had been discovered, there was no doubt Yang Kai was a phony. As such, he couldn't possibly pass the test. In truth, the saintess wanted to know if Yang Kai could pass the test as well. After all, she knew that the Holy Sun that the Spirit religion had been hiding from the public was fake. Nevertheless, she was puzzled as to why Yang Kai brought up the test all of a sudden. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5950, Coincidences and Calculations. Regardless of what the test is, I'll fail eventually, Yang Kai said solemnly. In that case, I'll be a phony, and you'll have to kill me. However, when I was entering the city, countless disciples came to welcome me, and I gained the people's support. When everyone finds out that I'm not the Holy Sun, the city will descend into chaos. By then, the spirit religion can introduce the holy son they've been hiding from the public to appease everyone. The disciples need a holy son. Who that person is doesn't matter. The saintess nodded. The Order Lords have been wanting to make that person known to the public, but I haven't agreed to it since I was always doubtful. Yang Kai continued, the Holy Son's appearance is a big event, so the spirit religion can make use of this incident to launch a war against the Black Ink cult. It also matches the prophecy. The saintess soon realized his intentions. That's a good idea. It's decided, then. The two of them then discussed some details, after which the saintess put on her mask and left in a hurry. Mu had only been listening to them in silence the entire time. After the saintess was gone, she finally spoke up. As a true element boundary master, you're indeed not powerful enough to play a decisive role in the fight against the Black Ink cult. Yang Kai said helplessly, I've tried to break through, but there seems to be an invisible shackle stopping me from doing that. It must have something to do with the principles here. Is this also a part of your trump card? Mu replied with a smile, you're the savior, after all. Your existence in this independent world will easily arouse the hostility of Mo's source pieces. Therefore, you're not supposed to be too powerful when entering this world. However, it will be easier for you to take action at this point by having increased power. Saying so, she raised her hand and pointed at Yang Kai's forehead. Following that, Yang Kai's figure shook all of a sudden. He felt that the shackle that had been restraining his cultivation shattered in an instant. His cultivation rapidly rose from the true element boundary to the immortal ascension boundary. Soon, it reached the peak of the immortal ascension boundary before stabilizing. Since he was a ninth order open heaven master before, being at the peak of the immortal ascension boundary still felt quite weak to Yang Kai. Nevertheless, it was the limit in this world. If his power continued to increase, it would cause an unwanted response from the world principles. Yang Kai felt the increased power and soon adapted to it. He then looked at Mu and asked, Senior, can you lend me a helping hand as I deal with the Black Ink cult? He initially thought that Mu would agree to it, but she shook her head, there's only so much I can do. You only have yourself to rely on from here. A perplexed Yang Kai asked, why is that? Although Mu's shadow looked like an ordinary person, Yang Kai knew that she was pretty powerful as she was able to use such amazing methods. If he could get her help, it would be easy to destroy the Black Ink cult and settle the problems in this independent world. Much to his surprise, Mu rejected his request. She simply explained, I'm only a shadow after all. There isn't much power I can use, and after waiting and planning for so many years, the power in this shadow is about to run out. I see. Yang Kai didn't doubt her. I'm sorry for making such a request. He rose from the chair and cupped his fist. I'll take my leave now, Senior. Mu got up and saw him off. Yang Kai suddenly recalled something when he reached the door, so he asked, Senior, what's the spirit religion's test about? Mu replied with a smile, well, it's just a simple thing. I had collected some Black Ink strength and sealed it in that place back then. Anyone who isn't the Holy Son will be corrupted by Black Ink strength and turned into a Black Ink disciple after entering that place, so whoever is acting as the current Holy Son naturally couldn't have passed. Only the person I've acknowledged will get a secret technique before entering, so he'll be immune to Black Ink strength and be able to leave safely. Only then did Yang Kai understand what the test was about. Mu was fully aware of who the real Holy Son was. As soon as the Holy Son appeared, she would contact him and let the current saintess teach him the secret technique. By then, they could put on an act in front of the spirit religion's order lords and get their acknowledgement. What about the fake, then? How did he pass the test? Yang Kai frowned. Since one would need the saintess to teach the secret technique to pass the test, how did that person manage to resist the invasion of Black Ink strength? Mu knew what was on his mind, so she shook her head. It's not like what you think. Yang Kai asked meditatively, have you been hiding something, Senior? After hesitating for a bit, Mu said, the previous saintess got together with the Thunder Order Lord and gave birth to a daughter in secret. Before her death, she passed down the secret technique to the Thunder Order Lord. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai was astounded. Have you always been aware that the Thunder Order Lord is the mastermind? Mu nodded gently. Although I stay here most of the time, I've been paying close attention to the spirit religion's affairs since I founded it. Just as you suspected, the Thunder Order Lord didn't side with the Black Ink cult, he did everything to gain greater power. Even if he manages to take control of the spirit religion, he'll still oppose the Black Ink cult. Of course, there's also another reason that makes me reluctant to expose him. What puts you in a tight spot, Senior? Mu glanced at him and replied, the child that the previous Saintess gave birth to is the current Saintess. Yang Kai was startled for a moment before shaking his head. Does her father want to take the power from her? That's truly cruel. No, he has no idea, Mu said gently. He doesn't even know that he has a daughter. Of course, the current Saintess has no idea that the Thunder Order Lord is her father either. Yang Kai smiled helplessly. Why is that? Didn't the previous Saintess tell him about it? Mu explained, I founded the spirit religion as the first Saintess. Although there isn't any doctrine to speak of, they've developed many rules over the years. One of them is that the Saintess has to abstain from all forms of intimacy with men. The fact that the previous Saintess fell in love with the Thunder Order Lord was against the rules, and therefore she was supposed to be executed. Even her child shouldn't have been allowed to live. As such, she didn't dare to let anyone find out about it, including that man. I see, Yang Kai put on a helpless expression. Many people really have nothing better to do with themselves, so they like to set up a bunch of rules to show how important they are. Since the Thunder Order Lord was the current Saintess father as well as the mastermind behind the scenes, Mu wasn't willing to expose him. Once he was exposed, the current Saintess would be put in a tight spot, and she might even have to step down from her position. So, after the previous Saintess passed down the secret technique to the Thunder Order Lord, he found a young man to pretend to be the Holy Sun and let him appear in front of the Wind Order Lord, Si Kong Nan, at the right place and time. Then, Si Kong Nan brought the young man back to the spirit religion, and the Thunder Order Lord taught him the secret technique so that he could pass the test and become the Holy Sun. That's not what happened, Mu shook her head. As far as I know, Si Kong Nan came across that young man by chance. It wasn't the Thunder Order Lord's doing. However, after the young man arrived at the spirit religion, they realized that he had excellent aptitude. Therefore, Yudao Qi decided to teach him the secret technique. The young man was weak at that time, so he wasn't aware of anything. After a pause, she continued, Yudao Qi didn't act solely for his own vested interests, of course. Even though the prophecy has been around for many years, the Holy Sun still hadn't appeared. The people were starting to lose hope. Therefore, he did such a thing to create a false sense of hope for the people. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead. That's ridiculous. He initially thought that it was a plot, but it turned out to be a series of coincidences mixed with some calculations and greed. Human nature has always been complicated, which is why MO can grow so rapidly. If we had allowed it to derive power from the darkness in all humans' hearts instead of suppressing it with the primordial heaven's source grand restriction over the years, Black Ink's strength would have filled the entire void by now. Mu then warned, now that you're aware of this secret, you mustn't tell anyone else about it. Yang Kai replied with a smile, I understand. He wasn't interested in the petty conflicts and plots in this independent world. Now, he just wanted to find the profound source gate and refine it so that he could suppress and seal Mo's source piece permanently. Good, I will take my leave. Yang Kai cupped his fist and turned around to leave. Just then, a young boy around the age of 5 or 6 years old ran towards him. Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to him. After all, when he was talking with Mu inside the house earlier, there were already many kids playing around outside. Just as he was ready to step aside, the kid charged towards him with a furious expression. Yang Kai raised a hand to stop the kid from crashing into him with his head. He then said with a smile, Watch where you're going, kid. The kid clenched his teeth and exerted more force, but he was unable to move forward. He then glared up at Yang Kai and yelled, Let go of me. Yang Kai took a look at him and exclaimed, It's you. The kid was the one who blocked his way when he entered the city earlier today. He said that Yang Kai must not be the Holy Sun because he loathed him. Yang Kai was already aware of the kid's audacity in the morning, and he experienced it again tonight. Let go of me, growled the kid. Due to his short arms though, he was unable to even reach Yang Kai, so he snapped, Why are you in my house instead of sleeping in the middle of the night? Hearing that, Yang Kai was shocked. Do you live here? He turned to look at Mu, who smiled helplessly. He's an orphan, so I brought him back and took care of him. Yang Kai coughed and released him. The kid immediately crashed into Yang Kai's abdomen with his head before fleeing to hide behind Mu. Finding a reliable protector, he stuck out his head confidently and pulled a face at the evil intruder. Yang Kai rubbed his abdomen and recalled what happened when he saw the kid in the morning. At that time, the kid said something to him and ran away, after which a woman was heard chiding him. In truth, Mu had seen Yang Kai from afar in the morning, but he didn't pay attention to her. It was at that moment that Mu became certain about Yang Kai's identity, so she sent a faint guidance to Wu Kuang, who was in charge of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, leading Yang Kai here. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5951, Ancient Grounds. Yang Kai then recalled the conversation between the people under the banyan tree. It seemed that the kid was little 11th, whom Mu had brought back from somewhere. He took a look at the young boy behind Mu and shook his head with a smile before turning to leave. Suddenly, Mu said from behind, "Junior, you have to succeed no matter what. The human race's future hinges on you." Without turning his head, Yang Kai waved his hand and replied, "I'll bring back some good news, senior." The darkness gradually engulfed his figure like an invisible beast. "Who is he, sixth sister?" asked the young boy. Mu ruffled his hair and replied gently, "He's a friend from a faraway place." "For some reason I hate him," the young boy frowned. "Whenever I see him, I have the urge to beat him up." Mu chided him by saying, "It's wrong to attack others." The young boy pouted, "I know. When he drops by next time, I'll go out and play so that I won't see him." Mu put on a faint smile. After playing with the other kids for a long time, the young boy was already sleepy, so he yawned and said, "I'd like to go to bed, sixth sister." Mu lowered her figure and pulled him into her embrace before saying softly, Just sleep." After rounding a corner, Yang Kai suddenly turned around and looked at the darkness. Wu Kuang's voice sounded in his mind, "What's wrong?" Without responding to him, Yang Kai fell into his thoughts. A moment later, he said, "Nothing. Perhaps I'm mistaken." Hearing that, Wu Kuang couldn't help but mutter, "You've been acting strangely today." The spirit religion's restricted area, Ancient Grounds, was where the first saintess left behind the test. Only the holy son that matched the prophecy could pass the test safely. The prophecy had been around for many years, and some wicked people had naturally tried pretending to be the holy son to gain power. However, none of those people could pass the test in the Ancient Grounds. Around 10 years ago, though, the young man brought back by the Wind Order Lord managed to leave this place safely after entering. Therefore, the authoritative figures of the spirit religion believed that he was the Holy Son, and they had been secretly nurturing him ever since. Presently, the Saintess and the Order Lords were waiting with solemn expressions because someone had entered the Ancient Grounds that day. While waiting, the Order Lords exchanged glances and secretly got ready for a fight. There came a moment when the Ancient Grounds' heavy door opened and a figure appeared and stepped into a grand array. As a buzz was heard as the grand array was activated. With a stiff face, Yang Kai looked around and questioned grimly, "What are you trying to do?" The grand array was more powerful than the one he and Zhuowu had to deal with back in the village, and the people in charge of it were all immortal ascension boundary masters. It could be said that if anyone in this independent world fell into this trap, there was no way they could escape by relying on their own power. The Saintess said softly, "Don't worry. Since you've stepped out of the Ancient Grounds, you're now faced with the final test. If you can pass this test, you'll be acknowledged as the spirit religion's holy son." Yang Kai's gaze turned gloomy as he stared coldly at the woman. "You didn't tell me about this before." With a hunched back, the Wind Order Lord, Si Kong Nan, chuckled, "Well, it's not too late to tell you about it now." "Are you messing with me?" Yang Kai growled. Si Kong Nan persuaded him by saying, "Don't be so impetuous, little friend." Ma Chengze placed his hands on his bulging belly and put on a grin, questioning casually, "Why would you be afraid if you're not guilty of anything?" Yang Kai swept a gaze over the immortal ascension boundary masters. As though having no choice but to give in, he asked in a milder tone, "What's the last test about?" "Thunder Order Lord Yu Daoqi replied, "You don't have to do anything. Just stand right there." Saying so, he turned to look at the Saintess. "Let us begin, Holy Saintess." The Saintess nodded and performed a hand seal. As she muttered under her breath, she pointed at Yang Kai all of a sudden. In an instant, the entire world hummed. An invisible power seemed to be drawn from the deepest part of heaven and earth as it struck Yang Kai, who grunted upon the impact. At that moment, he realized that it was the purifying heart secret technique, which drew energy from the world itself to dispel black ink strength. Only the Saintesses nurtured by Mu were able to do such a thing. Engulfed in the purifying heart technique, Yang Kai clenched his teeth and held on. The veins on his forehead suggested that he was going through immense pain. Soon enough, though, he was no longer able to persevere as he growled in pain. Although the authoritative figures of the spirit religion had already expected the outcome, they were still shocked by the sight before their eyes. As Yang Kai howled, a dark fog billowed from his figure. The Heaven Order Lord snorted and looked at Yang Kai with contempt. "How dare a thug like you try to seize control of the spirit religion?" Si Kong-nen shook his head and sighed. "There are always some overly confident people who are blinded by greed." The purifying heart secret technique continued drawing the dark fog out of Yang Kai's figure until there was none left. At that moment, all his clothes were soaked in sweat as he was kneeling on one knee, panting heavily. The Saintess stopped using the technique and looked at Yang Kai, who was in the center of the grand array. She sighed and questioned, "Why are you pretending to be the Holy Sun?" Yang Kai lifted his head. "I'm the Holy Sun, so why do I need to pretend to be one?" The Saintess said, "The real Holy Sun will never be corrupted by black ink strength when passing through the ancient grounds. Since you've been corrupted by black ink strength, it shows that you're not the Holy Sun. By the way, the real Holy Sun was found 10 years ago." Yang Kai's pupils dilated when he heard that, and after a long pause, he muttered bitterly, "So, you've been aware that I'm not the Holy Sun since the beginning?" "Yes." An enraged Yang Kai roared, "Why did you make me pass through the ancient grounds, then?" Si Kongnen said, "You made a big fuss when entering the city, so we need to give the public an explanation. This test is the best explanation." Upon hearing his explanation, Yang Kai sneered, "I see." The Saintess demanded, "Please surrender." "In your dreams." Yang Kai bellowed as he leapt up into the sky in an attempt to escape. However, the Grand Array's power relentlessly held him down. The Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters exerted more force at the same time, causing the Grand Array's power to increase. An unsuspecting Yang Kai fell to the ground, as though he was being pressured by a mountain. After getting up with difficulty, Yang Kai charged towards one of the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters who was controlling the Spirit Array. "You court death!" bellowed the Thunder Order Lord Yu Daoqi as he dashed towards the Grand Array. At the same time, Li Feiyu unsheathed her sword and charged towards Yang Kai while warning, "This man can use some strange methods and he seems to have a powerful soul artifact, so don't use your soul avatars to deal with him." Yu Daoqi snorted, "Do I even need to use soul avatar to fight him?" Saying so, he reached Yang Kai and threw out a fist. He didn't hold back any of his power as a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. Obviously, he wanted to kill Yang Kai with one move. Upon seeing that, the Saintess, who was outside the Grand Array, secretly sighed. Over the years, she had speculated as to who the mastermind was, but she never had any evidence. Given the current situation, even if Yang Kai had some malicious intentions, Yu Daoqi should have captured the culprit and interrogated him instead of trying to kill him right away. His aggressiveness had exposed him. Although the Saintess had found out many of Yang Kai's capabilities when having a discussion with him the night before, she still couldn't help feeling worried. However, all of them were shocked the next moment. Faced with Yu Daoqi's attack, Yang Kai threw out a fist instead of dodging. Following a boom, both of them were sent flying away. Li Feiyu's weapon turned into a sword rain that engulfed Yang Kai, making sure that he was unable to flee. Only then did she have some time to speak. "By the way, I forgot to tell you that this guy is extremely strong. He defeated the Black Ink Cult's Earth Chapter Master in a one-on-one fight, forcing the latter to escape. Si Kong Nan exclaimed, "What? He's only a true element boundary brat, so how was he able to defeat that monster?" Li Feiyu obtained the information from Zhuo Wuyu, who had been held by the Fire Order since entering the city. The others didn't have a chance to approach him, therefore, other than Li Feiyu and the Saintess, the other Order Lords had no idea what happened on Yang Kai's journey to the Holy City. On the other hand, they were all familiar with the Black Ink Cult's Earth Chapter Master. After all, the two sides had been enemies for years, so they knew that the Earth Chapter Master had immense physical strength. In truth, no one in the world had a stronger physique than the Earth Chapter Master. As such, it was inconceivable that the young man before their eyes was able to defeat such a powerful opponent in a one-on-one fight. If Li Feiyu were not the one who said it, the others wouldn't have believed it, for the very notion was ridiculous. On the other hand, Yu Daoqi was evidently furious after exchanging moves with Yang Kai. He pushed his power and charged forward in an attempt to deal with Yang Kai alongside Li Feiyu. This guy is dangerous. I don't want to oppress a young man like him, but since he has some malicious intentions towards the spirit religion, we don't have to be righteous. Si Kong Nan sighed and stepped forward. The next moment, he appeared in the grand array and pushed out a palm towards Yang Kai's head. At that instant, Yang Kai was besieged by 3 Order Lords. Although the fight didn't last long, it was more intense and perilous than anyone's expectations. Since 3 Order Lords had joined forces, and coupled with the grand array they had set up, no one in the world was able to escape unscathed. The fight ended less than an incense stick later. However, none of the Order Lords was elated as they sported conflicted expressions. "Why did you kill him?" Si Kong Nan turned to look at Li Feiyu, his hunched back seeming to have been worsened by the situation. In that direction, Li Feiyu had run Yang Kai through with her sword. Presently, the man no longer had any aura left. With a pale face, Li Feiyu shook her head. "I had no choice, holding back wasn't possible." Martial Peak, Chapter 59-52, Apostles? Those from the spirit religion initially intended to capture Yang Kai so that they could find out his reasons for pretending to be the Holy Sun, along with his identity and any other conspirators who were working with him. However, in the fight earlier, none of the Order Lords dared to hold back in the face of their enemies' strange methods. Furthermore, this phony seemed to be a ruthless man. Faced with Li Feiyu's fatal attack, he didn't seem to have the intention of dodging and instead tried to drag down his opponent with him. If Yu Daoqi hadn't disrupted Yang Kai's final attack at the critical moment, the latter wouldn't have been the only one lying on the floor. Li Feiyu would have died as well. All 3 Order Lords were drenched in sweat, and the onlookers were astonished. Guan Miaozhu couldn't help but ask, was this guy really only a true element boundary cultivator? You saw him fight. There's no doubt he was only a true element boundary master. The Earth Order Lord Luo Yungong appeared dejected. Such a shame. It would have been fantastic if such a talented young man were part of the spirit religion. Yang Kai was already so powerful even though he was only in the true element boundary. If he broke through to the immortal ascension boundary, no one in the world would be a match for him. They initially thought that the Holy Sun they had been hiding from the public already had the most outstanding skill and aptitude, but now, it seemed that he paled compared to this fake Holy Sun. This guy would most likely be able to shatter the shackles of this world and explore the realm above the immortal ascension boundary. Initially, the Order Lords felt it was the right thing to have killed Yang Kai, but upon hearing Luo Yungong's words, they realized it was indeed such a shame. What's the point of saying this when he's already dead? Si Kong Nan, who was the oldest among them, said sensibly, since he pretended to be the Holy Sun and snuck into the spirit religion, he was our enemy. However, he acquired the people's support and the blessing of the world's will. If he managed to make it to the immortal ascension boundary, the spirit religion would cease to exist. We've nipped a catastrophe in the bud by killing him today. Hearing this, all of them nodded in agreement and no longer felt it was a shame. Yu Daoqi said, "The disciples in the city have been riled up since he entered the city yesterday. They thought that the Savior had finally appeared, just like what was described in the prophecy. Everyone is anticipating the start of a final war against the Black Ink cult, but this person is dead now. How are we supposed to explain this?" This was giving Li Feiyu a headache as she rubbed her forehead. Forget the common believers, even members of the spirit religion share the same sentiment. Many people have been asking when we will start taking action against the Black Ink cult. Si Kong Nan nodded. I've heard about it as well. If we can't settle this issue properly, we will surely suffer serious backlash. All of them sported solemn expressions and fell silent. Suddenly, the saintess said, "Let's introduce the Holy Son to the public." She swept a glance over them and continued, "Even without today's incident, the Holy Son was supposed to appear very soon. He's been cultivating in secret for 10 years and has reached the peak of the immortal ascension boundary. Since he's just as powerful as any of the Order Lords, he's able to represent the spirit religion." "What about the fake Holy Son?" Li Feiyu asked. "We just have to tell the disciples the truth," said the saintess softly. "The disciples and the entire world have been waiting for the Holy Son's advent, not this fake named Yang Kai. Therefore, we don't have to hide anything from them." Si Kong Nen nodded repeatedly. "We just have to let the real Holy Son appear to ease the impact of the fake Holy Son's death. As long as we allow the disciples to see hope, we can resolve the crisis." The saintess continued, "The Holy Son's appearance is big news. The world and the spirit religion have been waiting for countless years as it signals the beginning of the end of the Black Ink cult." All of the Order Lords appeared thrilled upon hearing that as they turned to look at the saintess with fervent gazes. They had been waiting and fighting for years, but finally, it was time to deal with the enemies head-on. "We'll introduce the Holy Son to the public in 3 days. In the meantime, all the Order Lords are to begin readying their subordinates. We shall set off to the Black Ink abyss to end this scourge once and for all." The saintess' voice was as soft as ever, but she sounded determined. "Yes, Holy Saintess." Li Feiyu entered a secret room while holding a blood-soaked corpse. After putting the corpse down gently, she looked worriedly at him. All of a sudden, the person, who was supposed to be dead, opened his eyes and an unprepared Li Feiyu was thoroughly shocked. "You're really not dead?" An astonished Li Feiyu looked at Yang Kai, who was now seated with his legs crossed. She could feel his vitality being restored in his originally cold body. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed such a strange story. After all, she was the one who killed Yang Kai, so she was certain that her sword had penetrated the man's heart. The other Order Lords were present, and they were all peak immortal ascension boundary masters. Therefore, they could easily see through any form of pretense. That was the reason she had made a fatal move. She couldn't help but ask, "Are you a human?" After giving it some thought, Yang Kai shook his head. "I can no longer be considered a human." Following his experience in the dragon pool, Yang Kai became a pure-blood dragon. However, since he was originally a human, he never abandoned that identity. He took off his blood-soaked shirt and said, "I'm sure the saintess has told you everything. The spirit religion will launch a war against the Black Ink cult in 3 days while I'll assist all of you from the shadows. The Fire Order will be responsible for gathering information, so I'll need you to work with me." "What are you doing?" An astounded Yang Kai glanced at Li Feiyu, who squatted and touched his firm chest. Li Feiyu stared fixedly at the chest that she had stuck her sword into. As she felt the man's strong heartbeat, she muttered, "What kind of a monster are you?" Although the wound was still visible, it had mostly healed. It had only been a short time since Yang Kai was injured. As such, it was reasonable to assume it wouldn't be long before the wound disappeared completely. What bothered Li Feiyu was that Yang Kai's blood was golden. His blood also seemed to contain a horrifying power. That was probably the reason he was able to deal with 3 Order Lords despite being a true element boundary master. "You should be more respectful of people's boundaries." Yang Kai slapped her hand away and put on a new shirt. Li Feiyu continued, "No wonder Xueji is so attracted to you. She even came back to you and submitted herself to you. She learned that from Zhuo Wuyu, who was there to witness the incident. He was loyal to the spirit religion, so he wouldn't hide anything from Li Feiyu. Did you even listen to what I said?" Yang Kai shot her a helpless look. With a solemn expression, Li Feiyu replied, "Yes, there will be no flaws in our cooperation." Only then did Yang Kai dip his head with satisfaction. "Good." He then sat down cross-legged again and glanced at her. Tell me more about the Black Ink cult. Li Feiyu asked seriously, what do you want to know? Yang Kai said, everything about the apostles. Li Feiyu was shocked upon hearing that. Are you aware of the apostles' existence? I've heard about them, Yang Kai nodded. Naturally, he learned this from Yen Peng. Unfortunately, even though Yen Peng was an immortal Ascension Boundary Master and held an important position in the Black Ink cult, he knew little about the apostles. When he repeatedly came across Xueji back then, he wasn't aware of this piece of information yet, so he didn't have a chance to ask her about it. Therefore, Yang Kai decided to seize the chance and find out more from Li Feiyu now. Faced with the question, Li Feiyu considered her words for a moment before replying. In truth, we know little about the apostles. After all, they always remain in the deepest part of the Black Ink abyss to protect that place. Although we've launched some wars against the Black Ink cult over the years, we've never managed to pose a threat to Black Ink abyss. As such, the apostles have never made a move. After a pause, she continued, the apostles' existence is both a taboo and a mystery. It's said that they're engrossed in learning more about Black Ink's strength and spend all of their time in the Black Ink abyss to unlock its secrets. Rumors have it that they might have broken through the immortal Ascension boundary and reached a higher realm. We have no idea what that realm is, nor do we know how many apostles there are. The only thing we know is that the apostles will never leave the Black Ink abyss, and indeed, they've never been spotted outside. Even those from the Black Ink cult know little about the apostles. If not for the fact that they never leave the Black Ink abyss, we would have been defeated a long time ago. Hearing that, Yang Kai furrowed his brow. With Mu's help, he was now an immortal Ascension Boundary Master. When he was at the ancient grounds earlier, he hid his cultivation and only showcased power in the true element boundary. As such, the Order Lords believed that he was only a true element boundary master. Given his true strength, it could be said that no one in the primordial world was a match for him. Nevertheless, his strength wasn't infinite, after all. He couldn't possibly defeat the entire Black Ink cult on his own despite being powerful. Therefore, if he wanted to destroy the Black Ink cult, he had to make use of the Light Spirit religion's power. The profound source gate that had suppressed and sealed Mo's source strength was located in Black Ink Abyss, where the Black Ink cult originated from. The apostles were also hiding in the Black Ink Abyss. They were engrossed in Black Ink strength, so they had been staying there to figure out its secrets. They could even be described as fanatics. All the same, no one could deny that the apostles were extremely powerful. Only by destroying the Black Ink cult and the apostles would Yang Kai have time to refine the profound source gate and suppress Mo's source piece. It was destined to be a tough fight, however. This war would affect the survival of the 3,000 worlds and the entire human race, so Yang Kai had to do his best. Even the Fire Order Lord Li Feiyu was only aware of some rumors about the apostles, so the others obviously knew little about them. Yang Kai thought that if he wanted to find out the apostles' secrets, he had to head to the Black Ink Abyss and look into the matter personally. It wasn't until Yang Kai acquired more information from Li Feiyu that he let her leave. Before exiting, Li Feiyu turned around all of a sudden and remarked, "Your acting was impeccable." "Huh?" Yang Kai subconsciously replied, but he soon realized that she was talking about the fight outside the ancient grounds. He couldn't help but think that since he was a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, putting on an act in front of a group of immortal Ascension Boundary Masters was like entertaining newborn children. Martial Peak, Chapter 59-53, No Way He Is Dead? In a restaurant, a dazed Zuo Wuyu drank heavily to ease his sorrow. Yang Kai, who had gone through a lot of hardship to arrive at the holy city with him, was now dead. The day before, the Holy Temple announced that Yang Kai failed the test left behind by the first Saintess, which proved that he wasn't the real Holy Son. Instead, he was an impersonator with malicious intentions. Therefore, the Order Lords joined forces and killed him. After the news was spread, everyone in Dawn City was shocked, and many of the disciples couldn't accept the truth. They had been waiting and suffering for years before the Holy Sun appeared. He was like the silver light in the darkness, but barely one day later he was killed, plunging the world into darkness again. However, the Holy Temple soon announced a piece of exciting news. In truth, the real Holy Sun was found 10 years ago. He was the person described in the prophecy. More importantly, he had passed the test left behind by the first Saintess, so the current Saintess and the Order Lords had long acknowledged him. Over the past 10 years, he had been cultivating in seclusion, and he had now reached the peak of the immortal ascension boundary. Now, the Holy Sun was about to be introduced to the public, and the spirit religion was getting ready to set off to the black ink abyss. All the disciples in Dawn City were exhilarated. The second piece of news was invigorating, so the impact of the fake Holy Sun's death had been significantly weakened. Everyone was drowned in the joy of a better future, and they quickly forgot about the fake Holy Sun, who had everyone's support while entering the city. Nevertheless, Zhuo Wu would never forget about him. On their way to the Holy City, he saw how Yang Kai defeated so many powerful opponents despite supposedly being weaker than them. Although he was only a true element boundary master, he was able to kill immortal Ascension Realm Masters, injured Xueji, and repel the Earth Chapter Master. After that, he even made Xueji submit herself to him. He had always believed that the Holy Sun was supposed to be powerful and achieve the impossible. Only a Holy Sun like Yang Kai could save the world. Nevertheless, someone like him still failed the test and was killed by the Order Lords. The Order Lords assured that he was an impersonator. Zhuo Wu was puzzled, not knowing what the truth was anymore. If Yang Kai was a phony, why did he come to the Holy City just to get himself killed? Why did Chu and he do such a thing? Also, why did an unknown Order Lord try to kill them in secret? Zhuo Wu found it hard to know what was true and what was false, realizing for the first time just how complicated the world was. Unable to figure anything out, he picked up a wine bottle and chugged it down to numb his thoughts. After putting down the bottle, he strode out of the restaurant. He was a straightforward person, so he knew nothing about evil plots. He considered himself part of the spirit religion as he had gotten everything from there. Since they were about to set off to the black ink abyss, he didn't hesitate to contribute. The light spirit religion was highly efficient. After the Holy Sun was introduced to the public, they started gathering soldiers. It only took them 3 days before the Order Lords led their armies to depart from the Holy City and head to the black ink abyss via 4 different routes. They had been preparing for this moment for many years, and the soldiers were strong and powerful. With the Holy Sun leading them, they were all high-spirited. Soon, conflicts of different scales broke out in various places. Although the Black Ink cult and the spirit religion had been fighting each other for as long as anyone could remember, they were restrained most of the time. Surprisingly, those from the spirit religion were going all out this time. Those from the Black Ink cult were unprepared for the sudden aggressive assault, so they had no choice but to fall back repeatedly. The spirit religion soon conquered and occupied many of their territories. 4 major armies marched forward at the same time, coordinating with each other as they liberated city after city. Several days later, those from the Black Ink cult, who were initially caught off guard, finally organized themselves and rallied together to defend themselves. The primordial world wasn't large, with limited landmass. If the world was divided into 2, the East belonged to the light spirit religion while the West was occupied by the Black Ink cult. In the middle of the 2 great forces, there was a long gray area. Neither party controlled this region, so both could move about it freely. This area was where both parties frequently broke into conflicts, but it was also a buffer zone for them. Since both parties were equally matched, the existence of such a buffer zone was necessary. Blessing City was located in the west of the buffer zone where the Black Ink cult was essentially in charge. It was a tiny city with a small population. The city lord was only a first-stage immortal ascension master with a bulging belly. Given his low strength, he wasn't really qualified to be a city lord. However, since this area was located in the buffer zone, he was able to obtain the position. Although the city didn't belong to any great force on paper, he had secretly sided with the Black Ink cult and had been collecting information for them for many years. Blessing City was near the territory the Black Ink cult controlled, so he had made a wise decision. As the city lord, he had been carefree for the past 10 years, but he couldn't be at ease today. That was because the light spirit religion's armies were heading straight for his city. The spirit religion had taken control of most of the cities in the buffer zone already, and they would reach Blessing City soon. At such a critical moment, he had to make a choice quickly. He could either stay loyal to the Black Ink cult, or side with the light spirit religion? With a frown, he clenched a jade slip that contained critical intelligence from the past few days. It's troublesome. The fake Holy Sun was killed, and the real one appeared. Those from the light spirit religion have gathered all their forces to attack the Black Ink Abyss. They'll pass through Blessing City soon, so I have to contact those from the light spirit religion as soon as possible. He knew that given the fact that he was only a first-stage immortal ascension master, he was unable to resist the light spirit religion's armies. Presently, those from light spirit religion had all the momentum in the conflict, so he couldn't possibly save Blessing City from them. As such, he had to side with the light spirit religion immediately if he wished to survive. Nevertheless, he didn't notice that when he was speaking, the soft and alluring woman in his embrace wore a shocked expression. The woman got up from the bed and looked at him before asking in a gentle voice, "Sir, who did you say was killed?" The city lord replied with a smile, "A guy who pretended to be the Holy Sun. He went all the way to Dawn City, but he failed the light spirit religion's test. Therefore, several Order Lords joined forces and killed him." The woman kept a smile on her face. "What's his name?" The city lord tried recalling it and said, "If my memory serves me right, his name was Yang Kai." The woman lowered her gaze and glanced at the jade slip in his hand. "Can I take a look?" The city lord pinched her face and said with a smile, "Only cultivators can use this. Since you've never cultivated before, you can't see." Before he could finish his words, his expression changed. That was because the jade slip disappeared from his hand and fell into the woman's possession. He didn't even realize when it had happened. With his figure stiffening, he stared fixedly at the woman before his eyes, his expression turning from surprised to horrified. All of a sudden, he recalled a certain rumor. Across from him, the woman appeared oblivious to his reaction as she looked into the jade slip in silence. A moment later, she said through clenched teeth, "No. It's impossible that he was killed just like that. I don't believe he's dead." As soon as the woman finished speaking, the city lord dashed away from her at the speed of lightning, which was surprising given his weight. Obviously, he had pushed his strength to its limit in an attempt to flee from this place. If the rumors were true, he wouldn't be a match for the gentle-looking woman with whom he had spent the last 3 years. Nonetheless, he soon descended into a state of despair. When he was about to reach the window, an immense power restricted him and pulled him back towards the woman. The next moment, he fell on his bottom in front of her. In an instant, he started shuddering with a pale expression. The woman slowly rose from the bed, but unlike how she had been behaving for the past 3 years, she appeared more like a horrifying monster at that moment. She looked condescendingly at the fatty and questioned emotionlessly, "Do you think that guy is dead?" Certainly, the city lord didn't have the answer to her question. He speculated that the fake Holy Sun must have something to do with this woman, so he repeatedly pressed his head against the floor and said, "I have no idea, madam. I just received the information and haven't managed to verify it yet." The woman squinted her eyes. "Do you know who I am?" The city lord replied honestly, "I have some speculations." The woman nodded. "Good. It seems that you're clever enough to know what you should do." As an idea sprang into his mind, the city lord said, "Don't worry, madam. I'll tell someone to verify the news right away so that you'll get an accurate answer." "Good. Go now." The woman waved her hand imperiously. A relieved city lord got to his feet, but when he lifted his head, he realized that the woman was looking mockingly at him. Although they had spent a long time together, her alluring face felt strange to him. At the same time, a layer of blood mist engulfed him. "Mercy, madam!" shrieked the city lord. The moment the blood mist appeared, he knew that his speculations were right. She was indeed that woman, and the rumors were all true. As though having spirituality of its own, the blood mist streamed into the city lord's body through his pores. He screamed in horror, but he soon lost his voice. A moment later, a hideous and withered corpse was left lying on the floor. A thick blood mist gushed out of the corpse and was absorbed by the woman. The woman, who would normally have been elated, only appeared sorrowful, as though she had lost something important as she muttered under her breath, "That's impossible. He is so incredible. How could you be killed just like that? I won't believe it." With a hideous expression, she soon made up her mind, I have to look into this. Saying so, she whirled around and turned into a bloody beam before shooting into the sky. Half a day after the woman was gone, those from the city lord's mansion finally discovered that the city lord was dead, and they broke into a commotion. On the other hand, right after the woman left Blessing City, she detected something and turned to look in a particular direction. Something seemed to be guiding her. She frowned in puzzlement, but after a moment of hesitation, she charged forward in that direction. Soon enough, she saw a familiar figure in a gazebo. Although the man sported a face she had never seen before, she could feel it through her blood. The man before her eyes was the one she was looking for. Marshall Peak, Chapter 59-54, The Black Ink Abyss. Looking at the figure in the gazebo, the woman became at ease. She took a deep breath and stepped forward. When she reached the person, she saluted him and said, "Servant greets master." The person seemed oblivious to everything as he looked dazedly in a particular direction. The woman looked in the same direction, but all she saw were endless clouds. She stood there and waited patiently like a maid. At that moment, she no longer appeared aggressive or arrogant. A while later, Yang Kai suddenly said, "If one day you realize that everything around you is an illusion and the world you lived in is not what you think it is, what would you do?" After giving it some thought, Xueji measured her words and asked cautiously, "What are you trying to say, master?" Yang Kai shook his head and took back his gaze before turning to look at her. "You're an intelligent woman, so you'll figure it out one day. Before that, I need you to help me with something." Xueji immediately fell to her knees. "I'll never disobey your orders, master. Bring me to the Black Ink Abyss." The Black Ink Abyss was where the Black Ink cult originated from. The profound source gate, where a part of Mo's source had been suppressed and sealed, was also located there. However, since Yang Kai had only been in this world for a short time, he didn't know where the Black Ink Abyss was. After pondering for a moment, he decided to just ask Xueji to lead the way for him. Therefore, he looked for the woman through the soul mark and waited outside the city. Xueji shuddered with a shocked expression as she asked hesitantly, "Why do you want to go there, master?" Yang Kai replied impassively, "That is none of your business. Just lead the way for me." Xueji hung her head low, "Yes." Then she lifted her head and looked expectantly at the man. She parted her lips, but she couldn't bring herself to say anything. A helpless Yang Kai formed a small wound on his finger and flicked some dragon blood at her. Xueji devoured the blood like it was a precious treasure. Soon she turned into a blood mist and flew off. From afar she said, "Please wait for me, master. I'll be right back." Half a day later, Xueji returned, soaked in sweat. However, her aura had increased significantly, and it was to the point where she was unable to suppress it. She had repeatedly gained benefits from Yang Kai, which had helped strengthen her tremendously. She was already at the peak of the immortal ascension realm to begin with, and if not for the shackles of this world's principles, she would have achieved a breakthrough. This woman was talented in the blood Tao, and she had some kind of special constitution that perfectly matched her use of blood principles. Unfortunately for her, she was born in the primordial world. Restricted by the space-time river, she was unable to escape from the universe world suppression. If she lived in a stronger universe world, her strength would not be so low. "I'll teach you a technique that can help suppress your aura. Listen carefully," Yang Kai said. An elated Xueji replied, "Many thanks for your teachings, master." After she acquired the technique, she circulated it and realized she was finally able to suppress the wild aura. Yang Kai was already mysterious in her eyes, and now he looked even more inscrutable to her. The two of them then headed straight to the Black Ink Abyss. While on their way, Yang Kai asked the woman about the apostles. However, even though Xueji was a chapter master of the Black Ink cult, she knew little about them. "Master, you might not be aware of it yet, but the Black Ink Abyss is where our cult originated from. That place is sacred in our eyes. Therefore, no ordinary person is allowed to go near it. Only those who have made great contributions to the cult can cultivate beside the Black Ink Abyss. On the other hand, chapter masters like me are given quotas every year and are allowed to enter the Black Ink Abyss at certain times." Following a pause, she continued, Black ink strength is strange as it can change a person's nature. Therefore, comprehending black ink strength's secrets in the abyss is both an opportunity and a risk. If one is lucky, their cultivation will increase significantly. If they are unlucky, they'll lose themselves forever. Many in the black ink cult are just like that, including the chapter masters. Yang Kai nodded as he had discovered this when he came into contact with those from the black ink cult back then. Although their disciples had some black ink strength in their bodies, it was basically negligible. Moreover, their nature was never fully changed. For example, Xueji still retained her independence and individuality. It was different from the black ink disciples that Yang Kai had come across before. Those black ink disciples had been fully corrupted by black ink strength, so they only held Mo supreme. As Xueji spoke, she appeared slightly fearful. Those who have lost themselves look just like their usual selves, but their minds have changed completely. I too almost fell into that situation once. Fortunately, I retreated in the nick of time and saved myself. Yang Kai said, since that is the case, when you cultivate in the black ink abyss, you have to strike a balance between comprehending black ink strength and keeping your sanity. Is that right? Xueji replied, you can think of it as so. If we can retain the balance, we'll be able to increase our powers. However, once the balance is broken, we'll lose ourselves forever. I believe the apostles are such beings. What do you mean? Yang Kai arched his brow. From what I've observed over the years, many disciples lose themselves while cultivating in the black ink abyss. Most of them leave the black ink abyss and live their lives as though nothing has changed. Nevertheless, a small number of people continue further into the black ink abyss and disappear. Those people are the apostles. Since they've disappeared, how did all of you find out about the apostles? Yang Kai frowned. Although we can't see them, we can hear growls like those of beasts from the depths of the black ink abyss. Therefore, we know that there are living beings in the depths, ones who must have dove deeper than others can. However, we don't know what happened to them. Upon hearing her explanation, Yang Kai nodded. In that case, the apostles were the real black ink disciples. Their temperaments had been contorted by black ink strength, and no one knew what happened to them after they went further into the abyss. Although they were still alive, they never appeared again. I heard that the apostles will never leave the black ink abyss, Yang Kai said. Xueji replied, that is indeed the case. The black ink cult has been around for many centuries, but as far as I know, no apostles have ever left the black ink abyss before. Have you guys tried finding out the reason? Yang Kai asked. Xueji shook her head. No one has ever met the apostles before, so how are we supposed to find out anything? Yang Kai stopped asking further. It seemed that Xueji knew little about the matter as well. If he wanted to find out more about the apostles, he had to go down and have a look for himself. The Light Spirit religion has launched a war against the black ink cult, so the final conflict between the two parties is inevitable. As the Night Chapter Master, aren't you supposed to be at the front line? Xueji replied with a smile. Well, the Night Chapter is mainly responsible for assassinating enemies, so we don't have many members. As such, we're usually not involved in large-scale warfare like this. The other masters will have a discussion and settle it. After pondering for a moment, she said cautiously, I suppose you're on the Light Spirit religion's side, Master. Let's say I'm indeed on their side, what will you do? Yang Kai questioned. Xueji replied frankly, I will always follow you as your servant. Good, Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. With Xueji, the Night Chapter Master, leading the way, they could easily move around even if they ran into some black ink cultists who questioned Yang Kai's identity. 10 days later, the pair finally arrived at the black ink abyss, where the black ink cult originated from. The black ink abyss was located in the black ink flatland. It was an extensive plain which was the most important area for the black ink cult. This place was guarded by black ink cult members all year round. However, since they currently had to deal with those from the Light Spirit religion, many of the guards were gone, leaving just a few guards behind. The periphery of the flatland was lush and verdant, but as they went deeper, the place became increasingly desolate, as though a mysterious power was affecting this vast land. When they arrived at the center of the flatland, there was a huge abyss. The abyss was like a chasm in the land that led to the depths of the universe world. There was no end in sight, and it was pitch black to the eye. It was the black ink abyss. Standing right above the abyss, they could hear the wind howl and some muffled growls, as though some beasts had been trapped inside. Beside the abyss was a majestic palace, which was built by those from the Black Ink cult. All the disciples who wanted to cultivate in the Black Ink abyss had to go to the palace and register their names before they were allowed to enter. However, with Xueji around, Yang Kai didn't have to care about such procedures. Other people would handle everything for him. Standing above the abyss, he activated the demon eye of annihilation and looked down with a solemn expression. He could faintly feel a mysterious power spreading in the depths of the Black Ink abyss. It was the power of Mo's source piece. A Black Ink cult member came up to them and stood in front of Xueji before respectfully presenting an identity token to her. "Here you go, Chapter Master Xue." Xueji took the identity token and looked into it. After confirming that there was no problem with it, she nodded. The Black Ink cult member went on to say, "By the way, the other master sent us a message and said that if we saw you, we had to inform you to head to the front line right away." Xueji replied impatiently, "N." After passing on the other chapter master's word, the Black Ink cult member turned around and left. Xueji passed the identity token to Yang Kai and spoke to him in secret. "There are many Black Ink cult enforcers in the abyss. Sir, you just have to wear the token around your waist, and they won't bother you." Yang Kai nodded, "Good." After taking the identity token, he hung it on his belt. "Please be careful, sir. Don't go to the depths of the Black Ink abyss if it's not necessary to do so," Xueji reminded worriedly. Although she had seen Yang Kai's amazing methods and was awed by his dragon blood, no one knew what was inside the depths of the abyss. If Yang Kai was killed in the abyss or couldn't come back, she would lose her source of dragon blood. Certainly, she was worried about Yang Kai's safety, but she was more concerned about her future. Martial Peak, Chapter 59-55, Transcendent Realm. Xueji watched as Yang Kai leapt into the Black Ink abyss. Initially, everything looked perfectly normal, but as he went deeper, he felt some faint black ink strength permeating the air. The black ink strength came from the piece of Mo's source which had been suppressed and sealed in the deepest part of the Black Ink abyss. The entire place was dim. There were stone rooms on both sides of the abyss that were apparently built by the Black Ink cult members. They stayed in the stone rooms and cultivated in an attempt to comprehend the Black Ink strength's secrets and increase their powers. Most stone rooms were empty, with only some of them exuding human auras. Yang Kai was curious about this. According to Xueji, the Black Ink cult members were trying to strike a balance between figuring out the secrets and resisting the Black Ink strength's corruption. If they were able to retain the balance, their powers would increase significantly. However, if they failed to do so, they would be taken over by Black Ink strength and turned into Black Ink disciples. He had no idea how Black Ink strength was able to increase a cultivator's strength, as it was unlike anything he knew. Out of curiosity, he moved towards a stone room with someone inside and observed them in secret. In the end, he came to a conclusion that he wasn't entirely certain about. Mo's source had been cut into many pieces by Mu, so the one in this place was only a small part of it. Furthermore, the profound source gate seal made the Black Ink strength less corruptive. When the Black Ink cult members arrived at this place, they were able to break through their bottlenecks while trying to resist the Black Ink strength's influence. They could even refine some Black Ink strength so that they could use it at the most critical moment to receive an explosive increase in power. When Yang Kai was with Zuowu back then, he killed many Black Ink cult members. Before their deaths, many activated their Black Ink strength. However, they were unable to change their fate due to the huge difference between their true strengths. This was an interesting discovery. Mu said that the birth of the Black Ink cult was inevitable because Mo's source piece existed. No matter who was tasked with guarding this place, even if they were from the Light Spirit religion, they would be eroded by Black Ink strength eventually. Their temperaments would be contorted, and they would give up their faith to worship Mo. Yang Kai also had some speculation as to why Mu said she couldn't go near the profound source gate and control it herself. After leaving the stone room, he dove deeper into the abyss. Sometimes, he would bump into enforcers from the Black Ink cult, but when they saw the identity token at his waist, they didn't make things difficult for him. Some of them even reminded him to weigh his abilities and not push himself too hard. He thanked them and moved on. As Yang Kai dove deeper, he realized that the black ink strength became increasingly dense. There were fewer stone rooms on the sides of the abyss, and the number of cultivators decreased sharply. About an hour later, he could no longer feel the aura of any living creature, and there were no more stone rooms. Yang Kai realized that he had come to depths that the black ink cult members had never reached before. At this point, black ink strength was extremely thick, and the entire place was pitch black. He could only activate the demon eye of annihilation and his divine sense to scan his surroundings. It was dead silent in the abyss, and the entire place felt eerie and horrifying. Yang Kai dove deeper towards the source of the black ink strength. There came a moment when his feet contacted the ground. It seemed that he had reached the deepest part of the black ink abyss. Cracks sounded beneath his feet, drawing his eyes. The deepest part of the black ink abyss was covered with bones, and there was no end to them in sight. Countless black ink cultists must have passed away in this place over the years, and their bones now littered the floor. Yang Kai picked up a bone and examined it before frowning. That was because the bone in his hand was strange, as it was much larger than an ordinary human's. He looked at the other bones and realized they were the same. What's going on? The ground started shaking all of a sudden. It was as though a gigantic creature was charging forward in his direction. Yang Kai looked in the direction of the noise but couldn't see anything. As he recalled Xueji's words and his purpose for the visit, though, he formed some speculations. The next moment, he tossed the bone away and released his divine sense. Soon, he discovered the source of the noise. The noise was caused by a living creature whose aura was unusually vital. After giving it some thought, Yang Kai decided to avoid contact and backed away. Much to his surprise, the unknown creature chased after him. It seemed that this creature could detect Yang Kai's whereabouts, but he didn't feel any divine sense probing him. It was a strange scenario. He decided to stop moving and wait in the same spot, for he wanted to figure out what was going on with the apostles that lived in the depths of the black ink abyss. Soon enough, a gigantic figure emerged from the darkness and appeared before Yang Kai's eyes. What Yang Kai saw made him furrow his brow. Although the creature still resembled a human, it was heavily mutated. The apostle was 3 times taller than Yang Kai, with a hunched back and unusually long arms. When it ran, it did so with all 4 limbs. The creature looked like a huge ape, its figure unusually bulky, as though some air had been blown into its muscles. What bothered Yang Kai the most was that the apostle was full of sarcomas. It reminded him of scenes he had seen in the past. Many millennia ago, there were numerous open heaven realm masters who had been corrupted by black ink strength and turned into black ink disciples. The black ink strength helped them break through their innate limits and reach higher orders, but there was a price to pay, as their figures were transformed and their minds warped. The open heaven realm masters who had broken through their limits with black ink strength developed sarcomas, which continuously released pus that stank terribly. They also had hard-to-predict bodily distortions. Yang Kai put up his guard in an instant. Meanwhile, the apostle had dexterously leapt into the air. It descended upon Yang Kai like a mountain and pushed out its palm as it flew. Yang Kai wanted to figure out the creature's true power, so he threw a fist of his own instead of running away. Following a loud boom, the entire ground shook. Yang Kai was forced to lower his figure as he slid backwards upon impact. His feet formed 2 long traces on the ground as his clothes flapped in the wind. On the other hand, the apostle was sent flying away after exchanging moves with Yang Kai. After it landed on the ground, it got to its feet quickly. A dark fog surrounded it as it growled and charged towards Yang Kai again. It knew no pain, nor did it have any sanity left. Seeing that, Yang Kai quickly got ready for a fight. With Mu's help, he was now at the peak of the immortal ascension boundary, which was the limit in this world. If his power continued to increase, he would be suppressed and rejected by this universe world. However, given his foundation as a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, it was not an exaggeration to say that no one in the primordial world could exchange more than 3 moves with him. However, the strange-looking apostle fought Yang Kai for half an incense stick before he found a chance to kill it. In other words, if such an apostle left the black ink abyss, it would be peerless in the world. The chapter masters from the black ink cult and the order lords from the spirit religion were simply no match for it. Putrid blood gushed out of the apostle as thick black ink strength escaped from the carcass. Yang Kai watched everything with a heavy heart. He finally realized why there were so many oversized bones in the depths of the black ink abyss. The apostles were much bigger than humans, after all. Over the years, countless apostles lost their lives in this place, so it was only natural that so many massive bones were littered here. Nonetheless, that wasn't the crux of the problem. The problem was that the apostle that Yang Kai had just fought had a power that was beyond the immortal ascension boundary. Above the immortal ascension boundary was the Transcendent realm. The apostle that Yang Kai had killed was obviously in the Transcendent realm. However, since it had lost its sanity and could only act on instinct, it was unable to fully utilize the power of a Transcendent realm master. Otherwise, it would have been harder for Yang Kai to kill it. Why was there a Transcendent realm apostle here? The martial Tao in this world was low, so it supposedly could accommodate immortal ascension boundary masters at most. If not for this innate limit, some talented people would have broken through the limits of the immortal ascension boundary over the years. Nonetheless, no Transcendent realm masters had ever existed in this world before. As Yang Kai was at the peak of the immortal ascension boundary, he could clearly feel the suppression of the world's will. The merciless world wouldn't allow Transcendent realm masters to exist, otherwise, it would cause the universe world to descend into chaos and its principles to destabilize. So why were the apostles able to reach such a realm? Yang Kai turned to look in a different direction and faintly saw a door, which he supposed was the profound source gate. A part of Mo's source was suppressed behind the door. It was this source piece that formed the unique environment in the black ink abyss and gave birth to the apostles and the black ink cult. However, Yang Kai didn't have time to look into the profound source gate secrets. That was because tremors could be felt coming from all directions. Sweeping his gaze around, he saw many gigantic figures charging towards him as they roared eerily. There was more than one apostle in the depths of the black ink abyss. Yang Kai's expression sank. Although he had the foundation of a Ninth Order master, his power was significantly suppressed in this independent world. It took him a lot of strength to kill the apostle earlier, so if he was besieged by so many apostles, he would end up in a horrible state. Just as he was preparing to use Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability to conceal himself, he suddenly thought of something and changed his mind. The next moment, he shot upwards from the depths of the black ink abyss. The apostles growled and chased after him. Although these apostles looked bulky, they were quite speedy and dexterous. With so many apostles racing after Yang Kai, he took on the appearance of a meteor that shot through the darkness. The noise soon alerted the black ink cult members in the upper part of the abyss. The snarls sent chills running down their spines as they left their stone rooms and looked down, not knowing what was going on. Soon, a black ink cultist at the lowest depths accessible saw a sight he would never forget. In the darkness, a figure dashed out from the depths of the black ink abyss. At the same time, many enormous creatures chased after him while growling. Are they the apostles? The black ink cult member's pupils dilated as he couldn't believe he would see such legendary beings in his lifetime. Martial Peak, Chapter 59-56, Boundary of Life and Death. Although this black ink cult member wasn't a chapter master, he was in the Third Order Immortal Ascension boundary, therefore, he was just as powerful as one. With such power, he was confident to cultivate in a spot that was hard for others to reach. If he was successful this time, he would challenge a chapter master and defeat them so that he could take their place. Much to his surprise, someone had gone further down into the black ink abyss and had somehow provoked many apostles. When the Immortal Ascension Boundary Master saw the apostles' bulky and hideous figures and felt their terrifying auras, he was initially horrified, but he soon became excited. He was horrified because so many apostles had emerged at the same time and it was a mystery as to what had happened in the depths of the black ink abyss. On the other hand, he was excited because there was a higher realm above the Immortal Ascension boundary. The apostles had apparently reached that realm. It was a goal he couldn't achieve despite all his hard work, And it was also a secret that all the peak immortal ascension boundary masters in the primordial world had been pursuing. While he was lost in his thoughts, a shocking scene came into his sight. At that moment, an immense power seemed to have descended upon this place. Faced with this power, even a third-order immortal ascension boundary master felt as insignificant as an ant. It was the power of the world. Everyone present felt the anomaly immediately. Invisible world principles started gathering and becoming a mess before they turned into a storm that could destroy everything. The storm surrounded the apostles as a destructive aura permeated the air. The apostles looked up and growled. Although they were in a realm above the immortal ascension boundary, they were still unable to resist such destructive force. Popping sounds were heard as the sarcomas on the apostles' figures exploded. As thick black ink strength and blood spread, the entire place stank horribly. Unable to withstand the destructive storm any longer, an apostle exploded into a blood mist with a loud boom. As if a spark setting off a firestorm, more apostles began experiencing the same fate. The apostles that came from the depths of the black ink abyss seemed to have passed an invisible boundary. On one side of the boundary, it was life, and on the other side, it was death. The remaining apostles finally detected the danger ahead. Although they had lost their sanity, they still had their instincts. Like a group of wild beasts, they made the wisest decision when their lives were at stake. They stopped in their tracks. Instead of chasing after Yang Kai, they slowly returned to the darkness as their growls gradually faded. Yang Kai hovered in midair and looked down in contemplation. It seemed that things were just as he had expected. He didn't conceal his figure using Thunder Shadow's innate divine ability earlier because he wanted to verify his speculation. In order to do so, he lured the apostles to leave the black ink abyss. This is going to be troublesome. He secretly clicked his tongue. Initially, Yang Kai thought that if he wanted to refine the profound source gate, he just had to deal with the black ink cult. Now, it seemed that he had to clear out these apostles as well. However, the apostles were all in the Transcendent realm. Since he was only at the peak of the immortal ascension boundary, he wasn't a match for a swarm of them. Therefore, he had to come up with a solution. All of a sudden, a series of growls and pops were heard coming from somewhere. Yang Kai turned around and saw a figure in front of a stone room. A man in the third-order immortal ascension boundary had come out to find out what was going on. Just now, Yang Kai already detected his presence, but he didn't pay attention to him. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the person was no longer able to resist the black ink strength exuded from the apostles earlier. This person was trying to break through his limits by cultivating in such a spot, and if there had been no external harassment, he could have kept his sanity. However, many apostles were killed just now, and the black ink strength billowing from their corpses was too intense. Therefore, it immediately exceeded the limit that this person could bear. Yang Kai watched as the man was engulfed in thick black ink strength, and the aura exuded from him turned wicked. Nonetheless, his aura was rising sharply, as though he was about to break through the immortal ascension boundary. Of course, it was difficult for him to achieve his goal due to the suppression of the world's will. All of a sudden, the man looked down at the black ink abyss depths with a fervent gaze and muttered, "I see. This is the power that transcends the immortal ascension boundary." Saying so, he moved downwards without hesitation, sporting an elated expression as though something was calling out to him. However, the moment he moved, Yang Kai blocked his way and landed a palm on his forehead. The person's head shattered upon impact before he could even grunt in pain. Knowing that this man would turn into another apostle after falling into the black ink abyss, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't stand by and do nothing. By destroying him now, he would have one less opponent in the future. Then, Yang Kai took another look at the depths of the black ink abyss before shooting upwards. To save himself some trouble, he concealed his figure and aura this time so that no one would notice him. The anomaly in the black ink abyss depths had alerted many black ink cultists, but they could only hear some growls and howling, so they didn't know what happened. As the news spread, many black ink cultists soon gathered together. Nevertheless, given the fact that they were unable to reach the deepest part of the abyss, they couldn't gather any useful information. What surprised Yang Kai was that Xueji was still waiting for him. He secretly spoke to Xueji and told her to go somewhere quiet before giving her some orders. Xueji nodded repeatedly. I understand, master. However, please give me a faith token. Otherwise, given my identity, I won't be able to gain that person's trust. Sure. Yang Kai fished out a jade slip and left his imprint inside. After writing a short message as well, he passed it to Xueji. Go on. She then turned around and left. After she was gone, Yang Kai shot into the sky and turned into a ray of light before moving in a particular direction. The light spirit religion had gone all out in their march towards the black ink abyss, taking 4 different routes to ensure they succeeded. Initially, they could easily defeat their enemies, but as the black ink cult recovered from their initial shock, it became harder and harder for them to move forward. On balance, those from the light spirit religion were still at an advantage. The Holy Son's performance was especially stunning. Although he was only in his early 20s, he was already at the peak of the immortal ascension boundary. When the light spirit religion's forces were trying to conquer a city the other day, the Holy Son dealt with 5 immortal ascension boundary masters from the black ink cult on his own without being at a disadvantage. He even managed to kill one of his opponents, which significantly boosted the spirit religion's morale. Due to the light spirit religion launching a war all of a sudden, the entire primordial world descended into chaos. However, they had the people's support. The commoners had been oppressed by the black ink cult for years, so they hoped the spirit religion would save them. In an abandoned village outside North River City, a figure suddenly appeared under the night sky. The figure was a woman, and as she looked around, she demanded coldly, "Reveal yourself." "I'm not even hiding. Why are you so furious, big sister?" A woman was heard laughing as she emerged from the darkness. She was none other than Xueji. The person who called out to her was the Fire Order Lord from the Light Spirit Religion, Li Feiyu. An Order Lord from Light Spirit Religion and a Chapter Master from the Black Ink Cult had met up in an abandoned village under the night sky. Anyone would have assumed that something fishy was going on between them. Hearing the woman's mockery, Li Feiyu lifted her blemish-free chin. "Are you sure you're supposed to call me big sister? How old are you?" Xueji covered her mouth and chuckled. "I've asked around. You're 3 months older than me, big sister Li." Li Feiyu snorted. "Stop acting like we're friends. Why did you want to see me?" They briefly exchanged moves in the morning, and it was at that moment that Xueji secretly asked Li Feiyu to meet her tonight. Getting down to business, Xueji sported a serious expression and replied, "I was instructed to come here." Li Feiyu squinted her eyes. "Instructed by who?" Xueji said, "Why are you asking this question when you're well aware of who I serve, big sister Li? That person told me to get into contact with you." After a moment of silence, Li Feiyu shook her head. "I don't believe your words. You have to show me some proof." "That's why I've brought a faith token with me." Xueji smiled and flicked a jade slip at the woman. Li Feiyu took it and read it with her divine sense. After that, she looked at Xueji with a conflicted gaze. Although she already knew some important information and formed some speculations, she still found it hard to believe when she saw everything for herself. Was the Night Chapter Master from the Black Ink Cult so easily subdued? "I told you I serve that person," Xueji said. Li Feiyu kept the jade slip. "There's nothing wrong with the jade slip. Although that guy trusts you, it doesn't mean I'll do the same. After all, men can be easily deceived sometimes." Xueji pouted aggrievedly. "You're misunderstanding everything, big sister. I'm truly loyal to him." Li Feiyu scoffed. "Show me something useful, then. Talk is cheap." Xueji let out a sigh. "I knew it wouldn't be easy to gain your trust. Fortunately, I've also brought a gift with me." Saying so, she clapped her hands, after which a figure emerged from the darkness behind her. Li Feiyu secretly put up her guard. However, the person only walked up to Xueji and passed a package to her respectfully before leaving the place. A metallic tang permeated the air immediately after. Li Feiyu looked at the blood-soaked package and narrowed her eyes. Xueji tossed the package to the woman and said with a smile, "Let's see if you'll like this gift, big sister Li." Li Feiyu let the gift fall to the ground instead of catching it. Then, she summoned a sword and opened the package. Soon, a hideous-looking head came into her sight. At that instant, she said in shock. This? Xueji licked her lip and replied, I just killed him, so the head is still warm. You can touch it if you like, big sister Li. What is wrong with her? Li Feiyu felt her stomach churning. She didn't expect the Night Chapter Master to be willing to do such a thing for that person. The head belonged to the City Lord of North River City, who was in the Third Order Immortal Ascension boundary. It was rumored that he had tried competing to become one of the 8 Chapter Masters in the past, but he was defeated in the end. However, since he had the right to compete for such a position, there was no doubt he was one of the most powerful cultivators in this world. Therefore, it was a surprise that his head now lay before her. Martial Peak, Chapter 5957, Little 11th. The City Lord of North River City was dead. Earlier that morning, an army from the Light Spirit religion launched an attack on North River City. However, this city was one of the most important for the Black Ink cult, so there were countless powerful masters inside. As such, it wasn't easy to conquer it. The City Lord was especially difficult to deal with. Those from the Spirit religion had been trying to come up with a solution to take North River City. Nevertheless, on this silent night, Xueji brought the City Lord's head and presented it to Li Feiyu. While Li Feiyu was still in a dazed state, Xueji disappeared into the darkness and said from a distance, Those from North River City won't discover it before the break of dawn. I don't think you need me to tell you what to do. Wait! Li Feiyu called out. At this point, she no longer doubted Xueji. Xueji was a famous woman who was a nightmare for countless men, but she had submitted herself to that person. The next moment, Xueji revealed herself again and asked, What else? Li Feiyu said, I don't think killing this guy was the only thing that person told you to do. The smile on Xueji's face faded as she looked away and clicked her tongue. I hate clever women like you. Li Feiyu arched her brow, thinking that her speculation was right. Therefore, she questioned frankly, So, what orders did he give you? A displeased Xueji hesitated for a while before replying, Master told me to work closely with you. You just have to tell me your targets, and I'll remove the obstacles for you. Master, Li Feiyu felt her face twitching. That certain someone was so powerful that not only did he conquer this woman, but he had also managed to make her call him Master. One had to know that this woman was one of the most formidable cultivators in the world. Li Feiyu suppressed her shock and nodded. That's great. How should I contact you then? You have to give me something. Here you go. Like an aggrieved child, Xueji angrily tossed a communication bead at her. Li Feiyu took it with a pleased expression. As she looked at her longtime opponent, she said, I didn't expect a woman like you to submit yourself to a man. Is he so charming? Or is he able to please you in some other way? It was meant to be mockery, but after she finished her words, her entire figure stiffened all of a sudden. She could see Xueji's figure fading, and the next moment, a chill ran down her spine. Xueji's voice sounded from behind. She was as light-weighted as a ghost, and her breath made the woman's hair sway. Master is more powerful than you can ever imagine, so stop saying nonsense like this. If he finds out what you've said, he'll be furious, and I'll end up in a horrible state. When that happens, I won't let you off. Despite her stiff figure, Li Feiyu placed her hand on the hilt of her sword as her forehead was beaded with sweat. She wanted to move, but she was unable to do so as though something had locked her in place. A long time later, she whirled around and realized that Xueji was nowhere in sight. She didn't even know when the woman disappeared. As a cold breeze whisked past her, she realized that her clothes were already soaked. She let out a long breath, looking like a drowning person who had just been saved. As her legs turned to jelly, she almost fell to the ground. The incident earlier frightened her that much. Much to her surprise, Xueji had become so formidable. One had to know that the two of them had fought many times over the years, so they could be considered long-time rivals. There was no doubt that Xueji's blood principles were hard to deal with, but Li Feiyu wasn't less powerful in any way. They had always been equally matched. Since they were at the peak of their cultivation, there was no room for improvement, so they could only keep cultivating to solidify their powers. The last time they fought was a year ago, and Li Feiyu had actually gained the upper hand. However, the power Xueji showcased just now made Li Feiyu realize she was no longer a match for her. If Xueji wanted to kill her, Li Feiyu wouldn't even be able to flee. Xueji couldn't increase her power significantly on her own in just 1 year. It was no wonder Xueji was so loyal to that person and even willing to call him master. It seemed that his blood essence could bring her woman unimaginable benefits. Li Feiyu suppressed her shock and secretly felt glad. Xueji was extremely powerful now, but thanks to that person, she was on the spirit religion's side. By working with this woman in secret, they could secretly get rid of many opponents that would otherwise get in the spirit religion's way. Perhaps it would be easier for them to win the war than they had imagined. After pulling herself together, Li Feiyu left the place in a hurry. They had to launch an attack on North River City before the break of dawn. It was the best chance for them to conquer the city. While the two women met up at night, Yang Kai secretly returned to Dawn City. In the periphery of the city, he easily found Mu, who lived there. "Why are you here again?" With a furious expression, little 11th blocked the doorway to stop Yang Kai from entering. "Do you have your eye on Sixth Sister? You'd better give up now, otherwise." He covered his head and turned around to look at Mu with an aggrieved expression, for the woman had landed a fist on his head earlier. "Stop spouting nonsense. Go out and play now," Mu glared at him. Little 11th shrank his neck and didn't dare to refute her. He pouted and ran away sorrowfully. When he brushed past Yang Kai, he made sure to bump into him. A while later, he turned around and snapped, "Hey! If you dare to do anything to Sixth Sister, I'll—" He was a young boy, so he couldn't think of any vicious words. After racking his brain, he still couldn't finish his sentence. An amused Yang Kai asked, "What will you do?" Finally, little 11th threatened, "I'll smash your head." Hearing that, Yang Kai broke into laughter. Little 11th pulled a face at him and wiped the tears from his eyes before running away. Yang Kai watched the young boy leave and shook his head. Then, he turned around and saluted Mu, Senior. Mu continued looking in little 11th's direction for a moment before saying, "You've noticed, haven't you?" Yang Kai didn't expect her to admit to it, so he simply said, "You must have your reason for doing so." Indeed, Mu didn't deny it, but she was curious. "How did you figure it out?" "He looks just like any young boy." "It's the way you call him," Yang Kai smiled. "Wu Kuang said you were ranked 6th, and there were only 10 martial ancestors. Therefore, the name Little 11th is worth taking note of." Mu refuted, "That doesn't mean anything." Yang Kai nodded. "You have a point, but there's something you might not have realized. The last time I came, I asked you why you didn't take control of the Profound Source Gate since it was so important. You told me you couldn't go near the Profound Source Gate due to some reasons. However, you were the one who suppressed and sealed the source pieces in the Profound Source Gate to begin with, so it was impossible that you couldn't approach it. Therefore, I speculated you were not the one who couldn't go near the Profound Source Gate. Instead, it was someone else." Wu Kuang's voice sounded in his mind at that moment. "Hey, you mean that little 11th is?" Yang Kai replied. "It was merely speculation before, but Mu's reaction shows that it's the truth." Instantly, Wu Kuang demanded, "Kill it." "If we could solve the problem by killing it, I don't think Mu would have hesitated to do so. It's not the crux of the problem. Instead, it's the source that has been suppressed and sealed. If you don't give it a try, how will you know? What if that only makes things worse?" Wu Kuang fell silent, for that was indeed a possibility. In that case, they couldn't act rashly. As they spoke, Mu led Yang Kai to the backyard. She then took out 2 chairs so that they could have a seat. "You're a sharp one indeed," Mu praised him. "Regardless, I didn't intentionally hide it from you. It's just that it wouldn't be useful even if I told you about it." Yang Kai nodded. "It's fine, Senior." Mu decided not to dwell on the topic and instead asked, "Why did you come back again? What happened?" With a solemn expression, Yang Kai replied, "I went to the Black Ink Abyss and discovered something." A curious Mu said, "Go on." Since she wasn't able to go near the Profound Source Gate, she didn't know what the depths of the Black Ink Abyss looked like. All she knew was some common information. Yang Kai proceeded to tell her what he had experienced in the Black Ink Abyss. As Mu listened to him, her expression turned serious. After Yang Kai finished speaking, she put on a helpless smile. "It seems that I wasn't the only one who had left behind a hidden hand. Emo must have done the same." She turned to look at Yang Kai. As you can see, the apostles possess powers that transcend the immortal ascension boundary in the black ink abyss, and they're able to live there peacefully. However, once they leave the depths of the abyss, they'll be killed by the world's will. That's because this universe world doesn't allow anyone above the immortal ascension boundary to exist, for that would cause too large a burden to the world. As I thought. Yang Kai nodded. From what I've observed, there must be some kind of power in the black ink abyss depths that shields it from the world's will. In other words, the bottom of the abyss has become a world of its own because of that power. Therefore, even though the apostles possess strength above the immortal ascension boundary, they're still fine. However, once they leave the protective range of that power, the worlds will notices their presence and turns hostile. Since their powers don't come from their own cultivation, they're highly unstable. As such, the apostles are unable to bear even the mere hostility of the world's will and end up exploding. Upon hearing that, Mu nodded. I agree. Yang Kai went on. You've said that you were not the only one who had left behind a hidden hand, as Mo had done the same. So, the problem is probably with its source. Its source allows the bottom of the abyss to accommodate power that is above the immortal ascension boundary. I suppose it wants to use this method to protect its source. It might even be its way of cracking the seal and helping its source break free. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5958, Senior Like Her? Do you need any help? Mu asked. Yang Kai came looking for her in the middle of the night, so it was obvious that he needed something from her. I need to break through the immortal ascension boundary, otherwise, I can't go near the profound source gate. Yang Kai explained his purpose for the visit. There were a lot of apostles at the bottom of the black ink abyss. Given Yang Kai's current cultivation, he was unable to kill them. Although he had managed to eliminate some of them by luring them away from the bottom of the abyss, they probably wouldn't fall for this trick again after that incident. As such, he had to break through the immortal ascension boundary so that he could kill all the apostles and refine the profound source gate. His cultivation was suppressed by the world's will because Mu made the immortal ascension boundary the limit. Since she was able to help Yang Kai reach the immortal ascension boundary, she naturally could help him reach a higher realm. Mu nodded upon hearing that. Give me 2 days, and I'll give you what you need. Yang Kai instantly realized this matter wasn't easy for Mu either. Otherwise, she wouldn't have told him to wait for 2 days. A while ago, she just had to point a finger at Yang Kai to help him reach the immortal ascension boundary, but this time, she might have to pay a price. She then turned around and entered the house while Yang Kai waited in the yard. In the latter half of the night, little 11th finally returned from playing outside. Since he hated Yang Kai, he pulled a face at him and dashed into the house. Mu was heard singing to little 11th, and soon, the young boy started snoring. Little 11th stayed in the house for the next 2 days as he remained asleep the whole time. Obviously, Mu had done something to him. 2 days later, Mu stepped out of the house. When Yang Kai turned to look at her, he was shocked. Although the woman was only a shadow of the real Mu, she always appeared to be a young woman in this world. However, barely 2 days had passed, yet all her hair had turned white. Although her face appeared the same, Yang Kai could feel that she had lost a lot of her vitality. After taking a few steps forward, she already started panting. Yang Kai quickly went over and supported her. Mu gently leaned against the man and pointed at his chest, after which a dot of light entered his body. Then she said, "At the bottom of the black ink abyss, this power can help you break through the immortal ascension boundary shackles. Mo has done something there, so the worlds won't detect your power. However, you can't leave the black ink abyss with this power." Her voice and aura were extremely weak, just like a dying old person. She even coughed as she spoke. "I understand." Yang Kai nodded firmly. Then, he helped her take a seat and poured a cup of water for her. Mu took a sip of water and rested for a bit before continuing. "You don't have to make a move in a hurry. Just wait until the black ink cult is destroyed. If you take action before that, there might be some unexpected complications." "Have you felt something, Senior?" Yang Kai asked. Mu shook her head. "Mo is intelligent. Since it left behind such a hidden hand, it won't be a simple one. It's better to act carefully when possible." "Very well." After you refine the profound source gate and completely suppress the source piece inside, you will leave this world and head to the next in the space-time river. Another Mu shadow will be waiting for you. Find her as soon as you can and she will continue helping you. Also, the profound source gate is the key to suppressing Mo's source, so you mustn't let anyone snatch it from you. Otherwise, its black ink strength will be restored and no one will be a match for it. She kept giving him reminders as though she was saying her last words. She was worried she wouldn't have the chance to say such things if she didn't do it now. Yang Kai felt a lump in his throat as his eyes reddened. Mu was one of the 10 martial ancestors. Although she passed away a long time ago, she had left behind hidden hands that would help protect her juniors. Her shadows were waiting in different universe worlds. However, those shadows didn't know if the person they were waiting for would even come. When she was planning all of this millions of years ago, Mu had no way of knowing whether it would all turn out to be pointless. Nevertheless, the woman held on. With a senior like her, the juniors naturally couldn't just live in ignorance under her protection. As though seeing through Yang Kai's thoughts, Mu patted his hand and said with a smile, "I'm just a shadow. Since I'm not real, there's no need for you to be sad. Moreover, as long as the space-time river is still around, I won't die." Yang Kai pulled himself together and said seriously, "You've done enough for us, senior. Please get some rest and leave the rest to me." Hearing that, Mu nodded gently. After bidding the woman farewell, Yang Kai set off on his journey again. Not long after he was gone, little 11th rubbed his eyes and stepped out of the room. Since he had been asleep for 2 days, his stomach started growling, and he was listless. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Mu sitting there with all her hair turned white. At that moment, he was dumbfounded. Mu flashed a smile and beckoned to him. In an instant, little 11th burst out crying as tears slid down his face. He dashed towards Mu and looked up at her. "What happened, sixth sister? Why is your hair turned white?" "Don't worry, I'm fine." Mu placated him and wiped the tears from his eyes. However, they just wouldn't stop streaming down his face. Little 11th yelled, "Who did this to you?" Suddenly thinking of something, he widened his eyes. "It was that bad guy, right? It must be him." "Stop speaking nonsense." "It wasn't him," Mu denied it. "It must be him. I knew he was a bad guy." While still crying, little 11th appeared furious and his gaze was filled with resentment and wrath. The next moment, a dark fog billowed from his figure and engulfed him. In a cold voice, he declared, "I'll kill him for hurting you." Saying so, he left the place in a hurry and picked up a wooden stick from beside the door. It was funny that a young boy like him was holding a wooden stick, but the aura exuded from his body was intimidating. "Come back." Mu didn't manage to stop him. Just as she rose from the chair and was ready to chase after him though, she lost her footing and fell to the ground. She bellowed, "Why are you always so naughty? Do you want me to die from anger so badly?" Hearing the commotion behind, little 11th turned around. When he saw Mu lying on the ground, the dark fog around him disappeared in an instant. He dropped the wooden stick and ran towards Mu before helping her up with difficulty. With his face covered in tears, he said, "I'll be obedient, sixth sister. Please don't get mad at me." Mu pulled him into her embrace with a sorrowful expression. A long time later she whispered, "I'm sorry." Little 11th shook his head, "It's all my fault. You don't have to apologize to me." Hearing that, Mu fell silent for a moment before letting out a sigh. When little 11th wanted to kill Yang Kai with a wooden stick, an anomaly took place in the black ink abyss. A while ago, Yang Kai lured many apostles from the bottom of the abyss and caused a commotion. Those from the black ink cult were concerned, so they sent some masters in to look into the matter in an attempt to find out what happened. Those from the black ink cult had always wanted to contact the apostles to figure out how to break through the immortal ascension boundary. However, the apostles never left their place, so there was never a chance to do so. Now, they had gone to war with the light spirit religion. Therefore, when they heard about the news in the black ink abyss, they quickly came over and looked into the matter. Nevertheless, they had asked the members who cultivated inside the abyss, but none of them could provide any useful information. They only knew that a third-order immortal ascension boundary master had disappeared. Presently, these masters were scattered around the abyss. As they were wondering just what they were supposed to do, they suddenly heard a series of growls and howls from the depths. Following that, horrifying auras were felt rising rapidly. Instantly, these masters became both shocked and doubtful as they looked intently towards the bottom. Soon, many gigantic figures emerged from the darkness and came into their sight. "It's the apostles!" exclaimed an immortal ascension boundary master. They had been trying to contact the apostles this whole time, but to no avail. Much to their surprise, the legendary beings appeared before their eyes in such a way. However, their pleasant surprise was momentary, for they soon realized something was off. These apostles were filled with murderous intent, as though someone or something had deeply offended them. They appeared eager to leave the black ink abyss and devour the entire world. Seeing that, the black ink cult masters were terrified. Before they could react, the apostles suddenly stopped in their tracks and fell back into the abyss. Only their growls were faintly heard. At the same time, a voice seemed to be resonating in the hearts of these black ink cult masters. They fell into a dazed state in an instant and looked longingly towards the darkness below, as though there was something fatally attractive to them down there. Without hesitation, a figure fell into the darkness boldly. Then, more and more people did the same until half of the masters disappeared into the abyss. Only a small number of them managed to retain their sanity. Realizing that something was amiss, they quickly moved upwards to get rid of the voice in their hearts. Their investigation turned out to be a disaster, and they had paid a huge price as a result. Dozens of immortal ascension boundary masters dove deeper into the abyss and disappeared. Back on the battlefield, the stalemate between the two sides lasted for a few days before the light spirit religion gained the upper hand over the black ink cult. That was because whenever the spirit religion was faced with a formidable opponent, the latter would be assassinated. The city lord of North River City was the first to fall. He was a third-order immortal ascension boundary master, so those from the light spirit religion should have paid a huge price if they wanted to conquer North River City. Nevertheless, the city lord was suddenly killed one night. No one knew who the culprit was, nor did anyone hear the noise of a fight. A third-order immortal ascension boundary master died mysteriously. It wasn't until the soldiers from the light spirit religion launched an attack on the city that those from the black ink cult discovered the city lord's headless corpse. Since the city lord was killed, the black ink cult's morale plunged as many masters ran away. It didn't take the light spirit religion much effort to occupy North River City. Similar things happened in many subsequent battles. More and more black ink cult masters were killed, causing those who were still alive to shiver in fear. It wasn't until a certain master was killed that they realized who the culprit was. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5959, Victory. The black ink cult was divided into 8 chapters, which were Heaven, Earth, Profound, Dawn, Night, Space, Flood, and Barren. Each of the chapter masters was among the most powerful cultivators in the world. Their strength was unrivaled, but due to the limits in this world, they were unable to break through the immortal ascension boundary. Although all of them were at the peak immortal ascension boundary, it didn't mean they were equally powerful. Some were stronger than others. Among the 8 chapter masters, Yubu Zhou, the Heaven chapter master, was acknowledged to be the most powerful. It was said that he was born with a special constitution, and he had cultivated an amazing secret art. Therefore, even though he had been stuck at the peak of the immortal ascension boundary for years, his power still increased steadily. Since the 8 chapter masters had engaged in life and death battles with the masters from the light spirit religion, they were replaced frequently. There would be all new chapter masters every 20 to 30 years on average. However, over the last 100 years, Yubu Zhou had managed to hold on to his position as the Heaven chapter master, with no one capable of challenging him. Whenever he fought the masters from the light spirit religion, he would always end up being the winner. The Earth chapter master had contended with him before, and he was defeated in 3 moves, which went to show how formidable Yubu Zhou was. Nevertheless, such a master was attacked. When the fight took place, the black ink cult members thought the light spirit religion had launched a sneak attack on them, but when they arrived at the scene, they were dumbfounded. That was because on the battlefield Yubu Zhou, who was fully pushing his aura, was locked in an intense fight with an alluring figure. The woman was surrounded by a blood mist, but despite the distance, all could smell the metallic tinge wafting from her. The person battling Yu Buzhou was none other than the Night Chapter Master, Xueji. At that moment, no one knew why the two chapter masters were engaged in such an intense battle. Nonetheless, when Yu Buzhou claimed that Xueji was a traitor, their expressions changed drastically. As of late, many Black Ink cult masters had been assassinated, but they couldn't find any traces at the scenes. Therefore, they had no idea who the culprit was. With that said, the Black Ink cult masters were not fools, so they realized that there was a traitor on their side. The traitor had to be the one who secretly killed the other Black Ink cult masters. However, none of them had expected the traitor to be the Night Chapter Master. As such, when Yu Buzhou made such a claim, many still couldn't believe it. Nevertheless, they soon saw something even more unbelievable, for Yu Buzhou, who was believed to be the most powerful cultivator in the Black Ink cult, was at a clear disadvantage in his fight against Xueji. Faced with the woman's overbearing methods, Yu Buzhou was powerless to counterattack. No one ever imagined that Xueji was so powerful. The Black Ink cult masters at the scene wanted to stop them. Regardless of the truth, the two chapter masters shouldn't try to kill each other. They could find out if Xueji was the traitor later. However, the moment they made a move, four figures emerged from the darkness and stopped them. They instantly recognized that these people were Xueji's blood slaves, whose names were Qi, Mei, Wang, and Liang. They were orphans who had been following Xueji since they were children. Xueji taught them the blood Dao and planted a secret technique in their bodies, ensuring that their powers would increase in tandem with her. Therefore, the bond between Xueji and her slaves was unbreakable. The four blood slaves were supposed to be in the second-order immortal ascension boundary because their master, Xueji, was in the third order. Their cultivation couldn't surpass her own. Nonetheless, at this moment, all were awestruck by the powers that the blood slaves showcased. That was because the blood slaves were already in the third-order immortal ascension boundary. Furthermore, they had been living together since young, and they had mastered many combined attack techniques. As they joined forces, they were able to stop more than 20 Black Ink cult masters from moving forward. With no one getting in her way, Xueji became increasingly ruthless. Yu Buzhou was covered in blood, and it seemed that he would lose his life at any moment. At the most critical moment, he roared as thick black ink strength billowed from his body and engulfed him in an instant. Following that, his body started swelling as sarcomas appeared on his figure. He stank terribly, and his aura soon broke through the immortal ascension boundary's shackles and reached an entirely new realm. An unsuspecting Xueji was struck by his fist, and she almost exploded. However, Yu Buzhou was only able to make one move because after his aura broke through the immortal ascension boundary's shackles, the worlds will started targeting him. He howled in pain as his body continued swelling until he exploded into a blood mist, not even leaving scraps of his corpse behind. In an instant, thick black ink strength swept out. The fight sent a shockwave across the entire world. The powerful Heaven Chapter Master was attacked by the Night Chapter Master. The Heaven Chapter Master only managed to defeat the other party by transforming into an apostle. Nevertheless, he paid a terrible price, for not long after he transformed into an apostle, he was destroyed by the world's will. Meanwhile, Xueji went missing, and her blood slaves fled amidst the chaos. The mess they left behind made the Black Ink cult masters feel heartbroken. Apart from Yu Buzhou's amazing power, they were more concerned about Xueji's cultivation. According to the witnesses at the scene, Yu Buzhou was totally suppressed by Xueji. If not for the fact that he was at a complete disadvantage and that his life was already at stake, he wouldn't have been forced to transform into an apostle. In other words, Xueji was significantly more powerful than Yu Buzhou. It was inconceivable. Although Xueji could be considered one of the most powerful cultivators in the world, she wasn't comparable to Yu Buzhou, especially in a frontal clash. How did she manage to gain the upper hand, then? Also, the blood slaves' cultivation indirectly proved how powerful Xueji was. The blood slaves were closely tied to Xueji as their strength would always grow in tandem with hers. Furthermore, their cultivation would never surpass that of Xueji. When Xueji was in the Third Order Immortal Ascension boundary back then, the 4 blood slaves were only in the Second Order. Nevertheless, the powers they showcased during the battle proved that they were already in the Third Order Immortal Ascension boundary. The truth was revealed before everyone's eyes. Xueji wanted to kill Yu Buzhou in secret, but due to the latter's incredible heritage, she wasn't able to achieve her goal. A battle then broke out, after which the Black Ink cult masters arrived and witnessed the fight. After looking into the matter, they realized that when the Black Ink cult members were killed back then, there were traces of Xueji or her blood slaves appearing nearby. When the city lord of North River City was killed, Xueji was in the city. However, no one doubted her at that time. There was no denying that Xueji had betrayed the Black Ink cult, but no one knew why the Night Chapter Master decided to do so. When those from the Light Spirit religion got wind of it, they were equally puzzled. They initially thought that it was some fake news spread by the Black Ink cult. Only Li Feiyu, who had been working closely with Xueji in secret, knew that it wasn't misinformation. All of those things had indeed happened. All the same, she was shocked that Xueji was even more powerful than she had imagined. On that night, she already realized that she was no longer a match for Xueji, but she didn't expect the woman to be able to kill Yu Buzhou. The piece of news was eventually verified to be true, and the Light Spirit religion's managers celebrated. Initially, Yu Buzhou was the biggest obstacle to the Spirit religion's crusade. Even the 8 Order Lords didn't have the confidence to defeat him. Although the Holy Sun was powerful, he was still young and inexperienced, therefore he couldn't possibly defeat Yu Buzhou. Much to their surprise, Xueji had removed this obstacle for them. At that moment, those from the Spirit religion saw Xueji in a different light, thinking that she must have come to her senses and decided to side with them to save the world. They started looking for Xueji, and those from the Black Ink cult were doing the same. However, after the fight that night, Xueji and her blood slaves went missing, as though they had vanished into thin air. They were adept at killing people in secret as they were the best assassins in the world. Therefore, they were able to disguise and hide themselves impeccably. If they wanted to disappear, no one could find them. There was no doubt that Xueji was recuperating. Yu Buzhou's attack was immensely powerful after he turned into an apostle, so although Xueji had survived, she must be badly injured. As such, she couldn't kick up a storm in a short time. Or so those from the Black Ink cult thought. In truth, the assassinations continued happening in an even more efficient manner. In just several days, more than 20 Black Ink cult masters were killed, each of them in charge of different battlefields. After their deaths, the Black Ink cult soldiers became virtually leaderless. Those from the Spirit religion seized the chance and marched forward. They initially had to pay a price to win the fights, but now, they could achieve their goals with ease. 6 days after Yu Buzhou was killed, another shocking incident occurred that unnerved the Black Ink cult masters. That was because another chapter master was killed inside the Black Ink cult's main camp. No one saw who made the move, they only felt an immense power erupt inside the largest tent before disappearing. When nearby Black Ink cult members came over to investigate, all they saw was the chapter master had been decapitated. The murderer entered and left the camp without anyone noticing, as though they were a ghost. The Black Ink cult masters at the scene were horrified as they felt cold sweat gather all over their bodies. They felt as though an invisible blade was resting on their necks, ready to reap their heads at any moment. Following the incident, the Black Ink cult's morale collapsed. Since those in leadership roles were being targeted, no one dared to step up to take charge, for that would only make them the targets for the assassin. As more and more chapter masters were killed, the Immortal Ascension boundary masters from the Black Ink cult started running away. The soldiers who had been contending with the Light Spirit religion became leaderless in an instant. Without any masters in charge, they couldn't put up a decent fight. In contrast, those from the Light Spirit religion were more united than ever. As they continued to win more battles, they became increasingly assertive and high-spirited. At this point, there was no mystery as to who the winner would be. Now, those from the Light Spirit religion just had to kill as many Black Ink cultists as possible. They initially expected the war to last for several years, but the dust settled in barely a month. 1 month after those from the Light Spirit religion set off from Dawn City, they managed to surround the black ink abyss. It could be said that the spirit religion was in control of 99% of the world now. Only a few of the black ink cult masters remained around the black ink abyss, still obstinately resisting. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5960, Following Orders. The war was intense as the remaining masters of the black ink cult stubbornly persevered. However, there was a huge gap between the two sides now. A lot of black ink cult masters had lost their lives in just the last month, so how were the rest supposed to be a match for the light spirit religion? As the light spirit religion soldiers marched forward, those from the black ink cult were left with limited space to live. Eventually, some of them could no longer bear the pressure, so they turned to look at the black ink abyss. Rather than waiting for death, they decided to dive into the black ink abyss and seek a chance to survive. However, when the black ink cult masters with this plan in mind reached the black ink abyss, they realized several figures were already waiting there. The person in front was an alluring woman with a curvy figure. The woman was painting her nails with some liquid made from flowers, making them look as red as blood. She appeared at ease and was even humming some unknown tune. As the wind whistled, this sight beside the bottomless black ink abyss was quite eerie. "Shueji!" someone exclaimed. The person blocking their way was none other than the Night Chapter Master, Shueji, who had been missing for quite a while. She disappeared after the fight with Yu Buzhou, and no one knew where she had gone. Nevertheless, Yu Buzhou's last attack before his death was powerful, so everyone assumed that Su Ji was badly injured and had to recuperate somewhere in secret. They didn't expect the woman to be waiting just next to the black ink abyss. Of course, she was not alone. Standing behind her were Qi, Mei, Wang, and Liang, her blood slaves. They remained silent and stood there with dispassionate expressions, but no one would underestimate them. That was because the four of them were in the Third Order Immortal Ascension boundary. Back then, the four of them had stopped more than 20 Immortal Ascension boundary masters in their tracks. Just then, a black ink cult master emerged from the crowd and looked at Shueji. "Have you betrayed us, Senior Shueji?" Shueji continued tending to her nails as she replied impassively without lifting her head, "Nonsense. Where did you hear it from?" The person didn't expect Shueji to deny the charge, but he still said furiously, "Since you didn't betray us, why did you kill so many of our people? You even murdered Senior Yu Buzhou. If not, he was so agitated that he couldn't finish his sentence. If not for the fact that Shueji had been killing their people in secret, the black ink cult wouldn't have been defeated so swiftly. Over the past month, too many black ink cult masters had been assassinated, while the death of Yu Buzhou had an especially big impact on their strength and morale. Well, when Shueji was done with her manicure, she spread her fingers and had a look. Nevertheless, she didn't seem satisfied as she said with a frown, "I'm just following orders." "What do you mean?" All of them were shocked. Shueji could be said to be the most powerful cultivator in the world now, so who could even give her orders? The woman swept a glance over them and instantly realized their intention. "I suggest that you don't try entering the black ink abyss." The person who spoke earlier furrowed his brow. "Are you here to stop all of us from entering the black ink abyss?" In response, Shueji nodded. "Why?" asked the person angrily. Those from the light spirit religion had surrounded the black ink abyss, so diving into the abyss was their only chance to survive. Much to their surprise, Shueji got in the way. "As I said, I'm just following orders," Shueji replied. Seeing that the woman repeated her words, the person asked grimly, "May I know who has been giving you orders, Senior?" Shueji shook her head. "There's no need for you to know." After interacting with that certain someone for a while, she came to realize that his existence was probably taboo in this world. Therefore, she felt it best to keep his existence a secret. "What if we insist on entering the black ink abyss?" Someone stepped forward just then. He was afraid of Shueji as well, but he believed they could still achieve their goals since they had many people on their side. Shueji took a look at him, and her figure seemed to blur the next moment. When her body solidified again, she raised her hands and glanced at her red nails. With a smile, she nodded and said, "This color really is the best." The smell of blood permeated the air. The crowd instantly realized that something was off, and when they turned to look at the person who spoke earlier, they saw him covering his chest with his hands. His face had turned pale as he staggered before collapsing to the ground. Blood spurted from his wound and dyed the ground red. A second-order Immortal Ascension Boundary Master was killed just like that, with no one even seeing how Xueji made a move. "Go back now," Xueji muttered. Despite her calm and casual tone, all of them stepped back in horror. Even the two chapter masters present didn't dare to deal with her directly. After hesitating for a moment, the two chapter masters waved their hands and declared, "Let's go." They led the Black Ink cult masters back the way they came. Initially, they believed that diving into the Black Ink abyss would be a way out for them, but now, it seemed that they had no choice but to try breaking through the light spirit religion siege. As Xueji watched the Black Ink cult masters leave, she stretched her back and looked down at the Black Ink abyss. Her master told her to stay there and stop anyone from entering the Black Ink abyss. Therefore, she had to execute his command no matter what. As for killing those people, she was too lazy to make a move, so she would just let the light spirit religion deal with them. She thought that she had done a good job so far, so she decided to ask her master for a reward when she saw him again. At that moment, she couldn't help licking her lip. The auras of the four blood slaves swayed slightly behind Xueji as she said dispassionately, "Go on." The four of them instantly charged forward and surrounded the dead Black Ink cult master before casting their secret techniques. Soon, a blood mist billowed from his corpse as the blood slaves devoured everything. In the past, Xueji wouldn't miss the blood essence of a second-order Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. After all, the more blood essence she refined, the more powerful she became. However, after getting several rewards from her master, she was no longer interested in the blood essence of ordinary cultivators. Now, her only wish was that her master would give her one drop of his true blood essence one day. The war intensified while the battle inside the Black Ink abyss commenced. After leaving Dawn City, Yang Kai didn't head straight to the Black Ink abyss. Instead, he secretly killed many Black Ink cult masters to clear the obstacles for the Light Spirit Religion's campaign. He also found Xueji, who was recuperating, and he lent her a helping hand. If not for Yang Kai's assistance, Xueji wouldn't have recovered in just a few days after she was struck by Yu Buzhou, who had turned into an apostle. This made the woman feel even more grateful towards Yang Kai. Presently, Yang Kai was running for his life at the bottom of the Black Ink abyss as the apostles came at him in all directions. He was still at the peak of the Immortal Ascension boundary. However, a warm stream was moving around in his entire figure as it melted away the shackles restricting him. This was the power given to him by Mu, and it could also be considered the essence of the world's will that could help shatter the Immortal Ascension boundary's shackles and help the cultivator reach the next realm. Nevertheless, Yang Kai couldn't use this power as he pleased as it was only allowed in this place. That was because Mo had left behind a hidden hand here. The source piece sealed in the profound source gate allowed the bottom of the Black Ink abyss to form as self-contained world. In this place, even though the apostles acquired powers that transcended the Immortal Ascension boundary, they wouldn't attract the hostility of the world's will. That was the reason the apostles had never left the Black Ink abyss. Although they had lost their sentience, they still had their instincts and knew that they would only be safe by staying in the Black Ink abyss. Previously, they were infuriated by Yang Kai, so they chased after him as the latter left the Black Ink abyss. Nevertheless, as soon as they crossed the boundary of life and death, they were instantly killed. With so many apostles chasing after one, any ordinary Immortal Ascension boundary master would have been doomed. However, Yang Kai had a powerful heritage and incredible methods. His figure was elusive as he managed to survive in the hostile environment. The speed of the warm stream quickened as Yang Kai's aura rose rapidly. The shackles that restrained his power started loosening. There came a moment when he felt light all of a sudden, as though he had broken through his limits. His aura became violent as an air blast swept across the place. From the Immortal Ascension boundary, he made it to the Transcendent realm. To the cultivators in this independent world, it was a dream they had been longing to grasp for as long as anyone could remember. However, to Yang Kai, it was just experiencing a realm he had reached before for the second time. He suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned around as his spear radiated a cold light. The power of the transcendent realm swirled around the weapon. Just then, an apostle leapt into the air and pounced on Yang Kai, who raised his spear and thrust it into the opponent's eye. The head exploded with a boom as Yang Kai retracted his spear and pushed it out again. At that instant, his spear shadows swept across the abyss like a torrent. The apostles exploded in midair as their powerful auras dissipated one after another. With the foundation of a ninth-order open heaven realm master, Yang Kai could easily kill these apostles, who had lost their sentience, as long as they were in the same realm. Blood spread across the ground as black ink strength surged. Yang Kai remained in the same spot as he repeatedly thrust and retracted his spear. Soon, he was surrounded by many carcasses. Over the years, countless apostles were created in the black ink abyss. If no one killed them, their number would continue to increase as time passed. Nevertheless, they were now being killed off by Yang Kai using his spear. The spear soon broke in half. It was a weapon Yang Kai took from a black ink cult master, so it naturally couldn't bear such an intense fight for long. Despite having no weapon, Yang Kai still had his fists. Although his dragon vein had been suppressed, the power he could access increased after he ascended to the transcendent realm. More and more apostles collapsed to the ground. There came a moment when Yang Kai stood above a mountain of carcasses with no more living creatures around him. He shook the blood off his hands and stepped down from the mountain of corpses. It was dead silent in the depths of the black ink abyss, with no more apostles around to growl and howl. Yang Kai identified the appropriate direction and headed straight towards the profound source gate. In the meantime, the war above had come to an end. Those from the light spirit religion had surrounded the entire area, and given the difference between their powers, those from the black ink cult were helpless to counterattack as they were quickly killed off. Everyone cheered for the Holy Sun and chanted his name. At that moment, his reputation reached an unprecedented level. The citizens of the primordial world had been oppressed and tortured by the black ink cult for a long time, and while the spirit religion had been fighting them for many years, they hadn't been able to destroy them. Nevertheless, 1 month after the Holy Sun was made known to the public, he led the spirit religion to destroy the greatest evil in the world, just as what was described in the prophecy. The Holy Sun was indeed incredible. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5961, Profound Source Gate. The young Holy Sun didn't know what to do. After Si Kong Nen brought him back to the spirit religion, he started cultivating in secret and didn't come into contact with the outside world for 10 years. The moment he was made known to the public, he had to lead the light spirit religion soldiers to launch the final battle against the black ink cult, just like the Savior described in the prophecy. It could be said that he was still puzzled as to what was going on, but it didn't stop him from enjoying the victory after an intense battle. As everyone looked at him, he raised his hand and balled up a fist. In an instant, all of them stopped cheering and stared fixedly at him. He then shouted, "May the light prevail." After a moment of silence, the crowd cheered even louder. Standing in front of them, the Saintess and Li Fei Yu exchanged glances and smiled. Initially, they decided to make the fake Holy Sun known to the public so that the light spirit religion would have a reason to launch a war. After coming into contact with him, though, they realized he was a pure-hearted and kind person. Such a person, coupled with his military achievements, was good enough to be the Holy Sun. Certainly, the real Holy Sun, who had been taking action in secret, wouldn't mind it. Holy Sun, the Thunder Order Lord, Yu Dao Qi, stepped forward. Although we've killed most of the Black Ink cult members, some remaining ones are in front of the Black Ink abyss. Please go over and have a look to determine their life or death. The Holy Sun asked curiously, "Are some of the Black Ink cult members still alive?" Yu Dao Qi replied, "They're the Night Chapter Master Xue Ji and her 4 blood slaves." "It's her," the Holy Sun nodded gently. "Certainly, I have to meet her. I heard that she had assassinated many Black Ink cult masters, including Yu Buzhou. If not for her help, we wouldn't have been able to win the war so easily." Regardless of what Xue Ji was like in the past, she had made a huge contribution to the fight against the Black Ink cult. Therefore, the young Holy Sun was fond of her and thought that he should thank her in person. With the Holy Sun and the Saintess leading the way, the spirit religion masters set off towards the black ink abyss. When they arrived, they realized the atmosphere was both gloomy and tense. Xueji and her blood slaves stood there in silence while some spirit religion masters confronted them. When the masters from the spirit religion saw the Holy Sun and the others, they finally felt relieved. After Xueji killed Yu Buzhou, there was no doubt she was the most powerful cultivator in the world. When the spirit religion's immortal ascension boundary masters faced her, they felt immensely pressured, even though Xueji merely stood there without doing anything. The crowd parted to the sides while the Holy Sun walked up to Xueji. Yu Daoqi secretly warned, "Be careful, Holy Sun." The Holy Sun nodded and stood in front of Xueji before saluting her. Light Spirit Religion's Wu Ding greets Senior Xueji. Xueji lifted her gaze and swept a glance over him before asking with a smile, "Are you the Holy Sun?" Wu Ding scratched his head. "I think so. That's what everyone calls me." Xueji was surprised by his somewhat childish behavior, but a moment later, she shook her head with a smile. "You're still too green." Wu Ding replied respectfully, "You have a point, Senior. I'm still a young and inexperienced cultivator, so I might make mistakes from time to time. Please forgive me if I've offended you in any way." A helpless Xueji looked at him and sighed, "That's not what I meant." She knew that the young Holy Sun must have misunderstood something. What she meant was that compared to her inscrutable master, the young Holy Sun was still just a child. Although Yang Kai had never told her anything, she realized long ago that the true Holy Sun described in the prophecy must be her master. The young man before her eyes was only a fake that the spirit religion had used to launch a war against the Black Ink cult. Initially, she was hostile towards this man, thinking that he had snatched the glory that belonged to his master, a truth which displeased her. However, when she saw the Holy Sun's behavior for herself, she couldn't bring herself to loathe him. The Holy Sun scratched his head again. Just as he was ready to speak, Yu Daoqi bellowed all of a sudden, "Surrender without a fight, demon woman." Xueji turned to look at him, but she didn't have the intention of responding to him, so she glanced over at Li Feiyu and said, "Big Sister Li, are you guys planning to kill me after everything I've done for you? If that's the case, couldn't you have warned me earlier so that I could get prepared?" Li Feiyu shook her head. "That's not our intention. Don't read too much into it." The Order Lords were puzzled, feeling that there was something they were not aware of. Yu Daoqi questioned with a frown, "What do you mean?" Li Feiyu explained, "Xueji has sided with us. Previously, the Saintess told me to contact Xueji in secret. We have been coordinating with her so she could assassinate those Black Ink cult masters. It's because of her assistance that we've been able to march forward and destroy the enemy with ease over the past month." Hearing that, all of them were shocked. Si Kong Nan muttered, "Why have we never heard of it before?" The Saintess said with a smile, "We've decided to keep it a secret since the matter was both sensitive and of critical importance. Forgive me." Since the Saintess had admitted to it, that must be the truth. Moreover, given the outcome, Xueji had indeed made a huge contribution. At that moment, many of them looked at her with milder expressions. They were certainly pleased to have an ally like her. With a dark expression, Yu Daoqi said, "You've acted rashly this time, Holy Saintess. Even if you refused to tell us about it, you shouldn't have kept it a secret from the Holy Sun. After all, he is the Savior." The Holy Sun waved his hand. "It's fine. It is true that I am inexperienced and know nothing about the current situation or how to handle it. Big Sister Saintess can continue to take charge of the spirit religion's affairs." Yu Daoqi was rendered speechless, thinking that the Holy Sun was no different from a wastrel trying to avoid responsibility at this moment. After a moment of silence, he followed up, "In that case, you'd better leave now. You're the Night Chapter Master from the Black Ink cult. Although you've helped us a lot, we can't accept you." Xueji replied with a smile, "I've never intended to join your religion." Yu Daoqi appeared perplexed. "Since you don't want to join us, why did you betray the Black Ink cult?" A sense of longing appeared on Xueji's face as she replied, "Because I've found a higher goal to pursue." All of them were astounded, thinking that the woman might have misspoken. It was inconceivable that a powerful woman like her had found a higher goal to pursue. Thus, she betrayed the Black Ink cult. An irritated Yu Daoqi waved his hand. Regardless, we have nothing to do with each other from now on, and you mustn't commit any more crimes just because you're powerful. You can leave now. Xueji shook her head. I can't go. After a pause, she asked, are you planning to explore the Black Ink Abyss secrets? Yu Daoqi nodded. The Black Ink cult has been destroyed, but since the Black Ink Abyss is the source of the Black Ink cult, we certainly have to look into it. We have to suppress and seal this place so that the Black Ink cult will never return. The Order Lords nodded as it was indeed their plan. Xueji said, you should wait here then. Someone told me to stay here and make sure no one enters the Black Ink Abyss. Yu Daoqi snapped. Xueji, we are magnanimous enough to let you go since you've helped us a lot, but don't reach for a yard after we've given you an inch. Xueji smiled charmingly. I have my orders. If you want to enter the Black Ink Abyss, you must kill me first. At that moment, the Saintess appeared agitated and asked, is he inside the Black Ink Abyss? Obviously, she knew who Xueji was referring to. It's no wonder I've never heard any news from him since the war started. He entered the Black Ink Abyss. In response, Xueji nodded gently. With a solemn expression, the Saintess asked, did he say anything else? Xueji replied, he said the bottom of the Black Ink Abyss is extremely dangerous. I initially wanted to accompany and assist him, but he said I would only die meaninglessly if I followed him. Therefore, he ordered me to stay here and make sure no one else could get near the Black Ink Abyss. Upon hearing that, the Saintess nodded. The masters from the spirit religion were puzzled while Si Kongnan felt even greater pressure on his hunched back as he asked, Holy Saintess, is there something else we're not aware of? After they defeated the Black Ink cult and took charge of the entire world, they were ecstatic. However, it wasn't until this moment that they realized many things had happened in the background without them noticing. The Saintess had no idea how to explain it to them, so she could only say, I'm not at liberty to discuss this further. Since it's that person's order, we'd better wait here. What do you say, Holy Sun? The Holy Sun nodded repeatedly. You have a point, big sister Saintess. A furious Yu Daoqi glared at the young Holy Sun. He wanted to tell the young man not to be easily fooled by a woman's beauty, for that would be dangerous. All the apostles had been killed at the bottom of the Black Ink Abyss as Yang Kai walked towards the profound source gate. Soon he arrived at his destination. It was a mysterious-looking gate that stood in an empty space. The door was carved with intricate patterns, and every one of them seemed to be the essence of numerous grand daos. As Yang Kai looked at the door, he suddenly realized something. The door wasn't something the humans could create, it was a precious treasure born alongside the universe. The primordial light and primordial darkness were born from this gate. The door wasn't tightly closed, but behind it, there seemed to be a dark power that was ready to burst out through the gaps at any moment. It was Mo's source. Since its source had been suppressed and sealed behind the profound source gate, it couldn't break free. However, the energy it released affected the entire Black Ink Abyss and gave birth to the Black Ink cult. Mu said that the darkness of human nature, which included slaughter, conspiracy, plots, and greed, could help strengthen Black Ink's strength. Therefore, after Mo developed sentience, its power increased rapidly. That was because there has never been a lack of a dark side in human nature. As Yang Kai looked at the profound source gate, he extended his hand and touched it. The next moment his entire figure shook. A cold aura engulfed him in an instant and elicited the negative feelings he had suppressed at the bottom of his heart. He was oppressed and hunted down when he was weak, and when he was strong enough, he killed all of his opponents. All sorts of terrible memories swept through him like a tsunami. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5962, Turn of Events. When the cold aura engulfed Yang Kai, all of his horrible memories emerged from the bottom of his mind and impacted his soul. Darkness started spreading in his knowledge sea. It wasn't conspicuous at first, but it soon covered a large area and continued to expand. In just a short moment, the entire knowledge sea seemed to be covered in a layer of dark fog. On a 7-colored island, Fong Tian Ci and Thunder Shadow saw some blurred images rolling in the dark fog. The images were all gray and gloomy, which were the unhappy memories of Yang Kai's life. The memories kept getting shattered as though they were devoured by the dark fog. As the dark fog's power increased, it became increasingly thick. Yen Peng, who had been confined to this place for a long time, exclaimed, "What's going on? Has Sir fallen into danger?" No one responded to him. Impacted by the external stimulant, the seven-colored island started shaking as the multicolored light around it became even brighter. However, before the soul-warming lotus could do anything, even more images emerged from the dark fog. Compared to the gloomy images earlier, the new ones were undoubtedly much brighter. Not long after these images appeared, they soon covered the entire knowledge sea. The light from these countless images penetrated the shackles of the darkness. After that, these images shattered and dissolved into the darkness. Following the integration of these bright images, the black fog quickly became thinner. In just a moment, it abruptly disappeared just like how it appeared all of a sudden earlier. Compared to the setbacks in Yang Kai's life, he had gone through far more happy experiences. When he was a young child, his parents would always take care of him. When he ventured into the outside world, he made many friends, and they gave him warmth. Moreover, his wives were still waiting for his return. No one was perfect, everyone carried darkness in their heart, but there was also light. If they couldn't look straight at the darkness, how were they supposed to embrace the bright side? Only irresolute people would be devoured by their dark side. Yang Kai's gaze was clear as he stood in front of the profound source gate and circulated his power, infusing it into the gate to refine it. At the same time, he was secretly shocked. Mu had divided Mo's source into 3,000 pieces and sealed them in 3,000 different universe worlds. In other words, the one before his eyes was only one of the 3,000 pieces. Moreover, it had been suppressed and sealed behind the profound source gate, so the energy it could release was insignificant. Nevertheless, this weak energy was enough to stimulate the dark side in his heart. Given his heritage as a ninth-order master, Yang Kai could quickly shake off such influence. However, the strongest cultivators in this world were only in the immortal ascension boundary. Once they were affected, none of them could regain their senses. Mu was right to say that unless she could take charge of the profound source gate, the birth of the Black Ink cult was inevitable. Nonetheless, little 11th was by her side, so she couldn't go near the profound source gate. Otherwise, even the faint bit of source strength leaking out would have a huge impact on little 11th. It would very likely integrate into his body, possibly even awakening him. Yang Kai slowly activated his power and patterns started lighting up around his palm and spread across the entire gate. It seemed that it wasn't difficult to refine this treasure. As he looked at the gate's transformation, Yang Kai realized that when all the patterns and symbols on the gate lit up, he would successfully refine it. The source behind the gate seemed to have detected something as it became violent all of a sudden. It started activating its power from the mysterious space behind the gate and kept crashing against it. Booming sounds were continuously heard. At the same time, a mysterious power started spreading through the gap in the gate. As expected, Mo had indeed left behind a hidden hand. Yang Kai was glad that he accepted Mu's advice and waited until the light spirit religion destroyed the Black Ink cult before he took action. Otherwise, an accident might have occurred. After a month of war, the Black Ink cult had been destroyed, but there were still some survivors. When some Black Ink cult masters realized that defeat was inevitable, they hurriedly hid somewhere to keep themselves safe. However, the moment the source strength behind the gate activated, the Black Ink cult masters, who had been hiding in different parts of the primordial world, seemed to have received some irresistible calling as they stepped out of their hiding places and dashed towards the Black Ink abyss as quickly as they could, Black Ink strength billowing from their figures. While on their way, the Black Ink strength around them thickened and allowed them to break through their limits, thus reaching higher realms. Nevertheless, there was a huge price to pay for such an unusual increase in power. Many Black Ink cult masters exploded while on their way, while those who survived saw their figures going through an irreversible transformation. In the meantime, the Light Spirit Religion's soldiers broke into a commotion as well. When the disturbance was heard, the Spirit Religion's leaders were still confronting Xueji beside the Black Ink abyss. "What happened?" asked an Order Lord in shock. Li Feiyu immediately went over to have a look. As the Fire Order Lord, she was responsible for collecting information. Soon she figured out what was going on. She returned and explained, "Some of the spirit religion members, who have been affected by black ink strength, have gone mad for some reason. Black ink strength has changed their nature, and they're now determined to enter the black ink abyss." It was a well-known fact that the black ink cult had planted some moles in the spirit religion. This was inevitable. After all, black ink strength was too strange, so it was difficult for anyone to put up their guard against it at all times. Moreover, in the past month, many spirit religion members had been contaminated by black ink strength. Since the weak black ink strength didn't have any noticeable impact, those from the spirit religion decided to put the matter aside for now. They would only examine every member after the dust settled. Much to their surprise, those disciples who had been affected by black ink strength were now transforming into entirely different people now. The cultivators who were engulfed in black ink strength madly charged towards the black ink abyss, causing a great upheaval. Li Feiyu could not help but turn to look at the black ink abyss. Just now, Xueji said that a certain someone was inside the black ink abyss, which was where the black ink cult originated from. Could the turn of events have something to do with that person? Had he done something at the bottom of the black ink abyss that caused all this disturbance? As Li Feiyu looked in the abyss direction, she was startled for a moment before she asked, "Where's Xueji?" Xueji, who stood in front of the black ink abyss earlier, was nowhere to be seen. With a solemn expression, the saintess replied, "Her 4 blood slaves have been badly affected by the black ink strength as well, so they plunged into the black ink abyss." Xueji chased after them. Hearing that, Li Feiyu was astounded. Yudaoqi said grimly, "It seems that all those who have been affected by black ink strength, regardless of whether their temperaments have been changed before, are doomed this time." Xueji and her blood slaves were from the black ink cult, so they naturally had come into contact with black ink strength before. They had also cultivated in the black ink abyss in the past. The turn of events affected all those who had been corrupted by black ink strength. Therefore, Xueji and her blood slaves were not spared. Si Kongnan turned to look at the black ink abyss and said meditatively, "Something must have happened at the bottom." Then he shifted his attention to the saintess. "Holy saintess, you just said someone is in the black ink abyss. Who is that person?" That was something the spirit religion masters were curious about. The bottom of the black ink abyss had always been a restricted area. Even those from the black ink cult had no idea what the bottom looked like, which went to show it was a dangerous place. Could anyone actually reach the bottom while maintaining their original nature? If they could find out who the person down there was, they would probably have an idea of what happened. "Stop asking any further," ordered Lord Si Kong. "I can't explain it to you at this point." The saintess shook her head. Yudaoqi couldn't help but bellow, "Why are you still hiding it from us now, holy saintess? Given the current situation, regardless of who the person is, he can't possibly save himself." The saintess still shook her head and remained silent. Although she wasn't familiar with Yang Kai, she trusted the first-generation saintess unconditionally. Even if the turn of events was caused by Yang Kai, he must be able to survive. Just as Yudaoqi was about to say something, his expression changed all of a sudden as he turned to look at the depths of the black ink abyss where a powerful aura was rising rapidly. The next moment, a red figure shot up and landed on the spot where she stood earlier. She was none other than Xueji, who dove into the black ink abyss to pursue her blood slaves. Presently, she looked battered with wounds all over her body. It was apparent that she had gotten into an intense fight earlier, but her aura remained quite intimidating. After she landed on the ground, she shot Yudaoqi a look and said impassively, "My master is more powerful than you think. If you dare spout nonsense again, I'll kill you first." In an instant, Yudaoqi's expression turned gloomy. He was a peak immortal ascension boundary master and an order lord. Before today, even though there were countless masters in the world, no one could speak so casually about killing him. He had even exchanged moves with Yu Buzhou before, and although he was defeated, he still managed to escape with his life. However, since it was Xueji who threatened him now, he didn't have the guts to refute her. If he offended this crazy woman, he didn't have the confidence to flee from her and survive. Xueji had returned to this place with an even more intimidating aura than before. They were so astonished that they were oblivious to the shocking information she revealed in her words. Li Feiyu asked in shock, "Why are you all right?" Xueji couldn't help but roll her eyes. "What could happen to me? Everyone corrupted by black ink strength has lost their sanity. Why are you still safe?" Upon hearing that, Xueji finally came to her senses. She looked at her hands and felt the power within her. When she realized what happened, she said with a smile, "That's why I said my master is more powerful than you think." When the sudden change occurred, her blood slaves were instantly affected as they turned around and charged towards the black ink abyss. Realizing that something was off, Xueji hurriedly pursued them. Upon confirming that her blood slaves were going to hurt Yang Kai, she quickly decided to kill them, despite having spent years nurturing them before she returned. Usually, even though she could kill 4 third-order Immortal Ascension Realm Masters, she would have to pay a huge price. Nevertheless, she was the one who nurtured the blood slaves after all. She had planted a restriction in every one of them. Also, the blood slaves could no longer perform their strongest combined attack techniques after losing their sanity. As such, even though it took Xueji some effort, she still managed to kill them all. Martial Peak, Chapter 5963, If we are destined to meet again, we will. When Xueji killed the blood slaves, she didn't read too much into it. It wasn't until she heard Li Feiyu's words that she realized something bigger was going on. Everyone who had been corrupted by black ink strength, regardless of whether their temperament had been contorted before, was doomed this time. The bottom of the black ink abyss seemed to be deathly attractive to them as they charged towards it, no matter the cost. The blood slaves were the best examples. All 4 blood slaves had been completely loyal to Xueji, and she had even planted a restriction on each of them to ensure that. Still, they betrayed her without hesitation just now. However, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with her. She could feel that some black ink strength remained in her body, probably what she had previously refined in the black ink abyss. Nevertheless, the black ink strength seemed to have been suppressed by some different power, so it didn't have any impact on her. That power that suppressed the black ink strength was coming from her blood. It could only be the power she derived from her master's blood. While they spoke, the disturbance among the spirit religion's soldiers intensified. More and more beast-like growls were heard. The cultivators, whose temperaments had been corrupted by black ink strength, lost their sanity and turned into black ink disciples. Despite his age, the young holy son showcased his resoluteness as he ordered, "Order lords, please return and form a defense line. We can't let those who have been affected by black ink strength enter the black ink abyss, no matter what." He had no idea who the person that the saintess had mentioned was, nor did he know what that person had done at the bottom of the black ink abyss. However, he knew what he was supposed to do now. Following his order, the Order Lords came to their senses while the saintess looked approvingly at the Holy Son, who appeared pleased with this acknowledgement. Yudaoqi looked coldly at him and thought that young men could be easily fooled by beautiful women. They had no idea that power was the best thing in the world. Despite being exasperated, he dashed forward and gathered his subordinates together as per the Holy Son's request. The other Order Lords started taking action as well, and soon, a war broke out. Following a month of the war, many people from the spirit religion had been corrupted by black ink strength. They were initially comrades, but they had to kill each other now. Many people didn't have the heart to do it, but the black ink disciples held nothing back. Since they were determined to enter the black ink abyss, they would do their best to remove any obstacles in their way. Upon realizing that these black ink disciples couldn't be saved, those from the spirit religion no longer held back. Everyone fell into a frenzy, and soon, the disturbance subsided. Just as they thought the turmoil was coming to an end, masters that were engulfed in black ink strength charged towards them from all directions. They were the black ink cult masters who had been hiding in different places. After they received the calling from the source strength in the black ink abyss, they came forward and revealed themselves. An even more intense war broke out. The spirit religion soldiers didn't have the heart to hurt their comrades, but they wouldn't go easy on those from the black ink cult. Xueji just stood silently beside the black ink abyss and listened to the sounds of the slaughter. She had to execute Yang Kai's command by killing anyone who tried to enter the black ink abyss. The upheaval lasted for several days. It wasn't until the last batch of black ink cultists were killed that peace was restored. No one cheered or felt happy this time. The spirit religion soldiers were exhausted as they lay on the ground, and as they looked at the corpses of their slain comrades, they felt sorrowful. The spirit religion masters gathered in front of the black ink abyss again. With Yu Daoqi in front of everyone, the Order Lords mounted pressure on Xueji. The sudden turn of events made them realize the importance of the black ink abyss. They had to find out what was hidden at the bottom of the abyss. Only by doing so could they prevent the same thing from happening again. However, Xueji never gave in and her murderous intent permeated the air. The atmosphere beside the black ink abyss grew more intense by the day. The stalemate lasted for a while, but just as hostilities were about to break out, Xueji appeared joyful all of a sudden and looked down at the black ink abyss. At the same time, all of them could feel an aura rising rapidly from the depths of the black ink abyss. What surprised them was that the power of the aura even surpassed that of Xueji. The next moment, a figure landed in front of Xueji, who went over and greeted the man, "Master." Yang Kai nodded and gave her an approving look, but he raised his hand to stop her from approaching him. Presently, the space around him had been contorted as a repulsive force surrounded him. There seemed to be a mysterious power that was trying to destroy him. "It's you?" All the Order Lords were flabbergasted. All of them had seen Yang Kai before. When he entered the city, all the citizens went over to welcome him. He had the people's support and the blessing of the world's will. At that time, they regarded him as a fake holy son. Back then, in the ancient grounds, he couldn't pass the test left behind by the first-generation Saintess and had been corrupted by black ink strength. As such, 3 Order Lords joined forces and killed him, after which Li Feiyu dealt with his corpse. No one had expected that not only was this guy alive, but he had also dived into the depths of the black ink abyss. As the Order Lords recalled what the Saintess and Xueji had said, they couldn't help but take a look at the Saintess. They seemed to have realized something. If anyone else had emerged from the depths of the abyss at this point, these spirit religion masters wouldn't have let him off. After all, they had no idea whether this guy had been affected by black ink strength. However, at that moment, Yang Kai's aura was so terrifying that no one had the guts to say anything. "What's happening, Master?" Xueji's face paled. As she looked at the contorted space around Yang Kai and felt its destructive aura, she realized something was off. Yang Kai flashed a smile at her. "Every world has its limits. The limit of this world is the immortal ascension boundary. If anyone's power exceeds this limit, they will be repelled by this world itself." Xueji was surprised as she realized what the man meant. "Master, do you mean you've reached the realm above the immortal ascension boundary?" Yang Kai replied with a smile, "There is no end to the martial Tao. To true masters, the realm above the immortal ascension boundary is just the starting point." Then he turned to look at the Saintess. "I've settled all the problems at the bottom of the black ink abyss. However, some black ink strength remains. It would be best if you arrange some arrays here to prevent anyone from coveting that black ink strength." The Saintess nodded. "Don't worry, sir. I will handle everything." Following that, Yang Kai looked in Dawn City's direction and put on a smile. "I have to leave." A flustered Xueji asked, "Where are you going, Master? Please bring me with you." Yang Kai's words had a significant impact on her. She was originally from the Black Ink cult, and only sided with Yang Kai after the latter subdued her. Now that the entire Black Ink cult had been destroyed though, and all the Black Ink cult masters who had been hiding in different parts of the world had come out and been killed, it could be said that she was the only one in the world who still had some of the Black Ink cult's traces. The Black Ink cult had become history in this independent world, and there wouldn't be any remnants of their presence just a few hundred years later. Therefore, she didn't want to stay here on her own. As long as she could follow Yang Kai, she was willing to serve him. Yang Kai shook his head. "I have a mission to complete, so I can't bring you with me." Xueji's expression instantly dimmed as she pouted and fell silent. She looked like a young girl who had just been abandoned. Yang Kai smiled helplessly. "All right, I'll give you a task." Xueji immediately appeared elated. "Anything, Master." With a solemn expression, Yang Kai said, "Stand guard here and kill anyone who tries to enter the black ink abyss." Xueji replied seriously, "Yes, master." The next moment, she put on a cheeky smile. "Since I've taken on this task, do I get a reward?" Yang Kai shot her a glare before flicking his fingers, after which a drop of golden blood shot towards her. Xueji's eyes brightened in an instant as she quickly gulped it down. She could tell that this blood droplet was very different from the ones given by Yang Kai in the past. It was a drop of his blood essence. Yang Kai then spoke to her in secret, "I've left behind a restriction, so you'd better not be impatient when you refine it, otherwise, you'll explode." Hearing that, Xueji nodded repeatedly. The repulsion of the worlds was increasingly conspicuous, and the destructive storm around Yang Kai made everyone's face turn pale. All the masters at the scene didn't have the confidence to survive in such a storm, but Yang Kai remained calm and collected, which showed how formidable he was. Realizing something, Xueji hurriedly asked, "Will I see you again, master?" Yang Kai looked at her and replied, "If we are destined to meet again, we will." The next moment, a clap of thunder was heard and Yang Kai turned into a ray of light that shot into the sky. The masters watched as a crack appeared in the sky. The ray of light shot into the crack and disappeared. The destructive aura also disappeared at the same time, as though it had never been there. As the crack closed, the area beside the black ink abyss fell silent. All of them were covered in cold sweat, and as they recalled Yang Kai's words, they were astonished. It was the young holy son who broke the silence by asking, "So, was he the savior described in the prophecy?" Although he was young and inexperienced, he wasn't a fool. When he saw Yang Kai earlier, he realized something. "Am I the fake holy son?" He pointed at his nose. The Order Lords exchanged glances, realizing the problem as well. The Saintess looked at the Holy Son and replied with a smile, "He's indeed the savior described in the prophecy, but you're the spirit religion's Holy Son." After a month of the war, the Holy Son had gained the recognition of the spirit religion members. Everyone who had taken part in the crusade would only acknowledge him to be the Holy Son. The young Holy Son scratched his head. "All right, I'll be the Holy Son then. However, it's inappropriate that no one is aware of who the real savior is." The Saintess suggested, "You can slowly spread his contributions in the future so that the members will understand that he had made a move in secret and saved this world." The Holy Son nodded, "That'll work. However, we'd better deal with the most pressing issue now." Before that person left, he told us to suppress and seal the black ink abyss. "How do you want to do it, Holy Son?" asked the Saintess. The Holy Son turned to look at Xueji. "Do you want to join the spirit religion?" Xueji was still feeling the power of the blood essence when she heard that. Surprised, she asked in confirmation, "Do you want me to join the spirit religion?" "Yes. We share the same goal now, and that person told you to stand guard at the black ink abyss before he left. In that case, I think it'd be better if we could work together. What do you say?" Xueji looked seriously at him and saw her alluring figure reflected in the Holy Son's clear gaze. After a moment, she smiled and nodded, "Fine." Rather than being all on her own, she felt that this outcome wasn't too bad. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5964, The Second World. Mu's house was located on the periphery of Dawn City. When the worlds started repelling Yang Kai and the worlds formed a destructive storm, Mu detected something and looked in the black ink abyss direction. Has he succeeded? It was quicker than she had expected. It seemed that her several million years of waiting were worth it, for Yang Kai might be able to achieve the goal she had left behind. Presently, little 11th was asleep on her lap. As though having a nightmare, he had been trembling for a while as a myriad of expressions came over him. Sometimes he was full of murderous intent, and sometimes he appeared furious. His figure was already soaked in sweat. Just then, a clap of thunder sounded. Little 11th awakened in shock and looked dazedly at Mu. Then he pouted and started crying. "Did you have a nightmare?" Mu asked softly. Little 11th nodded repeatedly. "In the dream, I saw you abandoning me, and you were getting further away from me." Mu placated him with a smile. "It's just a dream." Little 11th sniffled and snuggled up to Mu. He held the woman's thighs tightly and said childishly, "You mustn't abandon me, sixth sister. I'll have no one I can call family anymore." Mu patted his back. "Don't worry. I'll never abandon you, and I'll always keep you company. Of course, when you become an adult one day, perhaps you'll find me annoying and run away." "That will never happen." Little 11th frowned as he realized something was off. He then said, "I think I've fallen ill, sixth sister. I'm feeling unwell." "You'll feel better after some sleep." Little 11th replied and found a comfortable position before dozing off. As Yang Kai traversed the void, he could feel a drawing force pointing out the direction for him. The drawing force wasn't the repulsive force from the primordial world. Instead, it was a force that came from the space-time river itself. He instantly realized that it was something left behind by Mu. After he refined the profound source gate in the primordial world and sealed one piece of Mu's source, he had to leave for the next world. He was in a hurry. Undoubtedly, Mu's space-time river was powerful, and the flow of time in these universe worlds was different from that of the outside world. However, the longer he stayed here, the more likely an accident would happen outside. "It seems I have to hurry up." Then, he emptied his mind and soon found a closed door in his knowledge sea. It was the profound source gate that he had refined at the bottom of the black ink abyss. He didn't expect the gate to enter his knowledge sea after he refined it. However, after giving it some thought, he realized it wasn't surprising that he could keep it in his knowledge sea. The profound source gate was a treasure born alongside the heavens and earth, after all. It would be awkward if he had to carry the gate and move around. He already had the soul-warming lotus in his knowledge sea, and now there was the profound source gate. The sight was somewhat awkward. On the seven-colored island, Fong Tian Ci and Thunder Shadow exchanged glances with helpless expressions. This couldn't be helped. The moment the profound source gate abruptly appeared in the knowledge sea, Yen Peng became agitated. As his entire figure was engulfed in a cold aura, he soon went mad. The eerie gate seemed able to elicit the darkness in human nature. Yen Peng originally came from the Black Ink cult, so he couldn't be considered a good and kind person. Since he had done so many terrible things in life, it was only natural that he had a vast dark side in his heart. After his body was destroyed by Yang Kai, his soul avatar was trapped in the latter's knowledge sea. He had been cooperative and provided a lot of useful information, and Yang Kai didn't intend to kill him anyway, so letting him stay in the knowledge sea was just a minor matter. Nevertheless, after his dark side was amplified by the profound source gate, he lost his sanity. Left with no choice, Fong Tian Ci and Thunder Shadow could only destroy his soul avatar. Certainly, they weren't feeling good about the whole affair. They finally had a new neighbor to talk to, but they hadn't lived long. That was why they felt helpless. At that moment, Fong Tian Ci and Thunder Shadow stood on the seven-colored island in silence and refrained from looking at the profound source gate. After they took a look at the gate earlier, they realized some horrible memories from the past sprang back into their minds, but the effect could be negated by ignoring the gate. Meanwhile, once Yang Kai left the primordial world, he glanced back and realized it was nowhere to be seen. He only saw some grains of sand that moved with the flow of the river. This reminded him of what he saw in the depths of the infinite river inside the universe furnace back then. There were similar grains of sand at the bottom of the infinite river as well. However, that wasn't sand. Each grain was a universe world. After the grains of sand were spurted from the universe furnace, they would reveal their true form. Every grain of sand was equivalent to a universe world. That was the wonder of chaos evolving into the 10,000 Grand Daos. The drawing force intensified as Yang Kai traversed the space-time river and soon approached another grain of sand. That was the second world he had to enter. Without hesitation, Yang Kai adjusted his direction and plunged straight into the world. Soon, the aura of a universe world came right at his face. Just like what happened when he entered the primordial world previously, he abruptly appeared in a universe world, after which his figure plummeted. Since he had some experience now, he immediately examined his cultivation. He was relieved that even though his cultivation had been suppressed greatly, he was still in the immortal ascension boundary. Hurriedly, he circulated his power and stabilized himself mid-air. As he looked around, he realized it was a barren land with no one around. Moreover, he found the world strange as it was filled with a primitive aura. He felt as if he had barged into the river of time and returned to an ancient era. Wu Kuang, can you detect Mu's whereabouts? Yang Kai asked. Previously in the primordial world, it was thanks to Wu Kuang that they managed to find Mu. Although he was only a thread of consciousness, Wu Kuang was still connected to his true body. Furthermore, he was in charge of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction where the space-time river was hidden. Therefore, if Mu wanted to give them any directives, she had to do it through Wu Kuang. However, the moment Yang Kai finished his words, he arched his brow, for he had already detected something. He turned to look in a particular direction and put on a helpless smile. I guess I've been overly worried. Since Mu wanted Yang Kai to move around different universe worlds to suppress and seal Mo's source pieces, she was naturally well prepared. In the primordial world, Mu must have left a mark on him. Therefore, the moment he arrived in this world, he immediately detected something in a particular direction. It must be over there. He then charged towards that place. In the meantime, a figure was seated with her legs crossed in the wilderness. She had been waiting there for countless years, and she had no idea how much longer she would have to wait. She wasn't even certain if all the waiting would matter. All the same, even though innumerable years had passed, she had never forgotten about her goal. She was located in a mountain valley that was surrounded by 8 mountains. All these mountains were magnificent and connected. In the mountain valley, there was an abstruse grand array. In the middle of the grand array, there was a dark rock that exuded an evil aura. The grand array, and even the mountains themselves, seemed to be suppressing the dark rock. With the help of the mountain range and the grand array, this place was where the entire universe world's power was gathered. Unlike Mu in Dawn City, this woman was undoubtedly more haggard, as though she hadn't gotten any rest for a very long time. The moment Yang Kai barged into this independent world, she opened her eyes and lifted her sword from her lap. The weapon then turned into a ray of light and shot off into the distance. Following that, a beastly growl was heard from behind her. A huge ancient beast collapsed to the ground, and its blood dyed the ground red. The mountain valley was covered with huge skeletons, and every one of them belonged to an ancient beast. After so many years, she had lost count of how many ancient beasts she had killed. The sword returned and quietly landed in front of her without a drop of blood on it. Then, she slowly turned to look in a different direction. Her figure was stiff, as though she hadn't moved like this for a long time. This simple movement represented several 100,000 years of waiting. She put on a smile, for she could feel that all the waiting was finally worth it. In the distance, a figure was rushing towards her. The figure had a bit of her aura on him. It was thanks to the resonance between the shadows which allowed the newcomer to identify the direction he should head towards. He landed on the ground and exchanged glances with the woman. As Yang Kai looked at how haggard the shadow appeared, he couldn't help feeling heartbroken. Feeling a lump in his throat, he was unable to speak for a moment. A while later, he saluted the woman and said, "Junior Yang Kai greets Senior." Mu replied with a smile, "No need for formalities. You must have met me before." In response, Yang Kai nodded. Mu went on to say, "Then, you should know why you're here." While Yang Kai looked at the dark rock, Mu continued, "There are no humans in this world, only some ancient beasts that roam around. As such, you don't have to deal with any schemes or plots. Just move the dark rock away and use the profound source gate to suppress it." In the primordial world, it took Yang Kai a lot of effort to refine the profound source gate and suppress Mo's source piece. So much to his surprise, his task in this independent world was rather simple. As though seeing through his thoughts, Mu explained with a smile, "Every universe world is different. Perhaps you'll come across similar situations again, but there will also be times when you have to work hard to achieve your goals. Go ahead, I've been waiting for far too long." "Yes," Yang Kai replied respectfully. He knew that the task was simple because of Mu's efforts. He walked up to the dark rock and pushed it away. There was a dark pit on the ground, and the howls of wind could be heard coming from it. Following that, a cold aura was approaching rapidly, as though it was coming from the depths beneath the ground. Yang Kai raised his hands before pressing them down at the pit and shouting, Open! A mysterious gate appeared above the pit, and with an injection of Yang Kai's strength, a portal opened up. Martial Peak, Chapter 5965, See you soon. A horrifying power was felt surging inside the pit. The howls of wind were like its growls as it kept crashing into the profound source gate. The source piece, which had been suppressed and sealed here for a long time, must have realized that something was off, so it was trying to resist. Nevertheless, its efforts were futile. If it was the complete source, the gate wouldn't have been a threat to it, but it was only a small piece. The profound source gate's suppressive power spread. At the same time, a powerful drawing force was felt coming from behind the gate. After the source piece was lured out, it lost the power to resist and disappeared into the gap. The gate closed once again, after which Yang Kai kept it inside his knowledge sea. This time, it didn't take him much effort to suppress and seal Mo's source piece, but he knew it was all thanks to Mu. Just by looking at the skeletons in the valley, he knew that the woman must have waited here for countless years and killed all the ancient beasts that coveted black ink strength. If not for Mu's efforts, Yang Kai would have been attacked by ancient beasts corrupted by black ink strength the moment he arrived in this world, making his situation quite perilous. As Mu watched the source getting sealed, she finally appeared relieved. She got to her feet slowly. As Yang Kai looked at her in puzzlement, she extended her hand and pressed it against the man's chest. After their eyes met, Mu said, "I've completed my task, so I'll leave the rest to you, Junior. The human race's future hinges on you, so you must do your best to not fail this mission." As she spoke, her figure faded rapidly. It was as though she was about to disappear from this world. As that happened, Yang Kai could feel a warm stream entering his body through the woman's palm. "Senior," with a conflicted expression, Yang Kai had no idea what to say. "This is the price I have to pay for sending you away," Mu replied with a smile. Gradually, her figure was gone. As her power engulfed Yang Kai, he shot into the sky and turned into a ray of light. A crack appeared in the sky just then. The ray of light passed through it and disappeared. The familiar drawing force appeared again and led Yang Kai to the next world. He pressed his hand against his chest as his emotions undulated in his heart. Unlike the primordial world, the second world was one where only ancient beasts existed. He didn't do much as he only summoned the profound source gate and sealed Mo's source piece. Mu had cleared all the danger and obstacles for him. It was the result of countless years of perseverance. The entire time, Yang Kai had only briefly talked to Mu. There was no doubt she was a kind-hearted person. She devised this plan millions of years ago and let her shadows stay in different universe worlds to carry it out. She had been on her own all this time, waiting for a future that might not even come. In the end, she didn't even make any demands or requests, she simply told Yang Kai to do his best and try not to fail. Even so, he didn't give her a definitive reply. He couldn't help but blame himself. Mu had been doing all this selflessly, and she didn't need anyone to thank her. Nevertheless, Yang Kai could give her hope. While he was lost in his thoughts, the aura of the third world came right at his face. As usual, he followed the faint guidance and successfully found Mu, who had been waiting in a desolate place for countless years. Before Mu could say anything, Yang Kai muttered, "Senior, all the darkness will be dispelled by the light one day. The human race will have a bright future. All your contributions and efforts over the eons will be worth it." Mu stared fixedly at him with her mouth slightly open. With a confident expression, Yang Kai flashed a smile at her. Mu put on a smile as well. In just a short time, she understood everything and nodded, "Good." She turned around and pointed in a particular direction. "Mo's source piece is over there. Go ahead." "Yes." Yang Kai cupped his fist and strode towards the place. He soon sealed the source piece and returned. Mu walked up to him and pressed her hand against his chest before her figure faded. Yang Kai kept all the sorrow to himself and put on a bright smile. "I'll see you soon, Senior." At the last moment, Mu flashed a smile at him. "See you soon." The next instant, Yang Kai shot into the sky. As he moved around different universe worlds, he made use of the profound source gate's power and sealed the pieces of Mo's source. Every time Yang Kai arrived in a new world, he would immediately say the same thing to Mu, who would give him the same response. As they met and parted ways repeatedly, it was like a never-ending cycle. In general, things went smoothly. In most of the worlds, Mu had cleared all the obstacles for him, so he just had to find her shadow and summon the profound source gate to seal Mo's source piece. In truth, in the primordial world, if not for the fact that Mu had to keep little 11th by her side, she could have taken control of the profound source gate as well. However, due to little 11th, Mu in the primordial world couldn't go near the profound source gate. After all, Mo's source piece had been suppressed behind the gate. An accident might happen if little 11th approached the gate. Mo's source gave birth to the Black Ink cult. As such, Mu had to establish the light spirit religion to oppose it. In that independent world, there wasn't much help that Mu could provide in terms of aid. Moreover, the Black Ink cult had developed rapidly. As such, it took Yang Kai quite some effort before he settled everything in the primordial world. Nevertheless, things wouldn't always go smoothly. When Yang Kai entered the 60th universe world, he realized that something was off. The entire world was filled with black ink strength. All the living creatures in this world had been corrupted by black ink strength and turned into black ink disciples. When Yang Kai followed the guidance and found Mu, she was covered in blood while running for her life. This couldn't be helped, as everyone in that world was hunting her down. Yang Kai had no idea how long the situation had persisted, but when he found her, she was in a terrible state. After saving Mu from the black ink disciples, Yang Kai found a quiet place and stopped in his tracks. He asked, "What's going on, senior?" Mu explained, "Something went wrong with the sealing location. Too much of Mo's source strength leaked out and it has affected far too many beings. They shattered the seal and let Mo's source piece break free." Upon hearing her explanation, Yang Kai finally realized why this world was filled with black ink strength. Mo's source piece had broken free from its shackles. The darkness in the humans of this world could no longer be hidden in front of black ink strength. Everyone in this world had been affected and turned into black ink disciples. "Do you know where the source piece is, senior?" Yang Kai asked. Realizing his intention, Mu shook her head. "There's no point looking for it. Since you've started sealing Mo's source piece, speed is essential. Give up on this world and head to the next one." Saying so, she tried to get to her feet, but due to her injuries, she was unable to do so. Yang Kai hurriedly squatted in front of her. Mu pressed her hand against his chest. They could hear the sounds of footsteps as many living creatures were rapidly approaching them. Remember, if there's a similar situation in any world, abandon it at once. There's no point trying to achieve your goal every time because you won't be able to seal all the pieces of its source regardless. Yang Kai nodded in response. Back in the primordial world, Mu's first shadow told him that she had divided Mo's source into 3,000 pieces. Every time Yang Kai sealed a piece of its source, Mo would be alerted. When it reached a certain point, Mo would awaken and retrieve all the remaining source pieces. Therefore, Yang Kai couldn't seal all 3,000 pieces. In that case, it would be wiser to give up on this world and head to the next one where it would be easier to seal the source piece. "I understand." Yang Kai nodded. "Also, my shadows might not be alive in all the universe worlds. You might enter a world where I'm not around, but you don't have to worry. The previous shadows had left behind enough power for you, so you can leave for the next world anytime you want." Yang Kai nodded again. The footsteps were getting closer as they felt flaring energy fluctuations. The black ink disciples around them were running out of patience as they were ready to make a move. Mu's figure vanished into thin air, after which Yang Kai shot into the sky, leaving the black ink disciples growling on the ground. He set off on his journey and traversed the space-time river again. He repeatedly entered different worlds and sealed the pieces of the source. 100, 200, 300, Yang Kai kept count in his mind. As the number of the pieces he sealed increased, he could feel the situation worsening. Every time he sealed a piece of Mo's source, Mo would be disturbed. When it finally realized the severity of the matter, it would awaken. Yang Kai had no idea what the limit was, but he knew he was getting closer to it. What made him feel helpless was that there were now more and more worlds with difficult situations. The first time he came across a problem was when he reached the 60th world. The second time was after he sealed the 100th piece, and the third time was around the 130th piece. The intervals were getting shorter. The universe worlds within Mu's space-time river all had different world principles. Therefore, the strengths of the living creatures in these worlds varied greatly. However, her guidance seemed to be leading Yang Kai from the weakest to the strongest ones. Initially, the limit of the martial Tao in the universe worlds was only the immortal ascension boundary, but gradually, it became the Transcendent realm, then the Saint realm, the Saint King realm, the Tao Source realm, and eventually the Emperor realm. As the living creatures in those worlds became stronger, it became more difficult for Yang Kai to achieve his goal. After all, Mu's shadow was on her own in most worlds. The powerful creatures were naturally attracted to Mu's source strength, and once too many of them gathered together, even Mu's shadow couldn't stop them. Yang Kai followed Mu's advice. Every time he came across a fallen world, he would give up on it at once. Nevertheless, he would always look for Mu and integrate her last bit of power into his body. He wasn't after Mu's power, he just wanted to bring as much of her away as possible. Martial Peak, Chapter 5966, Rescuing the Suppressing Black Ink Army? As Yang Kai was swimming through Mu's space-time river, a great battle had erupted outside the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction. After dealing with the Black Ink Clan Reinforcement Army, Yang Kai rushed ahead to investigate the situation at the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction while the Crusade Force was a step behind since they had to clean up the aftermath as well as rest and recover. But it was only a few days before the Crusade Force set off as well. Through the space arrays set up by the Void Guard, the army was able to rapidly advance and soon reach the edge of the spiritless land. This was where the last universe temple was located. Something unexpected had happened at the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction a few years back. The suppressing Black Ink army was swallowed up into the Grand Restriction and a large number of Black Ink clansmen poured out from the opening. The Void Guard could not set up a space array directly outside the Grand Restriction as it would simply be courting death. At the edge of the spiritless land, the army regrouped and a few days later, it set sail towards the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction. After a month, the army arrived at the outer perimeter of the Grand Restriction, where a large battle immediately broke out. This was a war launched with all the forces the human race possessed, with millions of human soldiers fighting while being led over by 39th Order Masters. Originally, there were far fewer 9th Order Masters on the human race side. Including Yang Kai, there were 10 of them before the attack on the No-Return Pass. However, the successful battle at the No-Return Pass provided a breakthrough opportunity for many rising stars, many of whom succeeded in advancing. 23 people attempted to break through, and the outcome was that 3 failed while 20 succeeded. As a result, the 9th Order Masters reached the 30 mark. Afterwards, more Masters broke through to the 9th Order as well. Now, there were more than 30 9th Order Masters in the Crusade Force. Thousands of years ago, through a series of devastating losses, culminating in the Barren Territory War, the veteran 9th Order Masters were decimated until only Xiao Xiao and Wu Qing remained. After several thousand bitter years passed though, the human race had finally restored some of its foundation. More than 30 9th Order Masters, millions of soldiers and powerful warships filled the battlefield. The power of the entire human race had gathered here today. However, the Black Ink clan was not to be underestimated either. The primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction had been around for millions of years. During these years, Black Ink's strength increased constantly, but it had reached a limit. Even if it kept increasing, it would be difficult to break through the Grand Restriction. Thus, much of the Black Ink's strength accumulated had been used to create more Black Ink clansmen. One could say that within the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction, the Black Ink clan's forces had already accumulated to a terrifying number. If Mu had not brought out her hidden hand to put Mo to sleep back then, the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction would most likely have been destroyed and the Black Ink clan could have swept over the entire universe. It was Mu who gave the human race a final chance, allowing them to create the current situation. Currently, the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction was still under Wu Kuang's control. Even though the opening in the Grand Restriction had expanded significantly, it still had a limit, which restricted the speed of the Black Ink clansmen's escape. Furthermore, royal lords still found it incredibly difficult to pass through. If they forced their way out, it would severely damage their foundation, which had been proven by past attempts. When the Crusade force arrived at the Grand Restriction, a large army of Black Ink clansmen had already gathered outside, numbering over 100 million. Though there were no royal lords among them, there were still plenty of pseudo-royal lords. Compared with the immense Black Ink clan army, the human race army appeared minuscule. When the war broke out, the human race's forces were far inferior in number to the Black Ink clan. However, relying on the experienced army which had survived through countless battles, they coordinated with each other and made use of all their advantages to fight. Even if they could not gain the upper hand, they still wouldn't appear weak in front of their enemies. From afar, the human race army looked like a small snake slithering agilely around a giant python, constantly tearing at the latter's body. The entire void was filled with the corpses of the Black Ink clansmen, and Black Ink strength released from them had condensed together to form massive Black Ink clouds. Each Ninth Order Master was going all out to slaughter the pseudo-royal lords. Even the Eighth Order Masters were unwilling to appear weak. Together, they got into battle formations and charged fearlessly at their enemies. At the Grand Restriction's opening, the Black Ink clansmen kept pouring out to reinforce their army. However, what shocked them all was how the speed of their reinforcements couldn't keep up with the speed of the slaughter. The number of Black Ink clansmen gathered outside the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction was still steadily decreasing. The morale of the human race army grew higher and higher. However, Mi Jingluan, who was standing by at the command center of the human race army, did not show any joy on his face. He knew that this was only the beginning of the war. So far, he had not seen any royal lords make a move yet, and through his communication with Wu Kuang, he also knew of Yang Kai's whereabouts and why the royal lords were unable to leave the Grand Restriction. Currently, he was facing a dilemma. Even though the suppressing Black Ink army was trapped in the Grand Restriction and they were safe for the time being with Wu Kuang's help, countless royal lords were searching for the suppressing Black Ink army's whereabouts within the Grand Restriction. Once the suppressing Black Ink army's tracks got exposed, their survival chances inside the Grand Restriction would become null. Wu Kuang had the ability to send the suppressing Black Ink army out of the Grand Restriction, but he had not done so before because of the gathered Black Ink clan army. Even if he were to send them out, it would be like sending a flock of lambs to a tiger's den. Instead, it was better to let the suppressing Black Ink army to continue hiding inside the Grand Restriction where he could look after them. However, now that the Crusade force had arrived, the suppressing Black Ink army had an escape route. As long as they could coordinate with the Crusade force, sending them out of the Grand Restriction shouldn't be an issue. But doing so would create another problem. The opening in the Grand Restriction had been torn numerous times already, and each time, it caused irreparable damage to the Grand Restriction. In order to send the suppressing Black Ink army out, Wu Kuang would have to widen the gap in the Grand Restriction wider. Currently, the opening in the Grand Restriction could only allow Black Ink clansmen weaker than royal lords to pass through. If a royal lord were to force their way out, it would severely damage their strength, which was why they were all still hiding within the Grand Restriction. If the opening was expanded, then the royal lords might be able to enter and leave the Grand Restriction freely. There were a large number of royal lords within the Grand Restriction, and if they joined the battlefield, the pressure that the Crusade force would have to bear would be far more than what they were facing now, which meant that the intensity of the battle would also shoot straight up. This was the dilemma that Mi Jingluan was currently facing. The suppressing Black Ink army was in danger, but the cost of saving them was allowing royal lords to join the battlefield. However, an answer had already appeared in his heart. It was imperative that they save the suppressing Black Ink army. Without even mentioning that the suppressing Black Ink army was composed of elites from the human race who had guarded the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction for over 2,000, there was also Divine Dragon Fu Guang among them. Many of Yang Kai's family members also belonged to the suppressing Black Ink army. For all these reasons, Mi Jingluan could not simply abandon them. If those who made great contributions were left to die, it would devastate the morale of the other soldiers. Of course, this was not the main reason. From another perspective, eliminating the Black Ink clan here would not directly affect the outcome of the war. No matter how many pseudo-royal lords they killed, or how many Black Ink clansmen were slaughtered, it would only weaken the Black Ink clan's strength but not shake their foundation. No one knew how many Black Ink clansmen were still hiding within the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction, not even Wu Kuang. The royal lords within the Grand Restriction were something that they would have to face sooner or later. While Wu Kuang still had control over the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction, it would be better to let out some royal lords and kill them, rather than allowing all of them to rush out all at once when the Grand Restriction inevitably collapsed. Based on the current situation, tearing open another opening in the Grand Restriction and allowing the royal lords to pass through was beneficial for them as it could alleviate some of the pressure in advance. Therefore, it was both morally and tactically sound to say that saving the suppressing Black Ink army was a necessary move. What was more, the human race still had some cards up their sleeves. They hadn't revealed all of their strength yet. With an idea in mind, Mi Jingluan and Wu Kuang discussed with each other and soon agreed on a plan. The movement of the human race army quickly changed. Originally, the army of millions remained mobile, using superior mobility to harass the Black Ink clan army since they were outnumbered by them. If they wanted to kill more enemies, they had to preserve their strength as much as possible. But now, the human race army suddenly gathered all their mass and recklessly charged towards the opening in the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction. The human masters took up position on the outer periphery, forming a defensive shield around the troops while the slightly weaker soldiers gathered at the center, enhancing the army's strength. The Black Ink clan had not in any way expected that the humans would suddenly change their strategy. Since the Black Ink clan's deployment was not as tight as their opponents, the human race army easily rammed through their lines and breached their defenses. The human race army advanced straight through the gaps, paving multiple paths towards the Grand Restriction's opening using the blood and remains of the Black Ink clansmen. Just as the Crusade force approached the opening, the Grand Restriction suddenly expanded like the mouth of a ferocious beast and spat out the suppressing Black Ink fortress. The timing was perfect. This success had to be credited to Wu Kuang's guidance. Without him, the suppressing Black Ink army would never be able to break out of the Grand Restriction at such an apt time. If they had done it too early, they would have been surrounded by the Black Ink clan army. Too late, and the human race army would have suffered heavy losses. The human race army coalesced into a single force and did not pause for even a moment. When the suppressing Black Ink army in control of the suppressing Black Ink fortress merged with the rest, they broke through the encirclement of the Black Ink clan and flew out. It was only once they reached a suitable distance that they reorganized their formations. The first clash between the human race army and Black Ink clan army ended with a resounding victory for the humans, but everyone knew that this was just the beginning. There was no time to rest on this battlefield. Once the fighting began, one should only seek to rest in death. Powerful auras emerged from the opening in the Grand Restriction soon after, and the vague silhouettes of many figures could be seen moving restlessly through the dark opening. Royal lords. The faces of all the masters of the human race became solemn since the number of figures visible was not by any means small. During their first crusade, the Black Ink clan had deployed some 300 royal lords in total, which was 3 times the number of Ninth Order masters at the time. Though not so many royal lords were gathered at the opening at this moment, there were at least 40 of them. Moreover, this was just the beginning. There would definitely be more royal lords who received the news and rushed out from the depths of the Grand Restriction soon. Mi Jingluan had already tried to overestimate the Black Ink clan's heritage as much as possible, but he realized that he had still underestimated them in the end. The royal lords didn't immediately rush out of the Grand Restriction as they weren't sure if the current opening would allow them to pass through safely. After a brief hesitation, one of the royal lords stepped forward. As soon as he took a step forward, the royal lord appeared outside the Grand Restriction and stood frozen in place for a moment, clearly surprised at how smoothly he had passed through. Martial Peak, Chapter 5967, Giant Spirit God Attacks. Even more royal lords stepped through the opening soon after, the convergence of their heaven-shaking, earth-moving auras distorting the void around them. Each royal lord's gaze was fixed in the direction of the human race army, expressions of cruelty and bloodlust clear on their faces. On Pure Yang Pass, Mi Jinglun looked on coldly before tossing out an object and shouting, "Go!" It was a round, bead-like object. Under the blessing of a ninth-order master's strength, the small round bead quickly broke through the heavy blockade of the Black Ink clan and reached the royal lords. The gazes of the many royal lords were attracted to the round bead, but after examining it, they found that despite its peculiar appearance, it was not worth much attention. One of the royal lords threw a casual punch out at the round bead, shattering it instantly. Suddenly, a surprise occurred that caught all the royal lords off guard. When the round bead was shattered, countless universe fragments appeared out of nowhere, as if they were the remains of the round bead. Strong space principle fluctuations followed suit before two massive figures that blocked the heavens and covered the earth appeared. Each royal lord's face was filled with shock. On the other hand, Ada and Aer, who were prepared beforehand, did not give the royal lords any time to react, launching a violent attack at them as soon as they appeared. Utterly terrifying giant palms slapped down, and the royal lords were swept up by the force. As blood burst forth, the sound of bones breaking rang out. The royal lords all screamed, some in pain, others in panic. None of them had expected two giant spirit gods to enter the battlefield in this manner, so they immediately took heavy losses from this sudden attack. Several royal lords were instantly pulverized into mist, their auras simply vanishing from existence, while the survivors scattered in all directions. This was the trump card of the human race. During the battle at the No-Return Pass, Ada and Aer were pinned down by the two Black Ink giant spirit gods and were unable to play a decisive role until Yang Kai teamed up with Ada to kill one of the Black Ink giant spirit gods, which greatly improved the human race's situation. But here, without Black Ink giant spirit gods to occupy them, the two giant spirit gods could perfectly demonstrate their terrifying might. The Black Ink clan did not have the means to stop such existences. Even a casual wave of a giant spirit god's hand was enough to smash anything it made contact with. Before the world bead they were hiding in was sent out, Ada and Aer must have received instructions from Mi Jinglun beforehand. So, when they saw the fleeing royal lords, Ada immediately went to pursue them while Aer stayed behind, his massive figure acting as a barrier to block the opening in the Grand Restriction. At the opening, the royal lords who had received the news gathered nearby but hesitated to step out, each of them looking fearfully towards the towering figure in front of them. Though the giant spirit gods were incredibly powerful, their immense size also made them less agile, so even after chasing the fleeing royal lords for a while, Ada was unable to capture any of them. Annoyed, he turned around and charged into the Black Ink clan army's formation instead. What followed was like a tiger descending upon a flock of sheep. No matter how many Black Ink clan soldiers fought back, giving their all, even their very lives, their attacks were no different to a calm breeze to Ada. The massive army was instantly disrupted and broken apart. Ada was like a rampaging bull, trampling and crushing everything in his path. Giant gaps had now been opened in the Black Ink clan army, which was already somewhat scattered to begin with. Mi Jinglun was overjoyed when he saw this and immediately gave the order for the entire army to attack. The human race army, which had already rearranged their formations, charged the Black Ink clan, but unlike before, they only had to deal with the scattered sections that had been cut out from the main force. This greatly reduced the pressure on them. Just as the human race army was launching their second attack, 10 figures flew out from the suppressing Black Ink fortress. But they did not head to the battlefield and instead flew in the opposite direction. In the midst of a battle, actions like this would normally be enough to label them as deserters. However, everyone turned a blind eye to this and regarded it as a matter of course. This couldn't be helped as the auras of these masters were fluctuating wildly, a sign that they were about to break through. Zhao Yibai, Su Yi, and Zhao Ya's figures were included amongst the 10. While members were being selected for the suppressing Black Ink army from the various armies, Mi Jinglun adhered to the principle of being lacking rather than excessive. That was because guarding the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction was not too dangerous a task then. They had divine dragon Fu Guang leading them and the cooperation of Wu Kuang, who had control over the Grand Restriction. All the suppressing Black Ink army had to do was intercept the Black Ink clansmen escaping from the opening. Taking the development of talent into consideration, Mi Jingluan had placed many promising candidates qualified to advance to the Ninth Order in the suppressing Black Ink Army, distancing them from the brutality of the various Great Territory battlefields so they could focus on cultivating outside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction in the hopes of advancing as soon as possible. Only, various changes occurred with the primordial heaven's source grand restriction later on, leading to the increased danger outside of the grand restriction. No matter how incredible a strategist he was, Mi Jingluan could not predict all the changes that would happen over 2,000 years. Regardless, no one could deny that the suppressing Black Ink Army was a force of elite masters. From the present situation alone, 10 masters out of the few thousand the suppressing Black Ink Army was made up of were about to break through their limits and reach the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm. Such a proportion would be impossible to reproduce in any of the conventional armies. The 10 masters were currently only in the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm, so even if they did put their lives on the line on this battlefield, the role they could play would not be significant. Eighth Order masters were plentiful among the human race, so 10 more or 10 fewer would make no difference. However, if they were able to break through successfully and return as Ninth Order masters, then even if only half of them succeed, the human race stood to gain 5 more Ninth Order masters. Moreover, just from the recent situation alone, one could see that the success rate of the rising stars who have been nourished by the World Tree clones was surprisingly high when it came to ascending to the Ninth Order, far surpassing the generations of the past. These 10 had actually reached their limits a long time ago, but they have been trapped in the primordial heaven's source grand restriction and had not dared to break through so as to avoid exposing their whereabouts. The human race army charged, and even with the Black Ink clan going all out to resist, it was difficult for them to blunt this assault. The human race army brought an aura of death with them as they swept across the void, extinguishing the souls of countless Black Ink clansmen. Coupled with Da's wanton rampage, unimaginable losses had been created for the Black Ink clan in just a short period of time, and the situation was only growing worse for them. The Black Ink clan finally realized that things had taken a dire turn. 2 giant spirit gods suddenly appeared and completely disrupted their formation, especially the giant spirit god who was guarding the opening. If they did not defeat him, the Black Ink clan would not be able to receive reinforcements, and with the current strength of the human race, those outside the Grand Restriction would eventually be wiped out. The royal lords who left the Grand Restriction quickly understood this and began to take action. Fortunately for them, the humans were unable to divide their forces at this moment, and even the Ninth Order masters dared not rashly move independently. If they were trapped in the vast sea of Black Ink clansmen, no one can guarantee that they would be able to escape alive. Under this situation, as long as the royal lords did not actively provoke the human race army, they would not need to engage the Ninth Order masters. On the other hand, the only one who could act recklessly in the midst of the Black Ink clan army, was not very bright. Once his blood began pumping, he simply moved towards wherever there were more foes to deal with, so it was difficult for the human race army to coordinate with him even if they wanted to. Seeing this, the royal lords regrouped and charged brazenly towards Aer. Naturally, just 1 or 2 royal lords would not be a match for Aer. In fact, not even 10 of them would be able to deal with him. However, the number of royal lords that came out of the Grand Restriction was far greater than that. More than 40 royal lords charged towards Aer from all directions, and powerful secret techniques were launched one after another. Even a being as powerful as a giant spirit god staggered under such a heavy bombardment. Aer roared as he kicked and punched randomly, launching heaven-destroying, earth-shattering attacks one after another. However, most of these were dodged by the royal lords, and the few attacks that connected could not kill the royal lords with a single blow, only injuring them at most. This kind of swarming strategy was used by the Ninth Order masters to deal with the Black Ink giant spirit god in years past, but now it was being utilized by the Black Ink clan. However, Ninth Order masters were generally stronger than these inexperienced royal lords, so the humans needed just 20 or so Ninth Order masters to hold off one Black Ink giant spirit god back, whereas the Black Ink clan required a far greater number of royal lords. Startled by Aer's roar, Ada finally regained some of his senses and turned to look towards the opening in the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction, rushing over in the next moment. When Ada arrived at the opening, more than 10 royal lords rushed out from it. The scene of 2 giant spirit gods teaming up to fight against more than 50 royal lords was extremely intense. Even more Black Ink clansmen gathered at the opening, among which were many royal lords as well. No one knew how many royal lords were hidden within the Grand Restriction. Their numbers within the dark space seemed to be endless, and they never stopped coming no matter how many were cut down. Many royal lords were tangled up with the 2 giant spirit gods, but neither side could defeat the other. Meanwhile, the Black Ink clan soldiers behind the opening found opportunities to flood out and join the massive battlefield. On pure Yang Pass, Mi Jingluan's expression was solemn. The human race's only trump card had already been played, but apart from the initial success they gained against the Black Ink clan, it hadn't been able to play a decisive role. Right now, Ada and Aer were blocking the opening together, but all they were really doing was delaying the speed of reinforcements coming out. If this continued, the situation would become unfavorable for the human race as more time passed. No matter what strategies he could come up with, the key to winning or losing a war was still the balance of power. Compared to the Black Ink clan, the human race army was undoubtedly an elite force, but their numbers were just too limited. Casualties were inevitable in war, and once their army reached a certain critical limit in their losses, their momentum would collapse. When that time came, the human race army's fate on this battlefield surrounded by enemies would be tragic. And this was merely a war against the Black Ink clan army. The Black Ink clan army were not the only ones the humans had to fight against. The main enemy they were up against was the one who stood behind them. It was an unbelievably terrifying foe. Was there any hope for victory in this war? Mi Jingluan had no idea. All he knew was that as a human, one had to give their all in battle in order to leave no regrets behind. And, through the information coming in from Wu Kuang's side, what Yang Kai was doing would also be a key for them. If Yang Kai could succeed, then the situation may not be as bad as he imagined it to be. Just like the giant spirit gods Ada and Aer, Yang Kai was also a trump card for the human race. In the vast and desolate void, a faint light suddenly blossomed, quickly growing into a dazzling brightness that persisted for a long time before gradually subsiding. A graceful figure stood quietly in the void. She opened her eyes, revealing a pensive expression, as if she had vaguely understood something. "It's time to end this, once and for all." Saying so, a pair of glistening and beautiful wings suddenly spread out on her back. With a gentle flap of her wings, she shot off, breaking through the barriers of space in an instant.